Chapter 59. Since you want to give me this profound ranked spirit weapon, I will reluctantly accept it, Jianghu said arrogantly as he looked at the lunar shadow saber embedded in the rock with a fervent gaze. Xiaochen waved his hand and sent out a strong force. The lunar shadow saber in the rock returned to his hand. He said, "I want your shadow-bearing sword." Jianghu's expression changed. This shadow-bearing sword was also a high-grade profound ranked spirit weapon. It was their Zhang clan's heirloom. After he became a martial master, his clan had bestowed the shadow-bearing sword to him. Who would have thought that Xiaochen would actually want to take it away today? This was simply wishful thinking. His Zhang clan's inherited item was not an ordinary spirit weapon. In the past few hundred years, many people had designs on it, but none of them succeeded. Jianghu smiled coldly. What arrogant words. You actually want my Chengying sword? Do you have the life to take it? This fellow must be crazy. By defeating Jianghu, he has already helped the Shao clan gain some prestige. Yet, he still dares to challenge Jianghu. The difference between the two of them is an entire realm. This kind of difference is something that cannot be made up for with external items, unless he has a heaven-ranked martial technique or a divine weapon. Heaven-ranked martial technique? Is that possible? Even the Misty Sword sect only has one low-ranked martial technique as an inheritance. How could a small Shao clan have one? Even if he did, given his cultivation level, using it would only result in mutual destruction. The two people on the stage ignored the discussions below. After the arena master signed the contract, the duel officially began. Both of their statuses were somewhat special, and both sides were filled with the smell of gunpowder. The arena master was afraid that the two of them would fight for real, so he stepped forward and said, "I'll say it one more time. After one side forfeits, the other side must not make any more moves. Otherwise, I will personally take action." This arena master looked very ordinary, but in reality, in Mo City, he was the only person who dared to open an arena. They had to be at least a martial grand master. Otherwise, any random person would be able to defeat the arena master. If that was the case, there would be no need for the arena. The two of them didn't take the ring master's words to heart. They weren't stupid. They would never truly kill the other party. That would only cause the two clans to go to war earlier. At most, they would only cripple the other party's cultivation. In the arena, the two of them each stood in a corner, staring at each other. Both of them were brewing their killing intent, waiting for the moment when their auras were at their peak. Both of their auras clashed in the air. Although their bodies did not move, the invisible battle had already begun. However, what surprised Jianghu was that Xiaochen's aura was actually not weaker than his. He was actually unable to completely suppress him. The people below also felt that it was strange. With Xiaochen's cultivation, he was actually able to fight against Jianghu without being at a disadvantage. This battle might not be one-sided. Earlier, Xiao Jian, an inferior-grade martial master, could not even touch the corner of my clothes. Do you think that you, a medial-grade martial disciple, have a chance? Seeing that he was unable to suppress Xiaochen with his aura, Jianghu decided to attack Xiaochen with his words, hoping to find an opening. Xiaochen was not a brainless person like Xiao Jian. Naturally, he knew what Jianghu was planning. He said mockingly, "When I was an inferior-grade martial disciple, I could already make you vomit blood. Now that I have advanced to medial-grade martial disciple, it is not impossible for me to kill you." Jianghu smiled faintly. "Do you think that the successors of those holy lands can go against the heavens and kill immortals? You have not even used your Haotian sword qi and you actually think that you are something. Whether I am something or not, we will only know after we fight," Xiaochen said coldly, deciding to make the first move. After all, there was a difference in cultivation between him and Jianghu. If they fought for a long time, he would definitely be the one to reveal an opening. At that time, it was very likely that he would be killed in one strike. Lightning evasion. There was a thunderous roar and Xiao Chen suddenly appeared behind Jianghu. The lunar shadow saber created a black saber image in the air, hacking at Jianghu with lightning speed. In the instant that Xiao Chen disappeared from his original spot, Jianghu already felt that something was wrong. After he heard the thunder, he immediately understood where Xiao Chen had landed. Jianghu spread out his arms and bent his legs. With a ferocious leap, he left the ground. Behind him, the indistinct figure of a huge rock could be seen spreading its wings. This is the famous movement technique of the Misty Sword Sect's Supreme Elder, Heavenly Rock Spreading Wings. Legend has it that when it is practiced to great perfection, it can roam the 4 seas. Within a breath, it can fly 1,000 kilometers, a knowledgeable person below said. Earlier, because of this movement technique, Xiao Jian could not even touch the corner of Jianghu's clothes. I originally thought that the secret technique that Xiao Chen executed would be able to resolve Xiao Jian's predicament. Looks like it is not possible, someone sighed. Jianghu, who had leaped into the air, did not land on the ground. Instead, he strangely turned around and flew towards Xiao Chen like a huge bird. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He was astonished in his heart. Heavenly rock spreading wings. It is indeed powerful. It can actually allow a person to leave the ground for a short period of time. It looks like the legends about it are very detailed. Bang! There was no time to think. Jianghu's speed was extremely fast, and the two of them exchanged moves. Xiao Chen's cultivation realm was lower than Jianghu's. Although he could rely on the blue dragon martial spirit and its boundless strength, he was able to display a strength that surpassed his cultivation realm. He did not have a higher-ranked spirit weapon in his hands. However, Xiao Chen did not have a higher-ranked spirit weapon, so he could not bring out the full might of the Azure Dragon martial spirit. In terms of absolute strength, he was still slightly inferior to Jianghu. Furthermore, with Jianghu's heavenly rock spreading wings, this supreme movement technique sword strike contained a strength that was close to that of a martial grand master. When the saber and sword clashed, the huge force transmitted from the sword caused Xiao Chen to feel extremely strained. His body flew backwards. What was even more troublesome was that the Haotian sword chi from the sword had already surged into his body. The holy sword that had existed since ancient times had turned into sword chi that rampaged through Xiao Chen's meridians in a domineering manner. As he retreated, Xiao Chen dispelled this terrifying sword chi. When he retreated to the edge of the arena, with one foot in the air, he finally dispelled this sword chi. Hooking his feet to the ground, he somersaulted in the air and stood on the stage once more. The people below all exclaimed. They originally thought that he would be sent flying out of the arena by Jianghu's sword. They never expected that he would still be standing on the arena in the end. However, there were even more people who did not understand. It was such a good opportunity. Why did Jianghu not follow up with another sword strike? With that, he would be able to send Xiao Chen flying. They could not help but discuss it. Hearing the discussions below, Jianghu was indeed suffering in his heart. Earlier, although his sword chi had entered Xiao Chen's body, it was not able to withstand it. Although his sword chi had entered Xiao Chen's body, the electricity in Xiao Chen's saber had also entered his body. The electricity formed by the Purple Thunder divine incantation was not much weaker than his holy sword chi. If he did not dispel it, it would be a huge problem in the following battles. Again. After completely neutralizing the lightning glow, Jianghu shouted out explosively. The huge heavenly rock behind him actually let out a clear and bright cry. His figure streaked through the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages. A 2-meter-long sword light lit up on his sword. Using the speed of a waterfall, it carried a boundless aura as it flew towards Xiao Chen. The heavenly rock actually let out a cry. This is the second layer of the heavenly rock spreading wings. I did not expect him to have practiced this supreme secret technique to the second layer at such a young age. Indeed, this is too scary. Legend has it that the sword sage of the Misty Sword sect was able to make the heavenly rock let out a divine cry. Without even making a move, it could shatter a person's heart and lungs. Furthermore, Jianghu even activated the supreme might of the Haotian sword. With the holy sword and the heavenly rock, Xiaochen will definitely lose. Facing the valiant Jianghu, the people below let out cries of alarm once again. Under such a strong might, everyone believed that Xiaochen had no chance at all. This move of Jianghu's could even hold his own against a martial grand master. Even when the arena master saw Jianghu execute the second layer of the heavenly rock spreading wings, his expression changed. Xiaochen's expression turned grave as he looked at the sword flying towards him. He knew he could not hold back anymore, so he gently flipped the lunar shadow saber in his hand. The lunar shadow saber started to spin rapidly and a surging qi surged out. Everyone in the surroundings felt their bodies tremble. The lightning on the sword lit up like a thunderbolt. The sky, which was already nearing dusk, seemed to have been ignited at this moment. The sun shone like fire, making it as bright as day. However, what was even more horrifying was the tyrannical qi that came from the saber. It was like the roar of a thunderous beast, or the arrival of a magnificent army. It was berserk and ferocious. Not good, this spirit weapon actually has a demonic core embedded in it. I'm afraid it is a martial king demonic beast. Everyone, retreat quickly. If the demonic qi leaks out, ordinary cultivators would bleed from their 7 orifices and die. This is too scary. There is actually a spirit weapon with a demonic core embedded in it. The crowd was extremely horrified and scattered in all directions. However, they did not go far. Instead, they stood far away, watching the battle with excitement in their eyes. Against Jianghu, who possessed the Haotian sword, the crowd originally thought that it would be a one-sided battle. They did not expect that Xiaochen actually had a demonic weapon. There had not been such an exciting battle in Mo City for a long time, so naturally, they could not miss it. Using the movement technique, heavenly rock spreading wings, coupled with the ancient holy sword, the Haotian sword qi clashed violently against the lunar shadow saber with the rank 6 thunder rock embedded in it. Boom! When the electric light and the sword light clashed, a loud sound rang out from the arena. The crowd, who were far away, felt their eardrums tremble. It was simply too horrifying. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He took a heavy step back, leaving behind a 1-meter deep footprint. It was clear what kind of pressure Xiao Chen was enduring. Jianghu's body flew backward, using the movement technique, heavenly rock spreading wings. He moved around in the air, dissipating the force from the lunar shadow saber. With a gentle push, Jianghu's body landed firmly on the ground. His clothes fluttered and his long hair fluttered. Coupled with his handsome face, he looked extremely elegant. This time, the two of them were actually evenly matched, unable to tell who had the upper hand. Suppressing the surging qi and blood in his body, Jianghu's eyes were as calm as still water. There was no longer any contempt in his eyes. He smiled faintly. I really did not expect that you would have such a demonic weapon. However, as the saying goes, rare treasures belong to outstanding talents. If this is all you have today, then I will be taking this demonic weapon. Shadow-bearing sword. Jianghu shouted loudly and casually tossed aside the sword in his hand. A sword image streaked across the sky. The shadow-bearing sword, which had been passed down in the Zhang clan for hundreds of years, appeared in Jianghu's hands. Chapter 60. Jianghu is actually going to use the Chengying sword. I heard that the origin of this Chengying sword is not simple. It is not an ordinary profound ranked spirit weapon. It's not just a rumor. It really has an extraordinary origin. This shadow-bearing sword hides a wisp of noble spirit. It is said that the ancestor of the Zhang family begged a sword saint for it. Shadow-bearing sword against lunar shadow saber. A clash between saber and sword. Neither is an ordinary weapon. I wonder who will win this time. Do you still need to say that? It must be Jianghu. His strength is originally higher than Xiao Chen's. Now that he has the help of a powerful weapon, how could he lose? There had never been such an exciting battle in Mo City before. When the crowd in the distance saw Jianghu use the shadow-bearing sword, the sounds of discussion became even more lively. Xiao Chen held his saber and stood upright. His body was as straight as a pillar. Electric light flickered on the blade of his saber. His eyes were burning with a strong desire to fight. Even though Jianghu had used the Qingying sword, he did not show any signs of fear. Gently stroking the Qingying sword, Jianghu said indifferently, "This Qingying sword contains a strand of righteous qi. It was left behind by a sword saint that the Zhang clan ancestor saved. In the past, that sword saint comprehended the righteous spirit and was unrivaled in the 4 seas. Although there is only a wisp of it in this sword, it can exist for thousands of years and never dissipate. Today, it is your honor to die under this sword. Noble spirit?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. Although this righteous qi was powerful, it was only something from the Holy Land. The battle sage origin that Ao Jiao left behind in the lunar shadow saber belonged to the Thunder King. The Thunder King had used 1/6 of the battle sage origins to forge the Thunderwood sword. It was unknown how many saints had been killed. If Jianghu wanted to use this as proof, Xiao Chen did not mind giving him a pleasant surprise. When Jianghu saw that Xiao Chen's aura did not change, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. This Xiao Chen's heart was really strong. No words could break his heart. As long as one's heart remained calm, one's aura would not diminish, and it would be hard for one to find a weakness, making it difficult for others to attack. Since there are no openings, then I will create one. Jianghu thought to himself, filled with pride. If he could not even deal with a medial-grade martial disciple today, he would not be able to do anything to him. In the future, he would definitely become the joke of the prefecture city's Whitewood School. It would be impossible for him to enter the Holy Land. Therefore, he had to win this battle, and he had to win it by a huge margin. It was a victory that left others speechless and convinced, leaving behind a shadow that could not be erased for the rest of their lives. Jianghu let out an explosive shout and the righteous qi within the shadow-bearing sword surged out. A killing qi that could pierce the heavens and split the earth spread out in all directions. Before the sword move was executed, the force of the sword had already been formed. The righteous qi existed eternally in the heavens and earth. Wherever it attacked, it could kill gods and exterminate devils. The Haotian sword qi follows my heart. Wherever the blade points, the qi will spread in all directions. The heavenly rock spread its wings, coming and going without a trace. It was as swift as the wind and as powerful as lightning. Kill! 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 In this instant, Jianghu had actually merged the 3 supreme techniques together. Coupled with the righteous qi of the Haotian sword and the exceptional movement technique, who in Mo City would be able to block him? In that instant, a strong wind blew and a boundless killing intent rushed towards Xiao Chen. The sword in Jianghu's hand lit up with a resplendent sword light. The 2-meter-long sword light was swallowing and spitting out a berserk sword qi. Pu ci. Xiao Chen had never seen such a fast sword before. In the previous moment, Jianghu's 2-meter-long sword light was still swallowing and spitting out. He did not even see Xiao Chen raise it, and in the next moment, the sword light had already arrived before him. Xiao Chen was incomparably astonished. At this moment, he actually felt a trace of the aura of death. For a long time, his greatest reliance was the heaven-ranked martial technique, dragon subduing slash. Even if the situation was at its worst, as long as he used the blue dragon, even 10 Jianghus would turn to ashes. However, the situation in front of him was not good. Jianghu's speed was very fast. He was afraid that he would not even have the chance to use the blue dragon before he would be killed. At this moment, he did not have much time to think. The sword light had already touched the hair on his forehead. If he did not think of a way, he would be severely injured. There was no chance to dodge, so he could only receive it head-on. Heavenly Lightning Shield. At the most critical moment, at the moment of imminent peril, Xiao Qin used the Heavenly Lightning Shield. When he was only an inferior-grade martial disciple, this Heavenly Lightning Shield was able to block the attack of a profound ranked martial technique. At this moment, he had already advanced to medial-grade martial disciple. His essence was more than twice as dense as before. Thinking about it, the defense of the Heavenly Lightning Shield should have doubled as well. Bang! The sword light struck the defensive shield, flickering with electric light, giving off a loud sound. A huge force came from it. Xiao Qin, who was within the shield, was shaken to the point that his internal organs shifted positions. He vomited another mouthful of blood. His internal organs shifted positions. If it was a regular cultivator, they would have lost their combat prowess after receiving such an injury. However, Xiao Qin's body had been tempered by a large amount of spiritual energy. Furthermore, there was the continuous power of the Purple Thunder divine incantation. He did not have to worry too much about it and could continue fighting. Jianghu looked at the Heavenly Lightning Shield and frowned slightly. He did not know what kind of strong defensive martial technique this was. The cracks on the shield actually started to slowly mend. What kind of strong defensive martial technique is this? In front of the righteous Qi, break for me. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Jianghu shouted lightly. It was as though he had merged with the sword. The brilliance of this sword was reserved, there was no color, no sound of the wind, no sword Qi. It struck Xiao Qin's Heavenly Lightning Shield so casually. There was no sound, but the electric light on the shield quickly dissipated. Xiao Qin felt like he had suffered a heavy blow and vomited another mouthful of blood. Xiao Qin quickly formed hand seals with his hands. 2 of the 5 white clouds beside the blue dragon all scattered, turning into countless amounts of essence and pouring into the Heavenly Lightning Shield. The light on the shield became dazzling once again. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Jianghu did not feel discouraged. He executed another powerful sword technique. Compared to the previous sword technique that was simple, this sword technique was extremely magnificent. The boundless sword Qi was like a chaotic autumn rain, striking the Heavenly Lightning Shield. Jianghu's figure quickly changed positions in the air. Every time he changed positions, there would be 20 sword Qi striking the Heavenly Lightning Shield. He changed positions in the air a total of 81 times, sending out a total of 1,620 sword Qi. Every sword Qi had half the might of the one-line chop. Xiao Qin supported the Heavenly Lightning Shield with all his might. Blood flowed continuously from his mouth. However, there was no sign of giving up in his eyes. He released his spiritual sense and did his best to capture the trajectory of Jianghu's movements, as well as the charm of his moves. Even though he was severely injured and was at a huge disadvantage, his heart was not in a mess. His aura did not decrease, and his weakness was not revealed. Flight on wings, I remember that it was a martial technique created by a sword sage from the Whitewood School. I did not expect this Jianghu to have learned it. Although it is only the first 2 moves, it is sufficient to show disdain for those of the same generation. That Xiao Qin is not simple either. Under the pressure of the righteous Qi and the Haotian sword Qi, he is still able to last until now. This is also because Jianghu did not truly merge the heavenly rock-spreading wings, the righteous Qi, and the Haotian sword Qi together. It only has the form but not the spirit. Perhaps that sword could even easily destroy a peak martial grandmaster. Look at that Jianghu, it looks like he is about to execute the 3rd move of flight on wings. That's impossible, he is so young. Could it be that he comprehended the 3rd move of flight on wings? The crowd in the distance let out cries of surprise again. Today's battle was an eye-opener for them. Not only Jianghu, but even Xiao Qin gave them a pleasant surprise. Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. Regardless of how shocked the crowd was, the 3rd move of flight on wings, moon bright like fire, was executed by Jianghu in the end. In the arena, Zhang He stood 20 meters away from Xiao Chen. He pointed his sword at the sky. The originally dusky sky suddenly turned incomparably dark. A full moon slowly rose up. The bright moon hung high in the sky, giving off a resplendent light. A mysterious phenomenon actually appeared. What rank of martial technique is this flight on wings? Why is it so horrifying? No one had expected that the third move of flight on wings would actually cause a mysterious phenomenon. Suddenly, a faintly discernible figure appeared above the full moon. It was as though he came from beyond the heavens. He held a spiritual sword in his hand. Under the contrast of the full moon, the faintly discernible feeling gave people the impression that an immortal had descended. Zhang He, who was in the arena, gently brandished his sword, matching the figure in the sky. Suddenly, he pointed his sword at Xiao Chen, who was in the heavenly lightning shield. Xiao Chen felt as though his heart had stopped beating. The surrounding space was pitch black, and everyone had disappeared from his sight. There was no Zhang He, no arena master, no crowd. There was only the boundless darkness and the loneliness that filled the sky. This was a very frightening feeling. Those who were not in the middle of it would not be able to experience it. Xiao Chen's heart pounded wildly. At this moment, his heart seemed to waver. Just at this moment, the blue dragon martial spirit in his body gave a light shout. The pitch-black space immediately shattered into pieces. The space returned to its original state. Xiao Chen's heart finally stabilized. Zhang He's eyebrows twitched. Clearly, he felt that Xiao Chen's originally wavering heart had actually stabilized again. However, at this moment, he did not have the time to think too much. The bright moon had already risen, there was no chance for him to stop. "Break for me!" Zhang He shouted loudly and pointed his sword angrily at Xiao Chen. The figure in the sky also felt Zhang He's anger. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Break for me! Break! Break! Break!" In an instant, the entire place was filled with Zhang He's angry roar. A supreme pressure spread out in all directions. There seemed to be an unparalleled might in the voice, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. This is an immortal sound, an immortal sound. This moon bright like fire can actually emit an immortal sound. In the crowd in the distance, the weaker cultivators were directly knocked unconscious by this immortal sound. Even the stronger ones did not feel good. The immortal sound is already so terrifying. In that case, how powerful will the next sword move be? Someone in the crowd said with a trembling voice. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as still water. The supreme technique in the compendium of cultivation, the purple thunder divine incantation circulated frantically. His essence was being expended without any regard for his life. His body actually emitted a faint purple glow. Zhang He stood where he was, not moving forward at all. He simply aimed his sword at Xiao Chen, chopping down from a distance of 20 meters. What is he trying to do? Even if it is a martial saint expert, after the sword chi flew out 20 meters, its might would be greatly reduced. By doing this, he will not be able to break my heavenly lightning shield. Xiao Chen thought suspiciously in his heart. When he raised his head to take a look, his face revealed an extremely horrified expression. He finally understood what Zhang He was trying to do. The figure in the sky actually followed Zhang He's sword and approached him from afar, chopping down at him ruthlessly. The bright moon was like fire, resplendent in the sky. There was someone beyond the heavens. When a sword immortal arrived, how could mortals block it? Chapter 61. There was a loud explosion, and the place where Xiao Chen was standing on the arena shattered into pieces and dust. A 2-meter deep hole appeared in the arena made of heavenly mountain stone, causing everyone to exclaim in admiration. This moon bright like fire is very scary. It actually managed to create a big hole in the arena made of heavenly mountain stone. This person's future is limitless. In the past, the sword sage of White Wood School used the might of his sword to kill Emperor Wu. Indeed, the rise of the Zhang clan can already be seen clearly. After this battle, the power structure of Mo City will change completely. What do you guys think? Can this Xiao Chen withstand this move? Nonsense, do we even need to say that? Even the heavenly mountain stone has a big hole in it. The way I see it, that brat might not even have a corpse left. What a pity for that powerful demonic weapon. When Zhang He executed flight on wings, moon bright like fire, the crowd in the distance thought that the battle was already over. Although they felt that it was not enough, today's battle was a feast for their eyes. In the future, they would have sufficient capital to flaunt. The light scattered and the bright moon slowly descended. Zhang He's eyes were like a stream of water as black wind danced in the air. This move exhausted a large amount of his essence and the origin energy of the Haotian sword. If he still could not break the heavenly lightning shield, then he had no other methods. However, was there such a possibility? Obviously not. The corner of Zhang He's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He carried the shadow-bearing sword and walked towards the hole. His steps were relaxed and his expression was relaxed. However, he did not let down his guard at all. This Xiao Chen was merely a medial-grade martial disciple, yet he had given him too many surprises. It was hard for him to remain calm. Until the very last moment, he absolutely could not relax. At the bottom of the huge hole, Xiao Chen's clothes were already in tatters. He lay on the ground like a dead man. His eyes were tightly shut, and there were 2 traces of blood at the corners of his eyes. Blood was still flowing from his nose and mouth. His left hand was tightly clenched, as though there was something in it. The lunar shadow saber in his right hand was stabbed into the ground. Zhang He heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how he looked at it, Xiao Chen was severely injured and would not be able to fight anymore. Zhang He smiled gently and jumped down. He walked to the front of the lunar shadow saber and said indifferently, "I, Zhang He, will accept this demonic weapon." Just as his hand was about to touch the saber hilt, Xiao Chen's right hand suddenly moved. It slowly pointed at Zhang He and his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His eyes emitted a blood-red glow, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Coupled with his blood-stained face, he looked exceptionally terrifying. Zhang He's heart tightened as he felt a dangerous aura. At this moment, the movement technique of the heavenly rock spreading wings was displayed to its limits. He was like a huge bird soaring into the sky, instantly returning to the arena. Behind him, a strand of purple flame soared up like a huge python, closely following him. If he had been half a second slower, he would have been hit by the purple flames, and the consequences would have been unthinkable. The purple flames brushed past him from behind, and a spark landed on his hair. Instantly, there was a burnt smell. Most of his elegant long hair had been set on fire. Zhang He circulated his essence, and his hair instantly stood up. Every single strand of hair that stood up was burning with a purple flame. They slowly moved downwards, and in the next moment, they would reach his head. Shwa! Zhang He decisively chopped off all the burning strands of hair, and all the hair that stood up fell down. The originally elegant long hair had disappeared, and only half of it was left. There was also a burnt smell coming from it. At this moment, Zhang He's expression was extremely unsightly. The expression of someone eating shit was probably what Zhang He looked like right now. When the crowd in the distance saw Zhang He jumping down in a magnificent manner, they all thought that he would come out with the lunar shadow saber and end this battle. After a while, they were astonished to discover that Zhang He had jumped back up in a sorry state. His hair was suddenly set on fire, and his expression was as unsightly as if he had eaten shit. No one could guess what had happened. Did you guys feel it? The chi and blood of the person below seemed to be flourishing. That's right, I felt it too. This seems to be the scene before a breakthrough. It can't be. Could it be that after this person escaped death, his cultivation actually rose to superior grade martial disciple? Inside the hole, Xiaochen casually tossed aside the inferior-grade spirit stone that he had absorbed in his left hand. The surface of the spirit stone had lost all its luster, and it looked no different from a normal stone. It no longer had any value. Feeling that the medicinal energy of the blood-replenishing pill that he had consumed earlier had completely dissipated, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. Moon-bright like fire was simply too scary. His heavenly lightning shield, which was comparable to an inferior-grade earth-ranked martial technique, was like a thin piece of paper in front of him. It was completely useless. The figure that flew in from the sky was like an immortal descending. The might of his sword completely shattered the purple thunder divine incantation, causing him to bleed from his 7 orifices. If it were not for the blood-replenishing pill in his mouth, even with the heavenly lightning shield and the purple thunder divine incantation supporting his body, he would not have the strength to stand up. Xiaochen extended his spiritual sense and saw Jianghu standing in the arena. The corner of his mouth curled up into a gentle smile as he took out another medicinal pill from his universe ring and swallowed it. This was the essence swallowing pill. After consuming it, it could increase the user's strength by several times in a short period of time. It was extremely horrifying. After absorbing the inferior-grade spirit stone, Xiaochen easily reached the peak of superior-grade martial disciple. Now that he consumed the essence swallowing pill, his strength immediately soared to the realm of a medial-grade martial master. At this moment, Xiaochen's absolute strength was already comparable to Jianghu's. With the help of the blue dragon martial spirit, his strength was even stronger than Jianghu's. The crowd in the distance could only feel that Xiaochen's strength was rising continuously. However, Jianghu, who was in the arena, could feel the aura pressing down on him. It was surging and surging, each wave stronger than the one before. Boom! Xiaochen stomped on the ground and leaped up ferociously, standing on the arena once again. The lunar shadow saber in his hand flickered with electricity. A boundless evil aura surged out in all directions, making him look like a demon from hell. This was the first time Jianghu revealed a grave expression. It was possible that he would be defeated by Xiaochen's saber. Such a thought unconsciously appeared in his heart. Flight on wings, one-word sword formula. Jianghu could no longer endure the pressure from Xiaochen's evil aura. He took the initiative to make the first move. It was extremely simple and had a reserved light. However, it contained a boundless might. Combined with the exceptional movement technique, heavenly rock spreading wings, he hacked at Xiaochen ruthlessly. Xiaochen smiled coldly. Previously, he had been observing Jianghu's movements. Now that his strength had increased, he was able to sense Jianghu's movements. Now that his strength had increased, Xiaochen could clearly see the movement technique that Jianghu was originally proud of. He could instantly see through Jianghu's movements. Flight on wings, one-word chop. Under Jianghu's astonished gaze, Xiaochen actually executed the same sword technique as Jianghu. It was also extremely simple and had a reserved light. Xiaochen moved later but arrived first. He dodged Jianghu's attack and went straight for his heart. This. How can this be? How can he know flight on wings? He only took a look. Jianghu was greatly astonished and his movements became chaotic. He was very clear on the might of the one-word chop. He quickly withdrew his sword to defend, wanting to block this sword. He had studied this flight on wings sword technique for many years. He had an incomparably deep understanding of it. After a moment of panic, he quickly thought of a way to block it. He moved his feet slightly and held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. The body of the sword was protecting his heart. He had calculated the angle of Xiaochen's attack accurately. Dang! The saber and sword clashed, giving off a clear clashing sound. The huge force that came from the lunar shadow saber exceeded Jianghu's expectations. The sharp offensive chi instantly broke his perfect footwork. The lunar shadow saber, which contained a rank 6 demonic core, emitted a surging electric glow. It passed through the shadow-bearing sword and entered his body. The electric glow, which was filled with a ruthless qi, rampaged about in Jianghu's body. All the essence that blocked it instantly collapsed. Pooh! Jianghu felt something sweet in his throat and vomited a mouthful of blood. His body flew back 5 steps. He looked at Xiao Chen in astonishment and said in disbelief, "You actually merged Unparalleled on wings and one-word chop into your own saber technique. How is this possible? Unparalleled on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years." Xiao Chen did not reply Jianghu's words. He immediately executed the second move of Unparalleled on wings. His body rapidly changed positions in the air and a saber light shot towards Jianghu. Sword qi crisscrossing. Jianghu shouted loudly and used the sword technique that he used to neutralize the divine thunder break earlier. This move could be used for both offense and defense. It was the martial technique that he was proud of. Countless sword qis protected Jianghu's body, dancing in the wind. It was airtight, blocking all of the attacks outside of his body. Xiao Chen did not have a holy sword martial spirit. Naturally, he could not use sword qi when he was still a martial master. Thus, he used the battle sage Origin's changing character formula to imitate this disordered dance of 1,000 years. However, he was unable to use sword qi and could only use saber lights made from essence. Even so, under the unparalleled offensive qi of the battle sage Origin, any defensive martial technique would reveal an opening. Furthermore, he had the blue dragon martial spirit. The might of this saber light was not much weaker than Jianghu's sword qi. After Jianghu's sword qi blocked 1,000 saber lights, it was finally completely defeated. The remaining 200 saber lights struck Jianghu's body without any fear. Jianghu cried out in pain and groaned continuously. The clothes that were still intact on his body were torn into shreds by the saber lights. Hundreds of scarlet wounds appeared on his skin. Bang! After the disordered dance of 1,000 years was executed, Xiao Chen, who was about to land, kicked Jianghu, causing him to fall to the ground. After that, he turned around and landed firmly on the ground. Don't think that just because you used a secret technique to raise yourself to the same realm as me and learned flight on wings, I will not be able to do anything to you, Jianghu, who was on the ground, said ruthlessly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Holy sword, Haotian. He used his finger as a sword and pointed it at Xiao Chen. A resplendent holy sword appeared in front of him and a golden light lit up the sky. The surroundings were filled with golden light. This is the holy sword's origin. At this moment, he actually used the origin of the Haotian martial spirit. Indeed, it is too dangerous. If the holy sword were to break, all his cultivation would be destroyed and he would become a cripple. The crowd exclaimed once again. This Jianghu actually wanted to bet all his cultivation to fight against Xiao Chen. Unparalleled on wings, moon bright like fire. Xiao Chen looked at Jianghu calmly. The battle sage Origin slowly simulated the third move of the unparalleled on wings and the mysterious phenomenon appeared again. The sky was pitch black and a full moon slowly rose up again. However, this full moon did not have a nimble figure. It only hung high up in the sky, radiating light in all directions. As for the person from beyond the sky that did not appear, Xiao Chen understood in his heart. His comprehension of the way of the sword was far from sufficient. This moon bright like fire sword move could only display its form and not its spirit. However, Xiao Chen had his own methods. The battle sage Origin was the strongest offensive qi in the world. No one could block it. Since he was unable to comprehend the intricacies of the sword, then he would use its absolute might. He would use force to break through technique, deciding the world with one saber strike. With a swing of the saber, the full moon in the sky slowly descended, violently crashing into the Haotian holy sword in Jianghu's hands. Chapter 62. Boom! The full moon landed on the arena, giving off a loud sound. This time, the moon bright like fire was much stronger than the one Jianghu had used earlier. The huge arena was shattered into countless pieces. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions. Some of the people who were standing closer to the arena were struck by the shattered pieces. Their qi and blood surged, and they suffered significant injuries. This was truly an undeserved calamity. The dust on the arena danced in the air. The people who were far away could not see what was happening. They could not help but feel anxious when they saw what was happening. What a strong moon, bright like fire, it is even stronger than the one Zhang he executed. There is dust everywhere. Who won? Although they wanted to know the result, they were afraid that something unexpected would happen. They did not dare to rush forward. The people who were injured by the shattered pieces were a living example of this. After a long time, when the thick dust finally dispersed, everyone could clearly see the situation on the arena. The 2-meter-tall arena made of heavenly mountain stones no longer existed. All that was left were countless pieces of rubble. Zhang He was lying on the ground, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The shadow-bearing sword in his hand had already disappeared. The arena master standing at the side had an indescribable dispirited expression on his face. The arena that he had painstakingly built was gone, just like that. Although he could obtain 1/10 of the wager as a commission, it was far from being able to compare to the damage to the arena. The situation was clear at a glance. Everyone knew that Xiao Chen had won this duel. He had defeated a medial-grade martial master, Zhang He, as a medial-grade martial disciple. Such news would definitely shock Mo City. It would even spread far and wide in Chizi County. Xiao Chen, who was an entire realm lower than him, had actually defeated Zhang He. This was definitely explosive news. This battle had also completely rid Xiao Chen of the reputation of being trash in Mo City. Everyone could predict that an unparalleled genius had appeared. While everyone was discussing this, there was only one person standing there with a complicated expression on his face. He was Xiao Chen's elder brother, Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian held a nidon in his hand. That was the nidon of the rainbow flame python. Before Xiao Chen left, he had tossed it to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. He really wanted to throw away the rainbow flame python's inner core. He didn't want to accept Xiao Chen's charity, but he really couldn't bear to do it. 3 days later, in the Xiao mansion. In Xiao Chen's yard, Bao quietly asked, "Second young master, the first elder sent someone to get you again. Are you going to reject him again?" Xiao Chen recovered from his cultivation state and smiled bitterly in his heart. "You don't have to be so anxious. You've been urging me more than 10 times in 3 days. After the duel that day, although Xiao Chen barely managed to defeat Zhang He, the time limit of the essence swallowing pill was up. Very soon, the essence swallowing pill would cause a backlash. He was worried that he would be intercepted and killed in the middle of his journey. After taking away the Qingying sword, he immediately felt it. In order not to let the side effects of the cloud swallowing pill leave a hidden danger in his body, he had to use the cloud swallowing pill. Xiao Chen had not gone out for the past 3 days. He had been refining the remnant essence of the cloud swallowing pill in his body. Furthermore, he had comprehended many things in that battle. Xiao Chen did not want anyone to disturb him, so he chose to close his doors and refused to see anyone. Only now did he completely digest the essence of the cloud swallowing pill. However, there were many things that he had comprehended in that battle that he had yet to comprehend. He could only think about them in the future. If he did not go out now, the first elder would definitely send someone to barge in. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen said to the door, "Bao, go and inform them that I will be out soon." After tidying up his clothes, Xiao Chen thought about how to deal with the first elder. Then, he opened the door and took a deep breath. Slowly, he walked towards the first elder's yard. Along the way, all the Xiao clan disciples that he met looked at him with a completely different expression. The gossip that he often heard in the past no longer existed. Everyone's expressions were the same as they appeared on the surface, they all held reverence for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not really care about the attitude of the Xiao clan disciples. He took large strides forward and soon arrived at Xiao Chang's yard. Xiao Chang and Xiao Yulan sat at the stone table in the yard. Xiao Yulan was still as beautiful as ever. Every time he saw her, he would be moved. "Cousin Xiao Chen, now that you are famous, you start to play cards. You are not even willing to meet your cousin," Xiao Yulan said half-truthfully when she saw Xiao Chen walk over. Xiao Chen first bowed to the first elder before saying from under the table, "Cousin Yulan, I am sorry. I have been recuperating for the past few days. It is not convenient for me to meet anyone." When Xiao Yulan saw Xiao Chen apologizing seriously, she hurriedly said, "I was just joking with you. Everyone knows that you are recuperating." Ever since Xiao Chen entered, Xiao Chang's gaze had been fixed on Xiao Chen, never leaving him. At this moment, he took over the conversation. "Second young master, are there any major problems with your body? There are still some rank 7 herbs in the Xiao clan's dispensary. Don't bear everything on your own." The Xiao clan had been in charge of 7-Horn Mountain for over 100 years. It was not strange for them to have a few rank 7 herbs. Xiao Chen said, "There are no major problems. Thank you First Elder for your kind intentions. Then I am relieved. I do not have to worry about the trial of Gloomy Forest in 2 days." After Xiao Chang said that, he changed the topic. "What exactly did you obtain from the Thunder King's cave? Can you tell me in detail?" Others might not be able to figure out the reason for Xiao Chen's sudden burst of combat prowess. However, Xiao Chang could easily link it to the Thunder King's cave. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He had already guessed that the First Elder would ask this. He placed the lunar shadow saber on the table and said, "This is the Thunder King's thunderwood sword from back then. I reforged it into a profound ranked spirit weapon. I obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King from it." Xiao Chen's words were half true and half false. No one could find any flaws in it. Following that, he made up a story about how he obtained the inheritance. After listening to it, Xiao Chang believed this answer. He cautiously said to Xiao Chen, "Don't tell anyone about you obtaining the inheritance of the Thunder King. Otherwise, it will bring you a disaster. This matter is very important. My Xiao clan might even prosper because of it." The Thunder King was the most famous Emperor Wu in the past 1,000 years. His fame in the continent could be said to be very widespread, deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Many people yearned for his inheritance. If they were to know that Xiao Chen obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King, then Xiao Chen would be hunted down endlessly. Xiao Yulan picked up the lunar shadow saber on the table and examined it carefully. She praised, "This saber is really cousin's lucky item. Back then, it helped us escape from the cave. Now, it helped cousin obtain the inheritance of the Thunder King. It is truly a good saber." Xiao Chen smiled in his heart. Although cousin Yulan was very talented in combat, her thoughts were still very pure. She actually described such a strong demonic weapon as being lucky twice. He suddenly thought of something and took out the Qingying sword from the universe ring. He handed it to Xiao Yulan and said, "Cousin Yulan, back then, you gave me all those moonstones. Now, I'm giving you this Qingying sword as compensation." When Xiao Yulan heard this, she smiled and said, "I do not dare to take this sword. The Zhang clan's clan head came a few times in the past few days, wanting to redeem this sword. We absolutely cannot let them redeem it. How can we let go of something that is already in our hands?" Xiao Chen said. The material of this Qingying sword was forged from top-notch frost iron. Furthermore, it contained a trace of righteous qi. However, because it did not contain a large amount of moonstones, its rank could not be raised. Its actual value was very high. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen was a little reluctant to give it to Xiao Yulan. After he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 2nd layer, he had always wanted to refine a protective magic treasure. However, he was unable to do so due to a lack of materials. If he did not give this sword to Xiao Yulan, he felt that he could refine a pretty good magic treasure. If he gave it to the Zhang clan, it would be too much of a loss. When Xiao Yulan saw Xiao Chen's nervous expression, she smiled tactfully. Her pretty face was like a flower, completely devoid of her usual cold expression. She said, "Don't worry. Father's intentions are the same as yours. I will never let go of something that is already in my hands. As long as it is something that you give me, I will dare to use it." Xiao Chen blushed with shame in his heart. Cousin Yulan's personality seemed to have undergone a huge change. She no longer had the cold and distant attitude that she had when they first met. Today, she even joked with him twice. The tragic thing was that he did not realize it. However, he did not know the thoughts of a girl. When joking with someone, it depended on who the person was. If the other disciples of the Xiao clan saw the famous icy beauty of the Xiao clan chatting so happily with Xiao Chen, they would definitely be shocked. The three of them chatted for a long time about the trial of Gloomy Forest. Xiao Chang told them about his experiences in the trial of Gloomy Forest without holding anything back. Before they left, something unexpected happened to Xiao Chen. The first elder, Xiao Chang, asked about the martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body again. Furthermore, he requested to check it out personally. This caused the doubts that Xiao Chen had long ago to resurface. Could it be that the blue dragon martial spirit really had some unspeakable secret? When Xiao Chang's consciousness entered Xiao Chen's body, Xiao Chen hid the blue dragon martial spirit in his body into the white clouds. He used his spiritual sense to imitate a purple flame, barely concealing it from Xiao Chang. Xiao Chen returned to his room filled with doubts. He laid on the bed and thought about this question. Why did the first elder care so much about his own martial spirit? Xiao Jian's blue dragon martial spirit had already disappeared for 1,000 years. It was not strange for them to be cautious. However, Xiao Chen could feel a sense of fear from the first elder's attitude. That was fear of the blue dragon martial spirit. Every time he knew that the martial spirit in his body was not the blue dragon martial spirit, the first elder's attitude would become much more relaxed. What secret was this blue dragon martial spirit hiding? Just at this moment, Bai suddenly jumped out from the spirit blood jade that Xiao Chen wore on his chest. It looked around for Ao Jiao. Its anxious look was extremely cute. When Xiao Chen saw Bai's appearance, he revealed a smile. These few days, every time this little fellow came out, it would look for Ao Jiao. When it could not find her, it would open its pitiful eyes and look at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen knew that this little fellow must have gotten addicted to the heaven and earth essence. However, now that Ao Jiao had sealed herself in the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen did not know when he would be able to see her again. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help but feel melancholy. Without that lass by his side, he felt that something was missing. Hugging Bai in his embrace, Xiao Chen started to infuse essence into its body, circulating the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformations cultivation method. This was something he had started doing after returning 3 days ago. Naturally, it was better for spirit beasts to cultivate as early as possible. Bai was an innate rank 6 spirit beast. In the future, it would definitely be a great help to Xiao Chen. Chapter 63. There were only 2 days left to the trial of Gloomy Forest. Xiao Chen still did not go out. During the day, he continued to comprehend the insights he gained from his battle with Jianghu. At night, he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiao Chen felt that he had already touched the edge of the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. However, after he returned, he tried to execute Flight on Wings again, but he did not succeed a few times. Xiao Chen pondered bitterly. One of the main reasons why he could execute Flight on Wings so smoothly that day was because he was struck by moon bright like fire. He was in a desperate situation, which stimulated his potential. Another reason was that he had consumed the essence swallowing pill, which greatly increased his strength. His cultivation realm was much higher than it was now. Regardless of the reason, Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation for the trial of Gloomy Forest. Only in a dangerous place would he be able to put himself in a desperate situation, experiencing the essence of the battle sage origins changing character formula between life and death. Only through continuous battles could he increase his strength. Closing himself off from the outside world was not a good method. 2 days later, the trial was held as scheduled. Under the lead of the first elder, Xiaochen followed the crowd and rushed to the plaza in the city center. There, he would meet up with the other people from the 3 great clans. After that, under the lead of Mo City's city lord, they would rush to the periphery of Gloomy Forest to begin the trial. This time, there were 10 people from the Shao clan participating in the trial. All of them were at least superior grade martial disciples. Shao Jian and Shao Yulan's cultivation had even reached the martial master realm. They were definitely the strongest group of people in the 3 great clans. When they rushed to the plaza, the people from the Tang clan and the Zhang clan had already arrived. The gazes from both sides were very unfriendly. Recently, the 2 clans had suffered losses at the hands of the Shao clan. With the addition of old and new grudges, they could not wait to start a fight. On the stone platform in the middle of the plaza, the city lord had not appeared yet. Shao Chen and Shao Yulan were chatting casually. They did not feel bored, but they thought that the city lord was putting on a show. "You are Shao Chen." Just as the 2 of them were chatting, someone suddenly walked over from the side. Shao Yulan faced that person and frowned slightly. She said in a soft voice, "It's the Tang clan's people." Shao Chen's spiritual sense had already seen the appearance of this person. He was not surprised in his heart. He turned around and smiled, "It is indeed me. I wonder why Brother Tang Feng is looking for me." When Tang Feng heard Shao Chen call out his name, he felt it was strange. His expression changed slightly as he smiled, "It's nothing. Recently, everyone in Mo City knows about Brother Zhao's name. I just wanted to make friends with you." Shao Yulan smiled coldly from behind, "Befriend? Your big brother, Tang Yuan, died on our 7-horn mountain. Instead of seeking revenge, you are here to befriend us?" After Tang Feng heard this, the smile on his face became even wider. He said, "This fellow has always been at odds with me. Now that he died in Brother Zhao's hands, he deserves it. I should be thanking Brother Shao instead. Why would I think of revenge?" Tang Feng was astonished. For the sake of the position of clan head, brothers would fight with each other. This had happened since ancient times, so it was not strange. However, back in Linlang Pavilion, Shao Chen already knew this person's character. How could he believe his words? When Shao Jian, who was at the side, heard Tang Feng's words, his expression changed slightly. It was unknown what he was thinking. Shao Chen walked in front of Tang Feng and whispered into his ear, "I was the one who bought the inferior grade spirit stone in Linlang Pavilion. Do you still want to befriend me?" Tang Feng's expression changed greatly. His earlier smile disappeared and he said gloomily, "You have spoiled my plans time and again. So it was you who did it. Don't be too pleased with yourself. It is best if you don't go to Gloomy Forest. If you go, don't even think of coming out." Tang Feng flung his sleeves and snorted coldly. Then, he left without looking back. However, Shao Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. Since Tang Feng said that, could it be that there is a death trap waiting for me in Gloomy Forest? "Cousin Shao Chen, what did you say to that person to make his expression so unsightly?" Shao Yulan asked curiously. Not only her, but the other Shao clan disciples were also looking at him curiously. Shao Chen smiled and said, "I told him that it is very impolite for him to come out and speak to others without even wiping his eyes clean." When everyone heard this, they all laughed. However, it left a shadow in Shao Chen's heart. He could not let it go, but he had no choice but to go to Gloomy Forest. There was no other way. "Never mind, I will deal with whatever comes my way. Thinking about it now will only increase my worries," Shao Chen consoled himself. At this moment, the crowd suddenly became noisy. Xiao Chen looked up and saw that it was indeed the city lord, Dugu Feng, who had finally arrived. This was the person who used the most power in Mo City. Xiao Chen was somewhat curious. He sent out his spiritual sense, but he discovered that he could not see through his strength. Xiao Chen could not help but feel astonished. The city lord's cultivation must be astonishing. However, he did not expect it to be to such an extent that even he could not see through it. The city lord gave everyone a few words of encouragement, but he did not say anything else. Instead, he gave some instructions to the people behind him. Instantly, a few black dots appeared on the horizon. As the black dots got closer, they could clearly see that they were huge flying spirit beasts, curtains of bats. This was a type of mutated bat-like bird. It did not have any feathers on its body, only glossy black flesh. Its body was huge, and when it spread its wings, it was at least tens of meters long. When it stopped, it created a huge whirlwind on the ground. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Everyone followed Xiao Chang to one of the curtains of bats. Their faces were filled with excitement. This group of people had never seen a flying bird before. Now that they had the opportunity to ride it, they could not help but feel excited. Even though Xiao Chen could use the gravity spell to fly slowly, he was filled with anticipation for this curtains of bats. Riding on a bird would definitely be a different experience. After the curtains of bats spread out its wings, its body and wings connected together, making it look like a huge platform. Under the instructions of the rider of this curtains of bats, everyone removed their shoes and socks and climbed on barefoot. When Xiao Chen stood barefoot on the curtains of bats, he could actually feel a slight suction force locking his feet in place. When he wanted to lift his feet, he took a few steps forward easily. It was as stable as flat ground. Xiao Chen was astonished. No wonder, even though there were so many flying spirit beasts, this curtains of bats was the most widely used. Although it was ugly, it was very stable. With a cry, the curtains of bats created a strong gust of wind, and they took off with a so sound. This curtains of bats did not rely on the flapping of its wings to fly. Instead, it relied on the control of the wind. Its speed was extremely fast. The group of people in Mo City below became smaller and smaller in the eyes of the crowd. Eventually, they turned into black dots and completely disappeared. The wind howled in their ears, but the suction force coming from the soles of their feet did not cause them to panic. The smiles on their faces had not yet faded. Gloomy Forest was very desolate, and it was quite a distance away from Mo City. Even if they rode on this curtains of bats, it would take at least 4 hours. Xiao Chen did not want to waste any time, so he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. A look of gratification flashed on Xiao Chang's face. Such diligence, neither arrogance nor rashness. Furthermore, with the help of the Thunder King's inheritance, he would definitely accomplish great things in the future. Under the influence of Xiao Chen, the excitement on the faces of the others slowly receded. They sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Bang! After flying for a long time, the curtains of bats finally came to a stop. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and put on his shoes and socks. Then, he gently jumped down. Looking at the gloomy forest in front of him, he muttered to himself, "This is gloomy forest. I wonder what kind of surprise it will bring me." Just at this moment, Xiao Chen felt a gaze filled with a strong killing intent directed at him. Looking in the direction of the killing intent, Xiao Chen saw that it was the Zhang clan head. He did not have any intention of hiding it. His eyes were filled with a strong hatred, and a strong killing intent surged towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He grinned and did not seem to care at all. "Elder Xiao, are these the people that your Xiao clan sent?" The Mo City's city lord brought 4 old men dressed in grey robes over. Xiao Chang nodded his head and pointed out the appearances of the 10 people to the city lord. When it came to Xiao Chen, under the city lord's request, Xiao Chang introduced them. Elder Shao, this is not your first time here. You should be very clear about the rules. Shao Chang nodded his head. Of the 10 people I brought, the strongest is only a medial grade martial master. The oldest is 18 years old. City Lord Dugu can check them carefully. In this trial of Gloomy Forest, the participants' cultivation could not be higher than martial master. Their age could not be over 20. Once they exceeded the requirements, they would be eliminated. Shao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect there to be such a requirement. If there were no martial Grand Masters, even if the Zhang clan and the Tang clan worked together to deal with him, he would not have any fear. After Du Gufeng and the others left, Shao Chang looked at the crowd with a serious expression and said, I do not wish to speak too much about the dangers of Gloomy Forest. You should all be clear on this. No matter what grudges you have, once you are inside, you will all have to let it go. This trip will be filled with difficulties. Shao Chen will be your team leader. His words are my words. When the crowd heard this, they revealed an astonished expression. However, they immediately felt at ease. With Shao Chen's current strength, there was nothing wrong with him being the team leader. Shao Chang waved his hand, not allowing Shao Chen to speak. You do not need to reject. I have not said your mission yet. Led this group of people to survive and hunt for 100 rank 2 demonic cores. Then, you will have completed your mission. Shao Chen felt helpless in his heart. However, the first elder had already made up his mind. There was no room for anyone to refute him. He could only accept this difficult task. Half an hour later, everyone had finished their preparations. Under Shao Chen's lead, they slowly walked towards the dark forest. They could see that the other 2 teams had also started to move at this time. So cold. The instant they stepped into the forest, everyone felt a chill. The soil on the ground was actually black, causing their scalps to go numb. When they looked up, the towering and dense foliage blocked out all the sunlight. The forest was dark. Everyone's vision was greatly obstructed. When Shao Chen looked in front, there was a black fog spreading out. He could not see clearly at all. Shao Chen extended his spiritual sense. Under the obstruction of an unknown force, his spiritual sense could only extend to a radius of 200 meters. Shao Chen was somewhat astonished. He had not expected such a situation to occur. However, this was not the time to complain. Shao Chen took out the map that the first elder had given him and looked at it. Then, he led the group forward. After 20 minutes, there was still no change in the scenery before them. Finally, someone could not help but complain, Shao Chen, why are you leading us? We have been walking for so long, yet we still do not see any demonic beasts. If this goes on, when will we be able to complete the mission of 200 demonic cores? Shao Chen felt somewhat helpless. It had not even been half an hour and there were already people who could not endure the loneliness. This mission of being the team leader was really difficult. You want to meet demonic beasts so badly? Are you not afraid of being eaten by demonic beasts? Someone teased. What a joke. I am here to kill demonic beasts, not to feed them. How could that be possible? That person said loudly. Originally, Shao Chen wanted to ignore him. However, at this moment, he felt a dangerous aura. He quickly shouted, "Danger! Everyone, be careful!" When the others heard this, they immediately became vigilant. The person who spoke first looked around but did not discover anything. He said impatiently, "Danger? Where is the danger you mentioned? Why do I not see it? Pu ci." Right above that person's head, the others saw an extremely horrifying scene. A huge red tongue descended from the sky and instantly wrapped around that person. Chapter 64. What is this thing? The others all cried out in alarm. At the top of a large tree, there was a huge lizard circling above. Its bright red tongue was pulling that Shao clan cultivator upwards. That person struggled continuously, his legs thrashing in the air. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, watching as that person slowly left above them. They could not think of any solution. Lightning evasion. Rushing thunder chop. In a moment of desperation, Xiaochen aimed at the sky and executed the lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning tore through the eternal darkness of gloomy forest as he instantly executed the rushing thunder chop. The instant the lightning solidified, Xiaochen appeared in the air like an ancient warrior. The lunar shadow saber in his hand gave off a dazzling light as he chopped at the red tongue with the force of rushing thunder. The lightning disappeared and the light faded away. The forest was once again engulfed in darkness. When the people below saw that Shao clan disciple falling from the sky, they quickly went forward to catch him. This Shao clan disciple was named Yilan. He had relied on his strength to steadily climb up the ranks of the Shao clan's core disciples. He had cultivated in Seven Horn Mountain for a long time, fighting against all sorts of sinister spirit beasts and seeing all sorts of horrifying spirit beasts. His mental fortitude was incomparably strong. However, at this moment, he seemed to be scared silly. After he was caught by someone, the horrified expression on his face did not fade away for a long time. Yilan, what did you see? Where is Xiaochen? That's right, where is cousin Xiaochen? Why is he not back yet? Xiao Yulan asked anxiously from the side. However, these people did not have any flying martial techniques, so they were unable to see what was happening. After a long time, Yilan slowly came to his senses. He said, "How terrifying. That is a rank 2 spirit beast fire lizard demonic transformation. I have killed many of them in Seven Horn Mountain. However, I have never seen such a huge fire lizard. Its entire body is emitting a surging black chi. Its huge scarlet eyes are even more horrifying than the Lizard King in Seven Horn Mountain." When everyone heard his description, they were all startled. They had not gone far and they had already met such a horrifying demonic beast. Furthermore, it was only a rank 2 demonic beast. When they thought of the rest of the journey, they were all startled. Cousin Xiaochen went to save you. Why is he not back yet? Xiao Yulan asked anxiously. A look of shame flashed on Yilan's face. He did not expect Xiaochen to save him. He said awkwardly, "I only saw a flash and then I fell." Xiao Yulan said anxiously, "I want to go and take a look." "Don't go yet. Look at that piece of tongue that fell off," Xiao Jian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said. The half of Wu Yu's tongue was over a meter long, and large amounts of purple liquid were flowing out of the wound. Everyone, the demonic beast, the purple blood. Everyone of the blood. The Chen clan. He blood, he it, he. He the clan of, he. This was not the scariest part. The bright red tongue seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted and struggled on the ground, as if it was trying to escape from something even more terrifying. Everyone had a horrified expression on their faces. No one had ever seen such a strange thing. For a moment, they were dumbstruck and extremely shocked. Suddenly, a face appeared on the tree trunk. It was a huge mouth. Black teeth could be seen in the mouth. Suddenly, a face appeared on the tree trunk. It was a huge mouth. Black teeth could be seen in the mouth. Chi. Chi. The huge mouth swallowed the tongue whole. It chewed continuously, as though it was tasting a delicacy. Squeaking sounds could be heard continuously. It's a tree spirit. A tree spirit is already a rank 3 demonic beast. We have only walked such a short distance. How did we meet it? Someone recognized the horrifying tree spirit and shouted. Let's go quickly. This tree spirit is not something we can deal with now. Once it finishes eating, it will be our turn, Xiao Jian said calmly. Right. Let's go quickly. This is a rank 3 demonic beast. It is equivalent to a martial grand master. Xiao Yulan's expression was incomparably anxious. She said, "We can't leave. Cousin Xiao Chen is still up there. If we leave, what will happen to him?" First senior sister, cousin Xiao Chen's strength is clear for all to see. He will definitely be fine. On the other hand, it is too dangerous for us to stay here. Many of them wanted to retreat. Just at this moment, the tree spirit finally finished eating the red tongue. The gray eyes on the tree trunk stared at the crowd. It revealed a strange smile, like the face of a ghost. "Not good, it has finished eating. We can't leave now." Xiao Jian quickly drew out the spirit weapon in his hand and entered a state of combat. Shwa! Countless tree branches grabbed at the crowd like ghostly hands. Instantly, many of them were grabbed by the hands and feet and pulled towards the huge mouth. Xiao Jian calmly chopped away the few tree branches flying at him. Then, he ran towards the person who was grabbed by the tree branches. Along the way, there were tree branches flying at him. However, he chopped them all off. Xiao Yulan was doing the same thing as him. The other Xiao clan disciples were all struggling bitterly on the tree branches, unable to do anything else. Dang! After saving another person, Xiao Jian grabbed a tree branch that was flying at him. A ferocious flame surged out from his hand and spread along the tree trunk with a shwa sound. The flame of a cultivator was many times hotter than a normal flame. If it came into contact with a dry tree branch, it would definitely be burned to ashes in an instant. However, at this moment, Xiao Jian's flame could only burn along the surface of the tree spirit's branches. Although he could clearly feel the pain of the tree spirit, the damage caused by the flame was not small. After being strengthened by the rainbow flame python's inner core, Xiao Jian was somewhat dissatisfied. The strength of the flame did not meet his expectations. "Cousin Yulan, we have to think of a way to break out of here. This tree spirit will not normally move." Xiao Jian chopped off a few more tree branches and frowned as he looked at the surrounding tree branches. Xiao Yulan looked at the sky helplessly. Her pretty face was filled with worry. Finally, she said, "Let's work together to open a path. Let's send this group of people out first. Then, I will come back." Xiao Jian did not say anything else. The two of them used their own abilities, displaying their strong martial techniques without holding anything back. The tree branches in front of them were all shattered. When the people behind saw the situation, they quickly followed behind them. In an instant, tree branches flew everywhere and leaves fell. The group of people advanced forward with great difficulty. Although every step forward was incomparably difficult, they were still advancing step by step. Soon, they were about to break through the range of the tree branches. Just as everyone was about to relax, countless tree branches suddenly sprouted from the ground. Like withered hands, they grabbed onto everyone's ankles and lifted them into the air. This tree spirit was too crafty. It had been using the tree branches on its body as a method of attack to numb everyone. Just as they were about to make a move, it suddenly used its trump card, causing everyone to fall for it. What should I do? Am I going to be eaten by this tree spirit? Whoa! I don't want to. A girl in the group suddenly cried. When the others heard this, they were all horrified. When they thought of the horrifying scene of the tree spirit swallowing the red tongue, their hearts could not help but tremble. Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan continuously broke the tree branches under their feet. However, every time they were about to land on the ground, a few new tree branches would grow and grab onto them. In the end, the tree spirit seemed to know how powerful the two of them were. A few more tree branches flew out and grabbed onto their hands and feet. For a moment, they were suspended in the air, unable to move. TSK. TSK. Tisk. When the tree spirit saw that everyone was under its control, it let out a strange laugh. When the crowd heard it, it was filled with boundless despair and fear. Meteor burst. Suddenly, a shout came from the sky above everyone's heads. A human figure descended from the sky. There seemed to be a faint image of a dragon on his body. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound and mud flew everywhere. Underground, a large tree branch was chopped off by Xiao Chen. A pool of purple blood spurted out. Xiao Chen gently turned his body to avoid the blood. The tree spirit cried out in pain. The tree trunk writhed on the ground. As it writhed, the ground trembled. The Shao clan cultivators who had just landed found it difficult to even stand on the trembling ground. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to leave the ground. With a few shwa-shwa sounds, he chopped off a few of the larger branches of the tree spirit. A few streams of purple blood spurted out. The tree spirit was clearly in even more pain, and the trembling of the shop became even more intense. Bang! Xiao Chen circulated his strength to his feet and stomped down fiercely. The trembling ground under his feet suddenly calmed down. The might of this stomp completely suppressed the tree spirit, and the ground finally stopped trembling. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! 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 The flames hovering between his fingers spun rapidly. Then, 3 purple flames shot into the trunk of the tree spirit, leaving a trail of flames behind them. The tree spirit's cries of pain reverberated in the forest, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Xiao Chen turned around and said to the crowd, "Leave quickly, I will bring up the rear. We must rush to the Shao clan campsite marked on the map by tonight. There is something strange about this gloomy forest." When the crowd heard this, they quickly retreated. When Xiao Jian saw the purple thunder true fire that Xiao Chen shot out, he had an extremely depressed expression on his face. However, he still followed the crowd and retreated. "Cousin Xiao Chen, be careful." Xiao Yulan saw that Xiao Chen was fine and felt relieved. The tree spirit finally stopped wailing. The brown eyes on the ghastly face stared at Xiao Chen viciously. The tree branch that Xiao Chen chopped off started to regrow quickly. 2. A withered yellow tree branch shot out from the mouth of the ghastly face. The end of the tree branch turned into 5 slender fingers, grabbing at Xiao Chen like a ghostly hand. Dang! Dang! Xiao Chen brandished his saber to block. When the lunar shadow saber came into contact with the tree branch, it actually gave off a metallic clanging sound. The tree branch was actually not chopped off by the lunar shadow saber. Flight on wings, one-line chop. The simple saber hacked heavily on the withered yellow tree branch. The ghostly hand was chopped off by Xiao Chen, but after a while, another ghostly hand extended out. Xiao Chen was astonished. He did not want to be entangled with this. The tree spirit was extremely strange, it was hard to say what other moves it had. He retreated a few steps and executed the lightning evasion to escape. An electric light flashed and Xiao Chen's figure appeared 500 meters away. He relaxed in his heart and was about to determine the direction to look for Xiao Yulan and the others. A shockwave came from behind. Xiao Chen's heart trembled and he quickly dodged to the left. Chi! A tree branch pierced through his arm. Xiao Chen cried out in pain and broke out in a cold sweat. If he had not dodged in time, this tree branch would have pierced through his heart. No one had expected the attack speed of the tree spirit to be able to catch up to lightning. Chapter 65. Looking at the bloody hole in his left hand, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. It seemed like his left hand was temporarily crippled. Taking out a blood-replenishing pill, Xiao Chen crushed it and turned it into a medicinal liquid. Then, he smeared it on his wound. Immediately, he felt a cooling sensation, and the pain from his wound lessened significantly. After tearing a piece of cloth from his clothes and tying it up, Xiao Chen walked forward in search of the tree branch that had shot at him. After walking 10 meters, he saw that after the tree branch pierced through his arm, it pierced through a few trees before finally nailing itself to a large tree. Xiao Chen used his strength to pull it out and observed it carefully. He discovered that this withered tree branch was only as thick as a thumb and was not more than a meter long. However, it gave off a faint glow. Feeling astonished, Xiaochen enveloped the tree branch with his spiritual sense. Finally, he noticed something different. This tree branch contained even more spirituality than Mo Fan's weapons. Thinking about a spell in the Compendium of Cultivation, it required such a natural item with spirituality. Xiaochen happily placed it in his universe ring. After he determined the direction in which Xiao Yulan and the others left, he executed the lightning evasion twice in a row before he finally caught sight of them. "Cousin Xiaochen, what's wrong with your left hand?" Before he got close, he saw Xiao Yulan running over from the crowd and asking with concern. Xiaochen smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just a small injury. It will be fine in a day. Let's go, I'll bring you to the Xiao clan campsite." This time, no one dared to refute Xiaochen's words. Along the way, no one revealed any dissatisfaction. After the earlier incident, Xiaochen had completely won over the prestige of this group of people. For the rest of the journey, Xiaochen kept his spiritual sense extended. When he met any demonic beasts, he would avoid them. There were no battles along the way. After 2 hours, the group finally arrived at the Xiao clan campsite. This campsite was a simple one that the Xiao clan's seniors had set up for experiential training. There were only 3 simple wooden huts in the camp. Although they were simple, they had all kinds of daily necessities. It couldn't be any better as a place for everyone to live and rest for the next few days. His divine sense didn't detect any danger in the camp, so Xiaochen said, "Everyone, clean up the camp first. I haven't been here for so long, the dust must have accumulated." The crowd dispersed. These cultivators were the elites of the younger generation of the Xiao clan. At this moment, they were not careless in their actions. Xiaochen was much more satisfied. "Ah! There's a dead person here." A scream interrupted Xiaochen's thoughts. Xiaochen quickly ran over. The deceased was an old man wearing the uniform of the Tang clan. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Why did a cultivator of the Tang clan come here? The condition of the old man's death was very horrifying. His chest was split open and his heart and lungs were gone. It seemed like he was eaten by a demon beast. No wonder the people who saw the corpse were so panicked. Xiao Jian, who was inspecting the corpse, said, "This person is a martial grand master. Furthermore, he has not been dead for long." Everyone was astonished. Why did a martial grand master of the Tang clan come to the Xiao clan's camp? Furthermore, he was killed. A martial grand master was actually killed in the periphery of the camp. This was too unbelievable. "Quick, look! There's a corpse here as well." There was another cry of alarm. This corpse was discovered in a wooden hut. Xiaochen moved like lightning and rushed over. The condition of the corpse was exactly the same as the previous one. When Xiaochen saw his uniform, he was astonished. This was someone from the Zhang clan. Furthermore, he was a martial grand master. All the clues in Xiaochen's mind were linked together. A scene appeared in Xiaochen's mind. Before the trial of Gloomy Forest started, 2 martial grand masters sneaked into the Xiao clan's camp. With the cultivation of a martial grand master, they could easily kill everyone here. However, for some unknown reason, these 2 martial grand masters were killed by demonic beasts. Thinking of this, Xiaochen trembled in fear. In order to kill him, the Tang clan and the Zhang clan even dared to go against the rules set by the city lord. What else would they not dare to do? However, I want to see how many martial grand masters you send to die, Xiaochen thought to himself. Everyone worked together to find a place to bury the 2 corpses. The main reason was that they were afraid the corpses would attract even more powerful demonic beasts. When they saw the 2 martial grand masters who died a miserable death, a shadow was cast in everyone's heart. Following that, under Xiaochen's instructions, everyone started to set up some alarm traps around the camp. Everyone had the experience of training in Seven Horn Mountain, so they were very familiar with setting up such traps. It was not difficult at all. Yilan, come with me to check out the surroundings. We will officially start hunting demonic beasts tomorrow, Xiao Chen said to Yilan, who was leaning against a tree, after resting for a while. Yilan did not feel like moving. He muttered, "Why me?" Xiao Chen smiled, "Let's go. Along the way, didn't you keep saying that you wanted to kill demonic beasts? Now that I'm giving you a chance to perform, are you still not satisfied?" When everyone heard this, they all laughed. They felt that this brat was asking for trouble. He could only blame himself for being too full of himself on the way. "Xiao Chen, let me accompany you. Your left hand is injured. If you meet any demonic beasts along the way, they might not be easy to deal with," Xiao Yulan said as she came out of the wooden hut. Xiao Chen shook his head, "There's no need. This camp is a little strange. You are the strongest here, so you should stay here and look after me. My hand is fine. Furthermore, we are just going to check it out. There should not be any danger." Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Xiao Yulan did not insist. She only reminded him to be careful. Although Yilan was unwilling, he still followed behind Xiao Chen, heading to the south of the camp. In the dark forest, the shadows of the trees danced and the cold wind blew. Unseen dangers were always hidden in the darkness. As Yilan followed behind Xiao Chen, he kept feeling that there were pairs of eyes staring at him from the darkness, causing him to tremble in fear. Yilan looked at Xiao Chen's face. He was expressionless, making it impossible for others to guess what he was thinking. In the dark night, Yilan appeared exceptionally calm. Pu Si. A red phantom appeared in the darkness, heading for the two of them. A tyrannical aura spread through the forest, scaring Yilan into a daze. "It's the fire lizard. This is its tongue." Yilan, who had already developed a shadow of this demonic beast, started to tremble as he spoke. Under Yilan's astonished gaze, Xiao Chen grabbed the red tongue with his right hand. An electric light flashed in the dark night, following the red tongue and entering the fire lizard's body. The long tongue was covered in flickering electric light. In the dark night, it looked like a ribbon of electricity made of thunderbolts. It was very breathtaking. "Ah!" There was a cry of pain. The fire lizard withdrew its long tongue and let out a cry of pain. It was extremely horrifying in the quiet forest. "What are you standing there for? After it!" Xiao Chen rushed forward. Before he left, he looked at Yilan and urged him. "N." Yilan nodded his head fiercely and chased after Xiao Chen. The fire lizard's 20-meter-long body was covered in red particles. A black chi spread out from the fire lizard's body. Its 10-meter-long tail continuously slapped the ground. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Xiao Chen and Yilan, who were rushing over. The scene before him triggered the shadow in Yilan's heart again. His legs trembled as he said, "Xiao Chen, can you deal with it? My legs seem to have gone soft." Xiao Chen smiled coldly, "Is this all you've got? Then why did you come here to kill demonic beasts? Where did all the courage you used to fight to become a core disciple of the Shao clan go? I have already infused electricity into its body. It will not be able to move for a while. If you are a man, then go and stab it with your sword." Because of what happened earlier, Yilan had already cast a huge shadow over demonic beasts. Hence, Xiao Chen brought him out this time to get rid of this shadow. Otherwise, if Yilan continued to be like this in the official trials, not only would he die, he would also be a burden to the other members. At this moment, Xiao Chen only needed to stab him to get rid of this shadow. But what? You don't even have the guts to do that? If not, I will send you out of Gloomy Forest tomorrow. You can continue being an outer disciple, never to raise your head again. Is it really not able to move? Yilan, are you still a man? Even women are not as wishy-washy as you, hesitating at the moment of life and death. Do you really want to die that much? Xiao Chen's merciless words were like sharp knives carving into Yilan's heart, slowly igniting the anger in his heart. Damn it, isn't it just a fire lizard? I have killed countless of them on Seven-Horn Mountain. Yilan shouted and cursed. He flew forward and stabbed his sword into the fire lizard's body. The force behind this stab was very strong. Furthermore, he was a superior grade martial disciple. When the sword stabbed in, purple blood spurted out and splattered on his face. The fire lizard cried out in pain again and struggled free of the purple light in its body. It released a baleful aura and swung its huge tail at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was startled and wanted to make a move to help. However, he saw a killing intent flash in Yilan's eyes, which were also filled with a baleful aura. Yilan turned around and ruthlessly chopped at the black python's tail. Dang! The huge force sent Yilan flying into the air. However, he did not panic. He somersaulted in the air and landed firmly on the ground. He held his sword and stood upright, looking at the fire lizard with a mocking expression. The long robes on Yilan's body fluttered. At this moment, even the eternal darkness of gloomy deep forest could not cover the boundless fighting spirit coming from Yilan. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and revealed a satisfied expression. This Yilan was not weak after all. As long as he overcame the shadow in his heart, it would not be a problem for him to deal with the fire lizard. However, it was hard to say whether he could kill it or not. However, Xiao Chen was not too worried. As long as they familiarized themselves with it and experienced life and death situations, everyone would improve. This was the true meaning of the trial. To experience the true essence of the martial way, this was the fate of all the cultivators in the Tianwu continent. It was also their goal. Man can conquer the heavens. My fate is my own and not the heavens. Towards the great Tao, even if the road ahead is filled with thorns, I have no fear. With a sword at my side, I will carry the will of a cultivator and never stop. Such a life would not be ordinary and useless. Life would not be mediocre because of loneliness. Just like those people who chased after their ideals in his previous life. Although their paths were different, the great Tao was the same. If you had a firm belief in your heart, you would definitely have a bright and dazzling future. Chapter 66. Martial Technique, Broken Moon. The fire lizard's tail swept towards Yilan again. Yilan soared into the air and executed the yellow-ranked martial technique, Broken Moon. With a schwa sound, the fire lizard's tail was chopped off. Pu ci. The fire lizard roared in pain. Its long, red tongue was like a phantom as it flew towards Yilan. Yilan could not dodge in time and was caught by the tongue once again. However, this time, he did not panic. Just as the tongue was about to drag him into the fire lizard's mouth, Yilan chopped off the fire lizard's tongue with his sword. After he landed on the ground, he quickly rolled far away. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! At this moment, Xiao Chen also made his move. A purple flame revolved around his fingertip. It gave off a piercing sound as it shot towards the fire lizard. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the fire lizard's mouth. Although the fire lizard was badly mangled, it did not die from the explosion. The black chi on its body wriggled continuously and the wound on its head quickly healed. However, the purple flame that Xiao Chen had left in its body did not give it the chance to heal completely. With a thought, the essence in his body was greatly depleted. A huge purple flame soared up from the fire lizard's body. The flame and the black chi intertwined. The fire lizard rolled on the ground in pain. Suddenly, the black chi surged and forced out all of Xiao Chen's purple flame. The wound on its body healed once again. However, Xiao Chen was not surprised. He had already killed a fire lizard before and had a certain understanding of it. That black chi was the demonic chi from the demonic world. It was very strange and evil. At this moment, although the fire lizard had already forced out all of its purple flames, the flesh on its body was not as tough as before. It could be easily pierced through. Flight on wings, one-line chop. A simple saber strike landed ruthlessly on the back of the fire lizard. Under the huge force, the fire lizard was chopped in half. A large amount of black chi and purple blood flowed out. However, the flesh and blood on the torso that had been chopped off actually began to reconnect. It was as if there were thin threads that made zzz sounds. This demonic beast's life force was too strong. The two of them did not hesitate and continued to attack. From the start, the internal organs of this demonic beast were injured by Xiao Chen's lightning. Then, Yilan cut off its tail and tongue. Finally, it was burned by the purple thunder true fire. At this point, it was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Under the relentless attacks of the two of them, the Yao beast was finally killed after 10 minutes. It could not be any more dead. The ground was littered with the remains of the fire lizards. The pieces of flesh gave off a black demonic chi, looking very strange. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with these. After he dug out the demonic core from the demonic beast's head, he burned it until there was nothing left. Xiao Chen, thank you. Yilan looked at Xiao Chen and said sincerely. He was not stupid, he had already guessed the reason why Xiao Chen brought him out. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. Since we are together, we are comrades. Furthermore, I promised the first elder that I would bring you back alive. I will credit you for this Yao core. Let's go, we will continue to check. We still have to walk another 500 meters in this direction." Yilan was very happy in his heart. For a disciple with a different surname like him, as long as he made enough contributions in the Shao clan, he would be bestowed the surname of the Shao clan. At that time, he would become a true core disciple of the Shao clan. The results of this trial of refinement were undoubtedly an important opportunity for them to gain merit. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was now their invigilator, in charge of their results for this trial of refinement. After the two of them walked another 500 meters, they discovered that in this direction, aside from the fire lizard, there was also a demonic beast that looked like a leopard and a scarlet-tailed snake. Of the two types of demonic beasts, the two of them killed one each. Then, they noted down their weaknesses and some things that they needed to pay attention to. After that, the two of them checked out the other 3 directions. They had to either test out or kill each type of demonic beast. Of which, the two of them marked the north and east as dangerous areas that they could not enter. This was because there were rank 3 demonic beasts hidden there. There were even rank 4 demonic beasts. They were far from being able to deal with them. If they went, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. After doing all this, the two of them returned to the campsite. According to the time outside, it was already evening. At this moment, the temperature in gloomy forest had become even colder. "You are back." A Shao clan cultivator, who was standing guard at the side, said excitedly when he saw that the two of them had returned safely. A bonfire was lit in the middle of the campsite, and the remaining people gathered around it to keep warm. Although cultivators could use essence to ward off the cold, the amount of essence that they would expend in the long run would definitely cause them to feel heartache. Before Xiao Chen got close, he could already hear the sounds of an argument coming from the bonfire. He could not help but quicken his pace. "Cousin Xiao Chen, you are finally back. Are you all right?" Xiao Yulan stood up and asked with concern. "What's the situation outside? Tell us about it." "That's right. Are there many demonic beasts?" Everyone started talking at the same time. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, "Don't panic. Later, Yilan will explain it to you in detail." "I heard you guys arguing earlier, what were you talking about?" A female cultivator said, "They said that they want everyone to sleep in the same wooden hut tonight. We do not agree." Xiao Chen looked in the direction she pointed and understood which group she was referring to. There were a total of 10 people in this trial. Including him, there were 6 men and 4 women. Naturally, the ones who agreed were the men, or rather, the boys. The ones who objected were the girls. Xiao Yulan explained, of the 3 wooden huts, one is a storeroom. The other 2 are the bedrooms and the other is a place for cooking. Second young master, there is only 1 wooden hut. If we don't sleep together, how are we supposed to sleep together? Furthermore, the beds are separated. What is there to be afraid of? The most important thing is that we are all very pure, a male cultivator said with a smile. That's right, we are all pure. This group of women is too dirty. What do they think we are? I am already 18 years old, but I am still a virgin. I have not even done XX before. That's right, you are all virgins. That is why it is even more dangerous. You have been thirsty for more than 10 years. Who knows if you will be able to endure it, a rather valiant girl said. Xiao Chen recognized her. She was called Xiao Ling, the precious daughter of the second elder. She was one of the top beauties in the Xiao clan. However, she was usually weird and always caused trouble. We have already endured it for 18 years. How can we endure it for a few more days? Xiao Ling, you are looking down on us too much. You are slandering our purity. Stop. Xiao Chen felt that the topic was getting more and more out of hand. He quickly called for a stop and turned to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian, what do you think? Ever since Xiao Jian returned after losing to Jianghu, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He no longer had his usual high profile and rarely spoke. Hearing Xiao Chen ask him, Xiao Jian was stunned for a while before saying, I feel that it is better for us to stay together. First young master is indeed wise, someone immediately said from behind. Xiao Jian smiled faintly and said, there is only 1 wooden hut with a bed and space. If you want to stay separately, we will have to empty out the storehouse. That way, we will have no place to store the demonic cores and demonic beast corpses we found. The most important thing is, did you forget the 2 martial Grand Master corpses we encountered when we first arrived? This place is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. It is best to stay together and take care of each other, Xiao Jian said with a serious expression. Xiao Jian's words made sense. This place was indeed a little strange. He turned his gaze to Xiao Yulan and said, Cousin Yulan, what do you think? The fiery red bonfire shone on Xiao Yulan's jade-like face, making it look extremely hot. Xiao Chen took a few glances and felt as though he was about to sink into it. He quickly withdrew his thoughts. Feeling Xiao Chen's gaze, Xiao Yulan smiled tactfully, making her look even more beautiful. The few Xiao clan disciples were all stunned when they saw this. I also agree with Xiao Jian's opinion. However, we need to use a curtain to separate the bedrooms. After all, it is not good for a girl to be in the same room as a boy. After this compromise was agreed upon, Xiao Chen got Yilan to explain the surrounding situation to everyone. He explained the distribution and weaknesses of the various demonic beasts in detail. Finally, Xiao Chen said, tomorrow, I have decided to split into 2 groups. One group will go to the south and the other group will go to the west. I will be in charge of the south. I will leave the west to Xiao Jian. Yilan will go with you as well. No one had any objections to this arrangement. After chatting for a while, Xiao Chen made arrangements for the night watch, and everyone went their separate ways. After the crowd dispersed, only Xiao Yulan and Xiao Chen remained by the bonfire. At this moment, gloomy forest was incomparably cold. Occasionally, strange roars could be heard coming from the distance. After the crowd dispersed, the bustling scene disappeared. The cold wind blew gently, and the terrifying roars of demonic beasts could be heard. All of this would cause a normal person to be terrified. Xiao Chen looked at the sky. The lush leaves covered the sky completely. He could only see the faint starlight through the small gaps in the leaves. Such a scene caused Xiao Chen to recall the camping activities of his university in his previous life. The scene seemed to be similar. There were both males and females, a group of youths full of vigor. However, it was impossible for demonic beasts to exist there. If one was not careful, their lives would be in danger and they would end up being eaten by demonic beasts. Everyone knew the dangers of experiential training. However, since ancient times, cultivators had all thrown themselves into it without hesitation, searching for the end of this path. However, are there really martial gods in this world? Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through the boundless dark night, looking at the sky as he thought to himself in a daze. "Cousin Xiao Chen, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Yulan, who was at the side, asked softly. The flickering light of the fire made Xiao Yulan's beautiful face look extremely alluring. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. The people of the world are tireless, tempering themselves between life and death, searching for the great way of martial arts. However, at the end of this path, is there really a martial god? When Xiao Yulan heard this, she shook her head and sighed. That's right. Everyone knows that the end of martial arts is the martial god. However, our great Qin nation has hundreds of thousands of kilometers of territory and thousands of capable people. On the surface, there are only 10 martial monarchs. The most recent martial sage was something that happened 500 years ago. In my opinion, aside from the 3 Orthodox Holy Lands, the most likely place to have a martial god is the Great Jin Dynasty, Xiao Yulan added. In the Sky Martial Continent, other than the countless small kingdoms and chaotic lands, the Qin Kingdom, Chu Kingdom, Tang Kingdom, Xia Kingdom, and Jin Kingdom were the 5 strongest empires. Among them, the Great Jin Kingdom had the largest spiritual vein in the world, and its power was comparable to the other 2 empires combined. What Xiao Yulan said was not wrong. That place was the place with the most spiritual energy. The number of experts there was also the highest in the continent. Just at this moment, a mournful scream came from the east of the camp. This scream was extremely miserable, as though it was suffering from the most horrifying punishment in the world. Xiao Chen pressed down on Xiao Yulan, who was about to get up, and said, "Don't go, I'll go take a look first. If there is any danger, immediately send out the signal that the first elder left behind." Xiao Yulan wanted to say something, but Xiao Chen said with a serious expression, "You know about the situation in Seven Horn Mountain. No matter how dangerous the situation is, I have no problems protecting myself." Chapter 67. Xiao Chen headed to the east of the camp. The further he went, the more intense the mournful cries became. When he was about 400 meters away from the source of the sound, Xiao Chen stopped. He condensed his spiritual sense into a thread and slowly extended it forward. When it was 200 meters away, Xiao Chen felt like his spiritual sense was blocked by something. Pu Ci. Xiao Chen concentrated and turned his spiritual sense into a sharp sword, slowly breaking through the barrier. After a long time, his spiritual sense finally arrived at the source of the sound with much difficulty. In the forest in front, a martial Grand Master wearing the uniform of the Tang clan was lying on the ground. There was a huge black bird in front of him, pecking at his internal organs. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and looked up. There was a black figure floating in the air. He was darker than the night, as deep as a black hole. Although it was very strange, Xiao Chen could feel a sense of weakness from his body. This person should have been severely injured. "After hiding for 3 days, I have finally found you." Xiao Chen heard that person laughing. The laughter sounded like it came from hell in the dark night. It was very gloomy. Suddenly, a strand of black qi entered Xiao Chen's body from the body of the cultivator on the ground. An expression of extreme enjoyment appeared on his face. It was as though the strange bird pecking at his internal organs was a delicacy to him. Xiao Chen could even feel that the injuries on his body improved significantly as he breathed in the black qi. To think that he could actually rely on sucking the internal organs of others to recover from his injuries. This was simply unbelievable. When the black qi dissipated, the Tang clan cultivator on the ground was completely silent. That huge black bird flew to the feet of the black-clothed person in an instant. Xiao Chen was greatly astonished. He was sure that this huge bird was a demonic beast. This black-clothed person was actually able to control a demonic beast. This was simply unheard of. I thought it was a dead end, but I didn't expect to encounter such nourishment. This king is really surprised. The black-clothed man stood on the giant bird and laughed. Suddenly, his expression became serious. His eyes emitted a profound light as he stood against Xiao Chen's strand of divine sense. It was as if he could see through Xiao Chen's invisible divine sense. Xiao Chen quickly spread out his spiritual sense and turned it into a small sword. He circled around a large tree and secretly observed that person. After that person saw it clearly, he seemed to recall something terrifying, and his face revealed an expression of extreme fear. Riding on the giant black bird, he left in a sorry state as if he was fleeing. Its speed was as fast as black lightning, and it left countless black afterimages in the forest. In an instant, it left the observation range of Xiao Chen's divine sense. Xiao Chen did not dare to advance rashly. Only after that person had left for a long time did Xiao Chen slowly arrive in front of the Tang clan cultivator. His state of death was exactly the same as the two people he found in the campsite earlier. It seemed like he had died under the pecking of the giant black bird. This person was able to easily kill 3 martial grand masters despite being heavily injured. What kind of horrifying realm was this? Xiao Chen felt terrified just thinking about it. No matter what, this strange black-clothed man had indirectly helped Xiao Chen to get rid of a problem. Otherwise, if 3 martial grand masters appeared to kill them at the same time, they would not have been able to defend against them. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen ignored the corpses on the ground and quickly returned to the campsite. Facing Xiao Yulan's interrogation, Xiao Chen temporarily hid this matter. He felt that this matter was too strange. There was actually someone who could control demonic beasts. Before Xiao Chen figured out what was going on, he decided not to tell anyone about it. In the middle of the night, the two of them called for someone to change shifts. After resting for 4 hours, the sky was already bright. Of course, it was the color of the sky outside. Within gloomy forest, it was still dark. Visibility was not much better than at night, but it was not as cold. Xiao Chen moved his left hand around. Under the effects of the blood-replenishing pill, he felt that there were no major problems. His essence could flow smoothly, but he was temporarily unable to perform any high-intensity movements. The other people in the wooden hut were still asleep. There was no sunlight shining in to wake them up, so they were all sleeping soundly. Xiao Chen woke everyone up. After washing up, they started to prepare to split up. When they were splitting up, Xiao Ling expressed that she wanted to be in Xiao Chen's group. There were even a few others who expressed the same opinion. This gave Xiao Chen a headache. In the end, he decided to split Xiao Yulan and Xiao Jian into the same group. This way, the average strength of both groups would be about the same. In the end, Xiao Ling still ended up in Xiao Chen's group. Xiao Chen led the other 4 and headed south of the camp. He decided to start with the fire salamanders. This was because he had killed quite a few of them before, so he already had some experience. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense and quickly found a fire salamander on a big tree. "Stop for a while," Xiao Chen called out to everyone to stop. "Elder brother Xiao Chen, why are we stopping? Is there a demonic beast? Where is it?" Xiao Ling asked in a strange manner. Her eyes looked around, searching everywhere. Xiao Chen smiled, "Stop looking, it's above your head." When Xiao Ling heard this, she was startled and took a few steps back. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the intertwining tree branches above his head. The complicated tree branches made the sky look very mysterious, making it impossible to see through them. This was gloomy forest. Aside from the dangers coming from all directions, one had to pay attention to the top of one's head at all times. The smile on Xiao Chen's face disappeared as he said, "All of you, step back a little." After he spoke, he disappeared from his original spot. There was an electric light in the darkness. They could vaguely see Xiao Chen holding the lunar shadow saber as he leaped around the trees. When the electric light disappeared, the forest returned to darkness once again. The four people below could not even see a hazy silhouette, all they could see were the dancing tree branches drifting in the air. Boom! There was a loud sound coming from the sky. A huge creature descended from the sky, causing the ground to tremble. The four people on the ground quickly retreated. Xiao Chen stood on a tree branch and did not descend immediately. He smiled at everyone and said, "It's time to see your performance. Don't be careless, you might die." Before the four people below could reply, the fire salamander had already stabilized itself. When it saw the four of them, it immediately shifted its aggro and swept its tail at them. The four of them quickly scattered, and a red phantom headed for Xiao. It was like a red ribbon in the air, its speed was extremely fast. What surprised Xiao Chen was that Xiao, who usually looked weird, actually reacted very quickly. She pushed her feet off the ground and nimbly dodged the attack. In the instant she turned around, Xiao even made a cut on her red tongue. However, this fire salamander was clearly stronger than the ones Xiao Chen had met before. Its tongue was very tough, Xiao spirit weapon was unable to break it. The four of them fled in all directions as they were chased by the fire salamander. They cursed Xiao Chen in their hearts, he was too despicable. Many of them regretted being on the same team as Xiao Chen. None of them thought that Xiao Chen would ignore them after luring the fire salamander down. This caused those who wanted to ride on his coattails to feel regret. Time slowly went by. Something that made the four of them vomit blood happened. Xiao Chen took out a bottle of wine from his universe ring and started drinking from it. "Xiao Chen, you are too despicable. You saw us being chased around so miserably, yet you did not make a move to help." Finally, someone below could not help but curse. "That's right. Elder brother Xiao Chen, you are too ruthless. Originally, liked you a little. Now, I hate you," Xiao said fiercely as she pouted. Xiao Chen did not reply. He revealed a faint smile on his face. After the initial panic, the four of them slowly regained their rhythm. The fire salamander was left with wounds of varying severity. The four of them had also been struck by the fire salamander's tail a few times. Two of them even had blood trickling out from the corner of their mouths. However, Xiao Chen still did not make a move. This was their experiential training. If they relied on him, it would be meaningless. The pinnacle of martial arts was comprehended between life and death. One could not rely on others. Bang! Once again, Xiao could not dodge in time. She was struck by the fire salamander's huge tail. She vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen could not bear to see her like this. However, something unexpected happened to Xiao Chen. This little girl actually did not make a sound. Her pretty face was filled with determination. She did not have her usual mischievous look. Martial technique, clear wind breaking clouds chop. Xiao actually executed a martial technique in the air. This was unbelievable. The sword in her hand was like a clear wind breaking clouds. With a flash of white light, she chopped the fire salamander's tail in half. Xiao landed firmly on the ground and wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth. She made a funny face at Xiao Chen, who was on the tree. This caused Xiao Chen to not know whether to laugh or cry. Shua! Another person erupted. He actually chopped off the fire salamander's biggest weapon, the scarlet tongue. In an instant, the fire salamander's two main attacks were rendered useless. Everyone's morale immediately soared. Kill! 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 Everyone was in high spirits. They started to execute all their martial techniques. They expended their essence without a care for their lives. In an instant, this horrifying demonic beast was forced to retreat step by step, losing all its momentum. "Seeing how badly you chased me earlier, I will definitely kill you today," one of the Shao clan cultivators, who had been struck twice by the fire salamander's tail, said ruthlessly. Just as the fire salamander was about to die, an ice arrow flashing with a cold light suddenly flew over from the distance. It struck the fire salamander with a schwa sound. A cold chi spread out from the fire salamander's body. The black chi on its body was completely expelled. In an instant, the fire salamander's entire body turned into an ice sculpture. The cold chi was overwhelming. Everyone was startled, they did not understand what had happened. Bang! Shao Chen leaped down from the tree and shot out a strand of purple flame. It clashed with the second ice arrow coming from the distance, resulting in an intense explosion. The ice dissipated into nothingness. However, the purple thunder true fire's momentum did not decrease, it continued to rush forward. Boom! After a while, there was another explosion in front. The footsteps of a group of people slowly walked towards them. Chapter 68. The Tang clan's people. That is Tang Feng. When that group of people got closer, Shao Chen and the others quickly recognized them. There were also 5 people from the Tang clan. Tang Feng held a longbow that looked like ice crystals in his hand. When he was about 100 meters away from the group, he stopped. When he saw Shao Chen, he was clearly stunned. After a long time, he smiled and said, "So, Brother Shao is here. What a coincidence. I'm sorry, but we want the demonic core of this fire lizard." Hearing what he said, the few Shao clan disciples behind Shao Chen could not take it anymore. They had worked so hard for half a day, and this fellow wanted to snatch it from them. Was this acceptable? Shao Linger frowned slightly and said mockingly, "If you have the guts, then put away your bow and arrows and come over to take a look." The remaining people also started to jeer. It was clear that they could tell that the ice crystal bow in Tang Feng's hand was not an ordinary item. Seeing how far away he was, it was clear that he was extremely cautious and meticulous. Tang Feng played with the ice crystal bow in his hand and revealed a faint smile on his face. He said, "Brother Shao, your Shao clan's people were beaten up by this fire lizard without being able to retaliate. I killed it with 1 arrow. It is not an exaggeration to say that I saved your lives. Giving me a small demonic core is not an overboard request." Very overboard. Shao Chen could not be bothered to argue with him. He said indifferently, "If they did not severely injure this fire lizard, do you think you could kill it with 1 arrow? I do not wish to pursue the matter of you interrupting our experiential learning. Now, don't try to argue in front of me. Leave immediately." Tang Feng's expression changed. He originally thought that Shao Chen's group had already been dealt with by the elders of the Zhang clan and the Tang clan. He had only come here to meet with the elders of his clan. He did not expect Shao Chen to be alive and well. Furthermore, he was doing fine. Tang Feng thought quickly and said coldly, "Shao Chen, are you underestimating my strength? Do you dare to take 3 arrows from me? If you can, I'll leave immediately." "Receive? Why would I not dare? I can even receive 10 of your arrows. Would elder brother Shao Chen be afraid of you?" Shao Linger's melodious voice answered Tang Feng before Shao Chen could. "Big brother Shao Chen, you have to do your best. Don't let this fellow be too arrogant," Shao Linger said to Shao Chen in a cheeky manner. Shao Chen rolled his eyes at her. It was obvious that this girl wanted to take revenge on him. She had just been beaten badly by the fire lizard, and now that she had found an opportunity to take revenge, she immediately seized it. Against a long-range attacker like Tang Feng, it was necessary to close the distance quickly and end the battle quickly, not giving him the chance to pull away. What he was doing now was undoubtedly the stupidest way to wait for others to shoot at him. "Shao Chen, I won't shoot much, just 3 arrows. As long as you can receive 3 arrows from me, I'll leave immediately. Do you dare to agree?" Seeing that Shao Chen did not say anything, Tang Feng used the lowest form of provocation. The moment Tang Feng appeared, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense did not leave the ice crystal bow in Tang Feng's hands. A cold qi flowed on the ice bow, and the surrounding ice-attributed spiritual energy gathered into it. This was obviously an ice-attributed spirit weapon. Furthermore, Tang Feng's martial spirit should also be an ice-attributed martial spirit. This allowed the ice bow to continuously absorb the surrounding ice-attributed spiritual energy. However, Xiao Chen was not afraid. This was because Tang Feng was only a peak superior grade martial disciple. Although he already had 1 foot in the martial master realm, he had yet to enter that realm. His own strength was limited, and he was unable to completely bring out the huge energy contained in the ice bow. Xiao Chen smiled indifferently. Why wouldn't I dare to receive 3 arrows from you? I will receive them. Do you dare to receive 1 saber strike from me? Why would I not dare? I just don't know if you have the life to receive 3 arrows from me. Tang Feng laughed coldly. From his words, it was clear that he was very confident in the ice crystal bow in his hands. Tang Feng held the ice crystal bow in his hands, and his aura suddenly changed. He pulled the bowstring, and it was like a full moon. The surrounding cold qi poured into the bow like water, and a cold light shot out in all directions. Dots of ice moved like tadpoles, as though they had a life of their own. Xiao! The bowstring trembled, and the first ice arrow was shot out. It was like an icy rainbow, carrying a boundless cold qi as it flew towards Xiao Chen's throat. It gave off a woo-woo sound, as though an ice god was pouncing forward. Its might was incomparably vast. Dang! Xiao Chen's gaze was like water, and the lunar shadow saber in his hand suddenly lit up with an electric light. A crisp shattering sound rang out, and the ice arrow shattered into countless fragments. Hua! The fragments of ice in the air did not fall to the ground. Instead, they turned into a puddle of white water and condensed into another ice arrow in the air. Its speed doubled, and it arrived within a meter of Xiao Chen in an instant. Xiao Chen quickly retreated a few steps, and the energy of the demonic core in the lunar shadow saber was released. The electric light on the saber flickered non-stop, creating countless thunderbolts as he chopped down again. Dang! Dang! This time, the ice arrow turned into a puddle of water and fell to the ground. It was no longer able to maintain its might. When Xiao Ling who was at the side, saw the scene in front of her, she started to regret her actions. The ice bow in Tang Feng's hands was unbelievably strong. Tang Feng smiled coldly. I was wondering how strong you were. It turns out that you are not that strong. This is only the first arrow, there are still 2 more. Let's see how you receive them. Right after he spoke, Tang Feng drew the bowstring again. A cold qi rushed to the sky from the bow, and an ice arrow appeared. It was like the Arctic ice, piercing through the air and flying out. This arrow was so fast that it did not even leave an afterimage in the air. It was impossible for the naked eye to catch it. It was as if it really tore through the air and suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand and pointed forward. The surging essence in his body flowed to his right hand like a river. There was a spark on his fingertip, and it was like a weak firefly in the dark night. Bang! When his fingertip and the ice arrow met, there was a loud explosion. Xiao Chen did not move at all. He frowned, and his fingertip and the ice arrow started to burn. Suddenly, Tang Feng's right hand moved gently on the bowstring. An invisible ripple, carrying a boundless cold qi, was infused into the ice arrow. Instantly, the pressure on Xiao Chen increased greatly, and he started to move his feet. Purple thunder, true fire, explode! Xiao Chen shouted, and an intense purple flame sprang up from the bottom of his feet. It instantly spread to the fingertip of his right hand, like the hand of a fire god. The firefly-like light instantly exploded into a ball. The boundless flame completely melted the ice arrow, turning it into a puddle of steam. Then, it rose up from Xiao Chen's fingertip. Even in the cold weather of gloomy forest, this flame actually made one feel warm. This showed how high the temperature of the flame was. Xiao Ling said excitedly, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, you are so powerful." Seeing the ice arrow turn into steam, Tang Feng's expression changed. He smiled coldly, "Don't get too cocky. I still have one last arrow that I have not fired yet." Tang Feng drew the bowstring again. A bright light appeared on his right hand. The entire ice bow also gave off a resplendent light. Countless ice-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings quickly gathered on his right hand. A cold light filled the sky behind him. It was like a frost nova, dotted with stars. In the darkness, there was an indescribable sense of magnificence. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped significantly. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense and saw a huge bird behind Tang Feng. This bird's body was very strange. Half of it was ice, and the other half was actually a blazing flame. Xiao Chen was startled. He suddenly thought of the matter of Tang Feng auctioning the 7-colored flame python inner core in Linlang. It was obvious that Tang Feng was using it to raise his fire-attributed attacks. However, the 2 arrows that Tang Feng shot out, and the 3rd arrow that he was about to shoot, were clearly ice-attributed. What was going on? The most important thing was that Xiao Chen could clearly feel that Tang Feng's strength had risen to the martial master realm. What was going on? Could it be that he had been suppressing his cultivation? Go, Frost's Fury! In Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, the portion of the ice within the huge ice fire bird dimmed significantly. The frost behind Tang Feng vanished, and a sharp arrow formed on the bowstring. That arrow grew in size as the wind blew. Not long after, it became an ice arrow that was tens of meters long. Everywhere the ice arrow passed, a cold wind blew. Traces of fog spread out from it. As time passed, the horrifying ice arrow actually grew larger. The few people behind Xiao Chen all cried out in surprise. Xiao Ling was so frightened that she closed her eyes, not daring to see what was going to happen next. This ice arrow was incomparably huge, but its speed was not slow at all. It was not inferior to the previous 2 arrows. It was only because of its continuously growing size that everyone could see it with their eyes. When the ice arrow pressed down, a boundless cold chi spread out. Xiao Chen felt that his legs seemed to have stiffened. This way, his speed would decrease significantly. It would be very difficult for him to dodge this arrow. You know how to borrow the might of a spirit weapon, do you think I don't? Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. Xiao Chen swung the lunar shadow saber with all his might. The power of the rank 6 lightning-attributed demonic core was released at full force. A boundless electric light lit up in the dark night, it was resplendent and dazzling. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings poured into the lunar shadow saber unceasingly. The electric light formed countless thunderbolts. In the dark night, it was like a ray of light formed by lightning. Hua! The saber clashed with the ice arrow in the air. With a shwa sound, the lunar shadow saber pierced through the ice arrow. Countless pieces of ice fell down and were shattered by the electric light. At this moment, it was no longer a battle between 2 people. Instead, it was a battle between 2 spirit weapons. From the scene in the air, it was clear that Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber was superior. Dang! The lunar shadow saber pierced through the body. The huge ice arrow gave off a loud sound and turned into countless pieces of ice. However, the electric light on the saber was still very dazzling. Before the countless pieces of ice fell down, they were all shattered by the electric light. Kill! Xiao Chen shouted lightly. He stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the lunar shadow saber that was in the air firmly. A figure flashed in the air and a black saber light chopped down at Tang Feng. Tang Feng's complexion turned pale. He moved from his original position, leaving behind an afterimage as he continued to retreat. Xiao Chen did not even look at the afterimage. He spun his saber and moved his feet slightly, hacking at a spot 5 meters to the side. Tang Feng reappeared and watched as the black saber tip gently brushed past his throat. He narrowly dodged this saber strike. However, the wind from the saber still managed to cut through the flesh on his throat, leaving behind a faint wound. Tang Feng's throat unconsciously twitched. He felt a slight pain from the wound. His already pale face became even more horrifying. He felt as though he had just returned from the gates of hell. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and looked at him coldly. Scram. Don't ever appear here again. Don't be unconvinced. I know you have trump cards you have not used yet, but so do I. Furthermore, don't hold any expectations in your heart. The 2 elders of your Tang clan are already dead. The same goes for the Zhang clan's elder. When Xiao Chen finished his last sentence, Tang Feng's complexion completely changed. How is this possible? Those were 4 martial grand masters. Could it be that he killed them? Chapter 69. Still not scramming? Xiao Chen said coldly as he looked at Tang Feng, who was deep in thought. Tang Feng's left hand, which was holding the ice crystal bow, trembled violently. A flame actually appeared on the surface of the snow-white ice crystal bow and started to spread. Go! Tang Feng glared at Xiao Chen and the flame on the ice crystal bow instantly disappeared. His emotions had also completely calmed down. Xiao Chen, I will repay you for the humiliation I suffered today during the promise of 10 years. At that time, not only will your Xiao clan lose 7 Horn Mountain, it will also be completely wiped out. This is the trend of the times, no one can change it. You still dare to be stubborn? Xiao Chen flew forward and kicked Tang Feng to the ground. He pointed the lunar shadow saber at his throat. Do you believe that I will kill you now? Try and touch me if you dare, Tang Feng said stubbornly. I have changed my mind. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. It is obvious that you have not used your trump card yet. Regardless of the reason, this is the best opportunity to kill you. Why should I give you a chance to take revenge during the promise of 10 years? What are you trying to do? Quickly let go of the second young master. Are you not afraid of inciting a fight between the Xiao and Tang clans? The 4 people behind Tang Feng said anxiously. What if I kill all of you? At this moment, Tang Feng was truly afraid. His voice weakened as he said, Young Master Xiao, I was just joking earlier. You didn't take it seriously, right? Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and said indifferently, Scram. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen really wanted to kill all 5 of them. Especially Tang Feng, he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. However, thinking about it, these 5 people would definitely have a distress signal similar to the Xiao clans. If he was delayed and the Tang clan elders rushed over, he would be in big trouble. Before he left, Tang Feng felt extremely dissatisfied. The 3 arrows earlier had exhausted a large amount of his essence. Furthermore, he had just obtained the ice-fire bow and had not fully grasped it yet. Otherwise, given his character, he would not have left just like that. Elder brother Xiao Chen, you are so cool. After that group of people left, Xiao Ling immediately ran over to flatter him. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Ling somewhat helplessly and said, I will settle this with you later. Go and retrieve the demonic core first. Xiao Ling stuck out her tongue cheekily before running to the front and saying, I'll take this demonic core. Don't fight with me over it. Bang! As Xiao Ling sword descended, the frozen fire lizard turned into countless ice shards. Xiao Ling found the fire lizard's head and hacked down with her sword. A black demonic core immediately appeared. Xiao Ling immediately picked it up in pleasant surprise. She looked around and ran over to Xiao Chen. She said joyfully, I am incredible, right? I managed to extract the demonic core in an instant. Chen taking it, Chen took it, Xiao Chen took it and said, Xiao Tian, Xiao Ling muttered unhappily, Elder brother Xiao Chen, you are too unfair. You nearly caused the death of your team leader, and you still dare to talk back, Xiaochen said. Let's go, we will continue. Don't lose to Xiao Jian and the rest. Under Xiaochen's lead, the group continued to hunt demonic beasts. Xiaochen extended his spiritual sense to the maximum. When he met a group of demonic beasts, he would quickly avoid them. However, Xiaochen still did not make a move. The true strength of a rank 2 demonic beast was only equivalent to an inferior grade martial master. He did not have any desire to make a move. Although Xiaochen did not say it, everyone already understood. The reason why Xiaochen did not make a move was to temper their strength. Thus, there was nothing to complain about. When it was nearing dusk, Xiaochen stopped today's activities. In just one day, the group had obtained 18 demonic cores. Furthermore, there were no major injuries or deaths. Hence, they were all very relaxed. When they rushed back to the camp, they discovered that Xiao Yulan and the rest had already returned. White smoke rose from the kitchen, and a fragrant aroma wafted over. 13 demonic cores, no major injuries or deaths. Xiao Yulan handed the demonic cores to Xiao Chen and explained the situation during the day. On the way, we met the Zhang clan's people. They were led by Zhang Ziyang. However, when they saw us, they were clearly stunned for a moment before quickly retreating. Xiao Chen smiled. We also met the Tang clan's people. When they saw us, they were stunned for a moment as well. Xiao Yulan's expression turned cold as she said, in that case, the 2 corpses that appeared here were not a coincidence. That's right, cousin Xiao Chen, what did you see when you went out yesterday? Xiao Chen did not want to answer this question. Coincidentally, at this moment, there was the sound of dinner being served. He quickly changed the topic, and Xiao Yulan could only helplessly give up on pursuing this matter. After dinner, they lit up a bonfire in the camp once again. A group of people gathered together and excitedly talked about what happened during the day. What surprised Xiao Chen was that Xiao Jian was currently cultivating by himself, not mingling with the others. When night fell, gloomy forest became even colder. Gloomy forest at night was several times more dangerous than it was during the day. Xiao Chen did not want everyone to take any risks. After he arranged for people to keep watch, he instructed everyone to go rest. After everyone fell asleep, Xiao Chen secretly got up and prepared to go out. The trial during the day was only against rank 2 demonic beasts. To him, it was not a challenge at all. Thus, he did not make a move. The trial had only just begun. Not long after he went out, his spiritual sense suddenly detected someone following him out. When he looked carefully, he discovered that it was Xiao Jian. Xiao Chen looked at the direction Xiao Jian was heading in. It was to the south of the camp, so he did not worry too much. With Xiao Jian's strength, there was nothing wrong with him training alone in gloomy forest. Furthermore, Xiao Chen could not find a way to stop him. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and started to head to the east of the camp. Before long, a patterned demonic leopard appeared in the range of his spiritual sense. This patterned demonic leopard was a standard rank 3 demonic beast. Its strength had reached the peak of martial master. It was the target that Xiao Chen wanted to train with. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and leaped up gently. He was already standing on top of a tree branch. His eyes were like water as he stared at the patterned demonic leopard on the ground. This patterned demonic leopard was more than 2 meters tall. Its entire body was black, and it looked similar to the leopards on Earth. However, its eyes were blood red. This was the most distinctive feature of a demonic beast. Even though they were tens of meters apart, Xiao Chen could feel the overwhelming killing intent coming from this patterned demonic leopard, causing him to tremble in fear. Shua! Xiao Chen accidentally broke a tree branch. The ears of the patterned demonic leopard twitched, and it immediately heard the faint sound. Its blood-red eyes looked in the direction of Xiao Chen. The darkness of the night was unable to obstruct its vision. It discovered Xiao Chen in an instant. It roared and a horrifying sound wave immediately attacked Xiao Chen. Bow. A huge amount of energy followed the ripples and attacked Xiao Chen. Everywhere the ripples passed, the huge trees in gloomy forest trembled. Countless leaves fell to the ground. Xiao Chen was secretly shocked. This sound wave attack had a wide range and was very powerful. It seemed to have no weaknesses. However, it was still almost, not definitely. Xiao Chen executed the lightning evasion and his body appeared behind the patterned demonic leopard. He avoided the sound wave directly. In front of Xiao Chen, who had the lightning evasion, it did not pose much of a threat. The patterned demonic leopard immediately sensed Xiao Chen's position. It turned around and pounced at Xiao Chen. A black chi gathered on its right claw and it ruthlessly smashed it at Xiao Chen. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He used a martial technique to meet the attack. This was because he could feel the terrifying energy contained in the black chi. If he was careless, he would be at a disadvantage. Pu Chi. The force from the patterned demonic leopard's right claw caused him to retreat a few steps. However, the patterned demonic leopard did not feel any discomfort after being struck by his one-line chop. The patterned demonic leopard took advantage of the moment Xiao Chen retreated and chased after him. It was more than 2 meters tall and its red eyes looked down at Xiao Chen. A supreme pressure pressed down on Xiao Chen. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot. Xiao Chen casually shot out a purple flame. The flame left a trail of flames as it quickly struck the patterned demonic leopard. A pool of purple blood flowed out. The patterned demonic leopard cried out in pain. The black chi quickly surged over and dispersed the purple flames. It opened its mouth and roared loudly. A horrifying sound wave engulfed Xiao Chen once again. Heavenly lightning shield. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen immediately used the heavenly lightning shield. However, the heavenly lightning shield was not very effective against this strange sound wave attack. The sound wave still managed to penetrate it. Blood leaked out from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. His ears actually went deaf for a short period of time. Xiao Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and removed the heavenly lightning shield. A dense killing intent flickered in his eyes. This beast was too infuriating. Even Tang Feng did not put him in such a sorry state. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen had tried this move a few times before. However, the success rate was only 50%. This was because he did not have a deep understanding of the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. However, at this moment, he could not care so much. He sank his consciousness into his dantian and Xiao Chen did his best to recall the scene of the battle with Zhang He. Zhang He's every move slowly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. It was like a movie, playing out continuously. Understanding this in his heart, the changing character formula quietly circulated in his body. Xiao Chen suddenly made a move. His figure leaped into the air and countless saber lights were sent out. Xiao Chen's figure continuously changed in the air. This move was successfully executed by Xiao Chen. The saber light carried the energy of the blue dragon martial spirit. It continuously struck the patterned demonic leopard's body, causing purple blood to spurt out continuously. The patterned demonic leopard roared in pain. It wanted to grab hold of Xiao Chen in the air, but it could not catch hold of Xiao Chen's figure. Die. After the sword technique was executed, the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body transmitted a wave of energy. His body, which was originally falling, was lifted up in the air. The lunar shadow saber released an electric light, revealing its sinister side. The rank 6 demonic core carried a boundless might as it hacked at the patterned demonic leopard. The patterned demonic leopard was hacked in half. After Xiao Chen landed, he sighed slightly. He was somewhat disappointed. Aside from the terrifying sound wave attack of the patterned demonic leopard, it was not very strong. After Xiao Chen extracted the rank 3 demonic core from the patterned demonic leopard's head, he was about to leave and search for his next prey. However, a black shadow flew over his head. Looking up, Xiaochen was startled. This black shadow was the black-clothed man that Xiaochen saw controlling the demonic beast the night before. Hu Qi. Above his head, another group of white figures flew past. This was true flight, and not the use of superior movement techniques to leap from tree to tree. A martial king expert. Xiaochen said in astonishment as he looked at the white figure. Who? Just as Xiaochen was in a daze, the black figure stepped on the huge eagle and flew towards Xiaochen. His intention was very obvious, to target Xiaochen, who was on the ground. Chapter 70. That black figure rode on the huge eagle and circled above Xiaochen's head, not leaving. Xiaochen only felt that he was being stared at by a pair of gloomy eyes. If he moved even slightly, he would immediately die. Shua. The white figure from earlier also rushed over. Xiaochen stared at the white figure and felt his mind tremble. It was extremely hair-raising. The white figure in the air was a girl who looked like a young girl. She held a golden 2-meter-long spear in her hand. Her exquisite face was the epitome of beauty. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. Her eyebrows were like a painting, her eyes were like the stars, and her spirit was like jade. Xiaochen had never seen such a beautiful girl before. There were no words in this world that could describe her beauty. She was like a beautiful piece of jade, formed naturally, without any modifications. Lord Commander, you chased me for 10 days and 10 nights, from the Wind City at the border of the Great Qin Empire all the way to this small Mo city. Are you really not willing to let me off? The black figure's gloomy voice contained some unwillingness, just because I awakened a demonic beast martial spirit? Lord Commander, since you entered the border, I have experienced more than 100 battles of various sizes by your side. There are no less than 100 wounds on my body. Have you forgotten about it? The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with a hint of regret, making it hard for anyone to look at her. She opened her red lips and said in a gentle voice, Xiao He, I've never wanted to kill you. Even though you killed 3 of your companions in order to cultivate your demonic beast martial spirit, I still want to destroy your demonic beast martial spirit. Ha ha ha. The black man laughed loudly. What a good, never thought of killing me. Earth-ranked martial technique, boundless azure sea. If I was not lucky, I would have died long ago. So be it. Since you want to kill me, I will not care about our past relationship. I will let you accompany those 3 ghosts down there. A saber appeared in the black-clothed man's hand. He rode on the huge eagle and flew towards the girl. The huge eagle under his feet clawed at the air, and a black crack appeared in the air, sweeping towards the girl. After the black eagle launched its attack, the black-clothed man leaped down from the eagle's back and brandished his long saber, releasing waves of black saber chi that surged towards the young girl. Xiaochen was startled. The strength of this black-clothed man was clearly inferior to that of the white-clothed woman. This could be easily determined from the fact that he needed to ride an eagle to fly, while the white-clothed woman could fly with her own strength. However, the black-clothed man and the giant eagle beneath his feet were indeed 2 against 1. The white-clothed woman might be at a disadvantage. However, things did not go as Xiaochen had expected. The white-robed woman held the golden spear in her hand and shook it in the air. 9 golden dragons appeared behind her and roared continuously. Waves of supreme imperial might were emitted from the young girl's body. Under this pressure, Xiaochen almost had to prostrate himself in worship. The aura of an ancient blue dragon suddenly emanated from Xiaochen's body. That supreme majesty immediately disappeared, and Xiaochen immediately felt a lot more relaxed. With the protection of the 9 dragons, the spatial crack torn by the black eagle's claws was instantly smoothed out. The spear suddenly turned and sent the black-clothed man flying. The black-clothed man turned around in the air and resolved the overwhelming dragon chi. The black eagle in front seemed to be connected to him and appeared precisely under his feet. The 9 dragons circled in the sky and the speed of the battle between the 2 increased. Their figures continuously flew up into the sky, releasing countless forces. The surrounding trees were all snapped in half and crushed into powder. Boundless dragon roars resounded and boundless black chi spread out. The golden and black chi clashed intensely in the sky. Xiao Chen complained in his heart. These two were peak experts. If any of the forces they released landed on Xiao Chen's body, they would be able to severely injure him. Xiao Chen had no choice but to activate the heavenly lightning shield to block the forces that descended from the sky occasionally. Although it was only the periphery of the force, it still shook his internal organs and caused his qi and blood to churn. Soon, Xiao Chen could no longer see the figures of the two clearly. In Xiao Chen's opinion, the young girl clearly had the upper hand in terms of strength. However, when they were fighting, it was clear that her strength was insufficient. It was clear that she was somewhat restrained. The true might of the 9 dragons was not fully unleashed. Yichenzhou, have you already fallen to such a level? To think that you want to threaten an inferior grade martial disciple to fight with me. Where are your morals? The two of them slowly descended from the sky. The melodious voice of the white-robed girl contained boundless rage. Yichenzhou smiled sinisterly. Morals? You are the first commander. Of course, you have morals. It is already difficult for me to survive. What do I need morals for? If you want to kill me, then kill this brat first. Let me see your morals. Xiao Chen finally understood why the white-clothed girl was so hesitant. It turned out that it was because of him. However, he could not leave even if he wanted to. That black-clothed man had locked onto him with his aura. If he made any strange movements, he would be killed on the spot. How hateful! The white-robed girl said through clenched teeth. She waved her spear in the air and the 9 dragons behind her trembled. They circled around the spear and with a whistling sound, they swept towards Yichenzhou, creating many dragon images in the air. Dang! Yichenzhou brandished his saber to block this attack. However, the dragon images circling around the spear dived down at him. Yichenzhou was startled and he swung his saber 9 times. The 9 surging saber chi clashed intensely with the dragon images. Waves of energy spread out in all directions. Xiao Chen, who was below, vomited a mouthful of blood. Boundless azure sea. The white-robed girl shouted and a boundless sea appeared behind her. An azure dragon broke out from the depths of the sea. It carried a boundless aura as it charged at Yichenzhou. Yichenzhou's heart sank. He stomped on the huge eagle with his right foot and flew down quickly. Soon, he was less than a meter above Xiao Chen's head. The white-robed girl frowned. She had not expected him to be so despicable. Her spear trembled in the air and the azure dragon brushed past Yichenzhou. Boom! The azure dragon flew quickly. After it landed, there was a loud sound. Everything within 100 meters was blasted apart, turning into ruins. Yichenzhou laughed strangely. Taking advantage of the instant the white-robed girl changed her move, he turned into a black bolt of lightning and struck her right shoulder with his palm. Pu ci. Another saber light lit up. The white-robed girl could not dodge in time and was struck by several black saber lights. Her long white robes were instantly covered in blood. Yichenzhou kicked out and the white-robed girl was knocked down from the sky. Yichenzhou laughed loudly. This is your style? Changing your move at the last moment and revealing an opening. Your style will only cause you to die at my hands. However, you are a short-lived person. I believe that you will not have any regrets even if I kill you now. Yichenzhou laughed loudly in the air. He seemed to have gone crazy. The black qi on his body became even denser. It was a boundless demonic qi that contained boundless energy. Go and die. Yichenzhou shouted loudly and descended from the sky. His saber gave off a black saber light that was dozens of meters long. The black eagle below him turned into a black shadow and entered his body. At the same time, an ancient demon master appeared behind him. He held a saber in his hand and hacked down. The white-robed girl looked at Yichunzhou, who was possessed by the demon master. She revealed an expression of despair. Am I going to die? Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. I must succeed, Xiaochen prayed in his heart. The instant the white-robed girl was struck down, Xiaochen made up his mind. Xiaochen had already decided to make a move. Even if he died, he had to make a move. What he hated the most in his life were people who bullied women. He did not want to owe a woman a favor. If the girl in front of him died because of him, it would be a heart demon that haunted him for the rest of his life. A full moon slowly rose from the horizon. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. At this crucial moment, he had finally succeeded. Yichunzhou felt a dangerous aura. He quickly turned his head to take a look. He did not know when, but a full moon had appeared in the sky. It was as calm as still water as it quickly descended towards him. A strong aura descended along with the moonlight. When the full moon got closer, it had already turned into a huge ball of light, giving off a boundless brilliance. Yichunzhou revealed an astonished expression. He quickly changed the direction of his saber and turned around to chop at the full moon that was heading towards him. The 200-meter-long saber light and the demon weapon in the hands of the demon master behind him struck the full moon one after another. When the two huge forces clashed, there was a loud explosion. When the light faded, the overwhelming chi wave spread out in all directions. With a schwa sound, everywhere the chi wave passed, all the ancient trees in gloomy forest were chopped in half. Xiaochen was sent flying by the chi wave and landed on the ground. He rolled for a few meters before he stopped. Yichunzhou quickly retreated 3 steps. With every step he took, he would leave a 2-foot-deep footprint on the ground. Before he could stabilize himself, a golden flame flew towards him. There seemed to be a tiny flood dragon swimming in the golden flame. The golden flame pierced through his heart with a bang. Yichunzhou revealed an extremely pained expression. He held his chest and said in disbelief, "He actually gave you a strand of dragon fire." The black chi on Yichunzhou's body dissipated continuously. The expression on his face twisted continuously. The black eagle appeared again and carried him into the distance. The two people on the ground no longer had the ability to fight. They could only watch as Yichunzhou fled in a sorry state. Xiaochen swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and slowly walked towards the white-clothed girl in front of him. He discovered that she had already fainted. Her white clothes were tattered from the saber light, revealing a large patch of snow-white skin. The black chi from the wounds on her body was still eating away at her skin. This caused her to reveal an expression of pain even though she was unconscious. Her beautiful face was completely pale, without any color of blood. It was very poignant. Xiaochen thought for a while and took out a few blood-replenishing pills from his universe ring. After crushing them, he slowly applied them to her wounds. When the green medicinal liquid flowed into her wounds, the black chi immediately dissipated significantly. Xiaochen felt joy in his heart. He continued applying the medicinal liquid. The white-clothed girl's skin was as white as snow, smooth and creamy. Even with Xiaochen's astonishing willpower, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. After applying the medicinal liquid on all the wounds, the girl's upper body was only left with her bra. This was something that could not be helped. There were many saber wounds on the girl's body. If she did not take off her outer clothes, there was no way to apply the medicinal liquid. However, the bras of this world were much tighter than those of Xiaochen's previous world. There was not a single trace of spring on them. There was a golden longevity lock hanging on the girl's chest. This attracted Xiaochen's attention. When he thought of what Yichunzhou said about this girl having a short lifespan, he could not help but be startled. Could it be that such an absolute beauty was going to die soon? Xiaochen shook his head and tossed this question to the back of his mind. The problem now was how to deal with this girl. He could not just leave like this. After causing such a huge commotion in gloomy forest, it would definitely attract some demonic beasts. This girl was in such a state because she was worried about him. Xiao Chun could not just ignore her. However, if he wanted to bring her back, it would be too inconvenient. Suddenly, his gaze fell on his universe ring. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, he already had a good idea. Chapter 71. The universe ring was an independent space. It was slightly different from the spatial rings of this world, as it could store living things. As long as the other party was willing or unconscious, it could be stored. This was the might of a magic treasure. Looking at the rubble around him, Xiao Chun lost interest in continuing his hunt. Furthermore, with such a huge commotion, there would definitely be many strong demonic beasts coming. If he continued staying here, he would only die. When Xiao Chun returned, Xiao Yulan and the others were already in the camp. Clearly, the commotion had woken them up. "Cousin Xiao Chun, what did you do outside? Everyone was very worried about you," Xiao Yulan said to Xiao Chun angrily. Xiao Chun blushed with shame in his heart. "Nothing much, I just felt that something was wrong, so I went out to take a look. But the people keeping watch said that they did not see you. You should at least inform them before you went out," Xiao Yulan said as she pointed at the two of them. Xiao Chun felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Jian in the crowd and quickly said, "I already told Xiao Jian, is it Xiao Jian?" Xiao Jian was stunned for a while before he nodded, and, "He did indeed tell me." Xiao Chun smiled, "I didn't lie to you, right? Go back to sleep. The people keeping watch, continue keeping watch. I already saw it earlier, there was nothing much." On the second day of the trial, Xiao Chun was afraid of meeting that horrifying black-clothed man again. So, he decided to move as a group of 10. The scene of the black-clothed man eating the internal organs and then treating his injuries left a deep impression on Xiao Chun. The impression left on Xiao Chun was too deep. Furthermore, he was severely injured last night. Xiao Chun did not dare to take the risk of separating them. In the following 2 days, the group encountered rank 3 and rank 4 demonic beasts a few times during the trial. Although Xiao Chun used his spiritual sense to avoid these demonic beasts, he felt that something was wrong. Bang! Bang! On the morning of the third day of the trial, Xiao Chun felt a series of explosions coming from the universe ring. He felt dizzy, as though the space in the universe ring was about to shatter. It seemed like the white-clothed girl was about to wake up. He had been so busy leading people during the day and training at night that he had completely forgotten about her. Xiao Chun took out all the rank 2 demonic cores from the universe ring. He was afraid that if he did not take them out, the woman inside would shatter them. After a few days of hard work, he had already accumulated close to 200 rank 2 demonic cores. "Cousin Yulan, take care of these things first. Also, keep the demonic cores first. I will be leaving for a while." Xiao Yulan looked at Xiao Chen's actions in astonishment. "Cousin Xiao Chen, what are you doing? We are about to depart. There's no time to explain. I have to leave for a while," Xiao Chen said quickly. There was a drop of his essence blood in the universe ring. Every time it boomed, it was like a clap of thunder in his spiritual world. The remaining people watched as Xiao Chun used the lightning evasion and flew far away. They did not understand what was going on. Xiao Yulan stomped her foot on the ground as she looked at Xiao Chen's dispirited back. Xiao Chun walked far away. After confirming that there was no one around, he let the girl out. "Perverted thief, prepare to die." As soon as the young woman appeared, she threw the spear in her hand at Xiao Chun. This move, which was filled with anger, carried a vigorous energy as it flew towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was startled and quickly dodged. Hey, you first see if you have any losses, and then say I am not a pervert." Xiao Chun saw that she was still ready to fight, hurriedly said. The girl looked at her upper body that was only left with a bra. Her pale face blushed and she said, "It's already like this and you still dare to quibble. I'll kill you." She waved her hand, and the golden spear appeared in her hand again. She raised it up, and dense killing intent burst forth from her eyes. She was ready to attack again. Xiao Chen saw that it was useless to explain. He had already witnessed this woman's combat prowess, so he immediately prepared to run. Bang! The sound of someone falling came from behind him. Xiao Chen turned his head and realized that the girl had not made a move on him. She had already fallen to the ground, so he hurriedly walked back. "Don't touch me," the girl said fiercely. Xiao Chen said helplessly, "I won't touch, I won't touch. I just want to tell you that I am not a perverted thief. Look at the wounds on your body, none of them left any scars. I only applied medicine for you and did not do anything else. Don't look at me so fiercely. Look at your current situation. If I really do anything to you, you will definitely not have any ability to resist." After a long time, the girl said, "All right, I believe you. But why did you imprison me in that space?" Xiao Chen hurriedly explained his original intentions. Only then did the girl reluctantly believe his words. "Help me up first." "I believe you." Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He helped her up and leaned against a tree. "That's right, I still have not asked for your name." "Name? My name is Yuing," the girl said softly. After she finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from her stomach. Her face could not help but turn red. After Xiao Chen heard it, he could not help but smile. He took out an fasting pill from the universe ring and said, "Eat this. You will not feel hungry after eating it." Receiving the fasting pill, Yuing did not hesitate to swallow it. After a while, she felt that her empty stomach was not that hungry anymore. She said in astonishment, "Are you an alchemist? This pill is really miraculous." Xiao Chen nodded his head and said, "You are really daring. Are you not afraid that I will give you poison?" Yuing had already recovered some of her strength. She got up and stretched her body. "Since I have chosen to believe you, I will not hesitate. Furthermore, if I wanted to kill you, as long as I have a breath left, I would be able to kill you easily. There is no need to doubt it." Xiao Chen secretly clicked his tongue. Why is it that all the women I meet are so strong? Ao Jiao was one, and now this Yuing is one as well. Are they tired of living? How many days did I stay in that space? Yuing suddenly asked. About 3 days. Yu Ying's expression changed. "Oh no, the people from Chizi County have probably all been killed by Yichenzhou. You better bring the people from your trial and leave quickly. The demonic beasts are about to counterattack." Xiao Chen's heart tightened. He thought about the sudden appearance of high-ranked demonic beasts in the past few days. Could it be that the experts that Chizi County sent to the core of Gloomy Forest were all dead? Hu Qi. In the dark sky of Gloomy Forest, 3 different colored fireworks suddenly rose up. This was the emergency signal from the Zhang, Shao, and Tang clans. What happened? Why did the 3 clans send out emergency signals at the same time? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. "I am going back, what about you?" Xiao Chen said to Yuing. Yuing smiled faintly, "You should go. I am not that badly injured. It is just that I used my life skill that day and expended a lot of energy. Now, I only need to recover for an hour and I can leave." Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "Then I will help protect you for an hour." "Thank you," Yuing said sincerely. Yuing said sincerely. She was currently at her weakest, and she indeed needed someone to protect her. Yuing sat down cross-legged. 9 dragon images revolved around her body. Streams of golden dragon chi were continuously emitted from her body. Her aura was rising bit by bit. After an hour, Yu Ying's closed eyes suddenly opened. Her earlier dejection was completely gone. She no longer had that weak feeling from before, and her entire person was filled with a domineering aura. She pointed at Xiao Chen and a small golden dragon entered Xiao Chen's body. It swam around his body and finally merged into the blue dragon martial spirit. You saved my life. This dragon chi can save your life in times of need. After she spoke, she soared into the air and flew into the distance, leaving only Xiao Chen to see her beautiful back view. Xiao Chen did not have much reluctance in his heart. From the fact that this girl could emit dragon fire, Xiao Chen had already guessed her identity. Yu Ying, then Ying Yu. It was obvious that she was a member of the great Qin royal clan. The distance between him and her was too far. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Chen rushed towards the Xiao clan's camp. The three clans sent out emergency signals at the same time. Something big must have happened. Why is there not a single person? When Xiao Chen rushed to the camp, he discovered that the camp had clearly been tidied up. The corpses of the demonic beasts in the warehouse had all been taken away. Could it be that they had all retreated? Chapter 72. Xiao Chen looked around and guessed that everyone had already left. He thought of Yu Ying's words and guessed that the people of the Chizi County must have received the news that this trial would end early. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Xiao Chen released his spiritual sense and sensed a cultivator hiding in the shadows of a large tree about 20 meters to his left. This cultivator completely withdrew his aura and stared at Xiao Chen. He was just waiting for an opportunity to kill him. Xiao Chen controlled his spiritual sense and could not help but smile when he saw him clearly. This person was actually a martial grand master of the Zhang clan. He should have come together with the two elders of the Tang clan. However, Xiao Chen did not know how this person managed to evade Yi Chenzhou's pursuit. However, the aura on his body was somewhat weak. In order to evade Yi Chenzhou's pursuit, he must have expended a lot of essence. Furthermore, it was obvious that he had not rested well. With his current state, he did not leave this place as soon as possible. Instead, he wanted to kill me. How much does the Zhang clan hate me? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. This person's current state was at most half of his usual state. Xiao Chen did not want to escape. To him, this might be an opportunity for a trial. This was much more interesting than a demonic beast. Xiao Chen immediately made the first move. There was a flash of lightning and Xiao Chen's body suddenly appeared behind that person. The lunar shadow saber radiated with electricity and the boundless might of the rank 6 demonic core spread out in all directions. That person turned his head and looked at Xiao Chen's smiling face. His face revealed an extremely astonished expression. He could not understand how Xiao Chen knew he was hiding here. Outside of gloomy forest, the sun hung high in the sky and shone brightly. Father, why did you call us back? Cousin Xiao Chen has not come out yet, Xiao Yulan said to Xiao Chang in dissatisfaction. Not long after Xiao Chen left, Xiao Chang brought the 4 martial grand masters of the Xiao clan to the Xiao clan's camp. He only said one sentence, "The trial has ended early," before bringing everyone out. Xiao Chen frowned. Of the experts that the Chizi County sent to the core region of Gloomy Forest, aside from a martial grand master who managed to escape, the others all died, including that martial saint expert. The people behind him all took a deep breath and said, "Even a martial saint expert died. Are the demonic beasts of Gloomy Forest that terrifying?" He was killed by a human, not by a demonic beast. Furthermore, the way he died was extremely horrifying. Chizi County has already reported what happened in Gloomy Forest to the imperial family. Now, this is not a place where we can interfere. Hence, the trial will be cancelled, Xiao Chang explained. Xiao Yulan's pretty face changed slightly as she said anxiously, "Then, isn't cousin Xiao Chen in even more danger?" "No, I have to go in and look for him." "Nonsense." Xiao Chang shouted sternly, "Why don't you think about what happened in Seven Horn Mountain? Do you think Xiao Chen will die so easily? If he wants to run, even a martial saint would not be able to catch him." If you go, you will only add to his burden. Xiao Yulan's eyes turned red, but she did not say anything. What is Elder Xiao doing? Are you scolding me? This is not good. The Tang clan head, Tang Tian, led a group of people over. Where is your second young master? Why don't I see him? Could he have been eaten by the demonic beasts? Xiao Chang looked at Tang Tian and mocked coldly, don't think that I do not know what you did in Gloomy Forest. Unfortunately, your plans are not as good as God's. 2 elders died for nothing. Tang Tian's expression changed before he smiled. This Tang does not understand what Elder Xiao is saying. However, although this trial ended early, the results of the 3 clans still have to be compared. I wonder how many demonic cores the Xiao clan obtained. When the city lord arrives, I will report the results. I hope that the Tang clan will not report too little. This time, the Xiao clan had obtained a total of 180 rank 2 demonic cores. Xiao Chang was already very satisfied with this result after only 3 days. Thus, he was not afraid of Tang Tian's mockery. Not long later, the city lord, Dugu Feng, gathered the people of the 3 clans together. His expression looked very relaxed, as though the matter in Gloomy Forest did not affect him at all. Dugu Feng smiled, although this trial was affected and had no choice but to end early, the same rules apply. The competition between the 3 clans will continue. I wonder if anyone will surpass the Xiao clan this time. The Xiao clan has already taken first place a few times. Let's start with the Zhang clan. I wonder how many demonic cores the Zhang clan obtained this time. When the Zhang clan head heard this, his expression became extremely unsightly. This time, the most capable disciple of the Zhang clan, Zhang He, did not come because his martial spirit was injured. There was not much of a harvest at all. However, since the city lord had spoken, he had no choice but to report it. The Zhang clan obtained a total of 50 rank 2 demonic cores this time, the Zhang clan head said. Dugu Feng was not surprised by this result. He smiled gently, it's fine. Zhang He did not come. It is already pretty good that you obtained such results. Next, the Tang clan will report. I have quite high expectations for the Tang clan. Tang Tian smiled faintly, City Lord is too kind. The Tang clan obtained a total of 100 rank 2 demonic cores this time. After Tang Tian spoke, he glanced at Xiao Chang. The meaning in his eyes was very clear, it's time for you to report. When Xiao Chang heard the Tang clan's report, he heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw the city lord's gaze, Xiao Chang said, the Xiao clan obtained a total of 180 rank 2 demonic cores in this trial. When Dugu Feng heard this, he laughed loudly, looks like the Xiao clan's foundation is deep enough. The Xiao clan won this trial again. Congratulations. Tang Tian revealed a deep smile, City Lord, don't be in a rush to congratulate us. Tang Feng, show your harvest to the City Lord. When Tang Feng heard this, he walked forward and took out 6 demonic cores, placing them in front of the City Lord. The luster of these 6 demonic cores was incomparably deep. It stood out from the rest of the rank 2 demonic cores. Someone at the side immediately exclaimed, these are rank 3 demonic cores. That's right, they really are rank 3 demonic cores. Someone at the side took one of the demonic cores and looked at it carefully. A rank 3 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial grand master. This Tang Feng was actually able to take out 6 demonic cores in one go. This was simply unbelievable. In the many years of the trial in Mo City, I have never heard of anyone obtaining a rank 3 demonic core. Looks like the Tang clan is going to obtain first place this time, suppressing the Xiao clan. That's right. What's even rarer is that he is only a peak superior grade martial disciple. With this kind of strength, as long as he improves further, no one will be a match for him in the upcoming promise of 10 years. Dugu Feng looked carefully at the 3 demonic cores that Tang Feng handed over. When he was done, he smiled and said, looks like the Xiao clan will not be able to keep their first place. The value of these 3 rank 3 demonic cores is equivalent to 100 rank 2 demonic cores. Tang Tian looked at Xiao Chang with a pleased expression. Elder Xiao, I'm sorry. The first place of this trial belongs to my Tang clan. If they were able to suppress the Xiao clan in this trial and defeat them in the promise of 10 years, the Xiao clan's reputation would fall to rock bottom. The merchant groups and powers that had dealings with the Xiao clan would quickly see the situation and cut off all ties with the Xiao clan. At that time, the Xiao clan would truly be in dire straits. Xiao Chang's expression was somewhat unsightly. He originally thought that he would definitely win. He did not expect that he would be ruthlessly slapped in the face in the end. Tang Tian's move was too vicious. The expressions of the Xiao clan disciples were also extremely unsightly. This trial represented the glory of the clan. They were all responsible for not being able to obtain first place. Even the usually mischievous Xiao Ling was biting her red lips with a depressed expression. Just at this moment, Xiao Jian, who was in the crowd, slowly walked to the front of the city lord. He took out 5 demonic cores and said indifferently, I also obtained 5 rank 3 demonic cores. Would the city lord please appraise them? After he spoke, he walked to the back in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. His expression was as calm as water, making it hard for others to guess what he was thinking. It's Xiao Jian. Could it be that he obtained a rank 5 demonic core as well? This was once the strongest person in Mo City. Did he really obtain a rank 3 demonic core? I heard that after he was humiliated by Jianghu, he had been in closed-door training. Who would have thought that he would be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? I wonder if he can reverse the Xiao clan's defeat. I think it will be difficult. After all, he only took out 5 rank 3 demonic cores, while Tang Feng took out 6. The people in the city lord's residence were all discussing this. No one expected that the results of this trial would be filled with so many twists and turns. Dugu Feng muttered to himself for a while before saying, these 5 demonic cores are indeed rank 3 demonic cores. I thought about it. The Tang clan has 1 more rank 3 demonic core than the Xiao clan, and the Xiao clan has 80 more rank 2 demonic cores than the Tang clan. How about we consider it a draw? Xiao Chang smiled gently, expressing his acceptance of this result. He originally thought that he would definitely lose. Who knew that there would be a twist in the situation? It was already pretty good to be able to obtain a draw. At this moment, the one who was the most unhappy was Tang Tian. He said with some dissatisfaction, the value of a rank 3 demonic core is much higher than a rank 2 demonic core. I believe that it is worth at least 100 rank 2 demonic cores. Xiao Chang mocked, do you think that it is worth 100 just because you say it is worth 100? Do you think that you are the pavilion master of Linlang Pavilion? You think that it is only worth 50? What can you do about it? Tang Tian said angrily, anyway, I will not accept this draw. When I return, I will announce that the Tang clan obtained first place in this trial. At this moment, Dugu Feng was also in a difficult position. He was not able to make a judgment on this result. After all, he was not an expert in the value of the demonic core. It is indeed not a draw. I think so too. However, the one who lost is your Tang clan. Who was it that said such words? The air was so loud. Everyone turned to look and saw the figure of a youth slowly walking out from the exit of gloomy forest. His eyes were slightly squinted as he was not used to the sudden bright light. He was carrying a round bag on his back. When the sunlight shone on his face, it made his face, which could barely be considered handsome, look incomparably brilliant. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. Cousin Xiao Chen, you are finally back. Brother Xiao Chen, quickly come and take revenge for Ling Er. Captain, the Xiao clan disciples that followed Xiao Chen all ran over in surprise. Xiao Chen greeted them one by one. The smile on his face did not diminish as he arrived in front of Tang Tian and looked at him fearlessly. Since you do not want a draw, I will let you lose convincingly. He waved his hand and released 3 demonic cores. These are the rank 3 demonic beast, demonic patterned leopards demonic core, a total of 3. These are the rank 3 demonic beast, demonic blood moon monkeys demonic core, a total of 3. These are the rank 3 demonic beast, swordtail dragons demonic core, a total of 4. Every time Xiao Chen mentioned the name of a demonic beast, the surrounding crowd would let out a cry of surprise. Finally, Xiao Chen took out 8 types of demonic beasts demonic cores, at least 3 of each type. What else do you have to say? Tang Tian, your Tang clan will never be able to surpass the Xiao clan. If you want to be number 1, you have to ask me, Xiao Chen, first. Xiao Chen said coldly as he looked at the dumbfounded Tang Tian. Everyone from the Xiao clan felt that they had vented their anger. When they saw Tang Tian's speechless expression, they all felt extremely comfortable. Xiao Chen said indifferently, if you are still not convinced, this bag on my back is worth another 100 rank 2 demonic cores. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he opened the round bag on his back and casually tossed it to the ground. A round human head rolled on the ground. The head's eyes were wide open as it died with a remaining grievance. That was an elder of the Zhang clan. How did he get killed by Xiao Chen? According to the rules, he should not have appeared in the gloomy forest. The surrounding crowd all took a deep breath. What? What? Tang Tian and the Zhang clan had exclaimed at the same time. Their expressions changed as they looked at Xiao Chen with fear in their eyes. Chapter 73. Xiao Chen, you actually dared to kill an elder of my Zhang clan? After the Zhang clan had recovered from his shock, he said angrily. The people of the Zhang clan behind him rushed forward, looking like they were about to start a fight. The first elder Xiao Chang rushed forward, and the cultivators of the Xiao clan rushed forward without any fear. Xiao Chen smiled coldly, if he wants to kill me, why can't I kill him? It's just that I hate people like you who ambush me from behind and bully the weak. If you don't want your son to be killed the moment he leaves, it's best that you stop playing such tricks. And your Tang clan. Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Tang Tian and said, stop playing such tricks with me. If you are not afraid of me ending your bloodline, I don't mind helping you out. You are too much. Xiao Chen, are you thinking of starting a clan war during the promise of 10 years? You actually dare to end my bloodline? Tang Tian was so angry that his face turned purple. The people behind him also surrounded him, eyeing him covetously. Xiao Chang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, a clan war is a clan war. My Xiao clan is not afraid of you. If you dare to use any methods, my Xiao clan will naturally receive them. Although my Xiao clan is not strong, we will not work together like some people and play tricks. Before the trial started, you sent 2 of your clan's elders to wait at my Xiao clan's campsite. Unfortunately, the heavens make fools of people, and they were killed. Du Gufeng's expression changed, there was such a thing? Tang Tian quickly thought about it. This matter was not honorable, and he had already violated the agreement with the city lord. He definitely could not admit to it. Xiao Chang, don't slander us. You have to show evidence before you speak. Evidence? We buried the corpses of the elders of your 2 clans long ago. If you want evidence, I can dig them out for you now. I want you to explain why the trial has not started yet. Why did the elders of your 2 clans come to my Xiao clan's campsite? Xiao Chang looked at the 2 of them and smiled coldly. The hearts of Tang Tian and the Zhang family head froze. They did not expect that the 4 of them would actually die. Furthermore, their corpses were found by the Xiao family. At this moment, it was truly hard for them to explain. Du Gufeng opened his mouth to help, Elder Xiao, since no one from the Xiao clan was harmed. How about we put this matter aside for now? The Xiao clan's harvest from this trial is quite great. I will definitely report this to the higher-ups when I return. As the city lord of Mo City, what Du Gufeng did not want to see the most was a fight between the 3 clans. This would result in a lot of casualties, and it would be hard for him to deal with it if the higher-ups pursued the matter. Xiao Chang did not want to flare up now. The situation was very clear. The Zhang clan and the Tang clan had joined forces, and there was an invisible powerful faction supporting them. The situation was clearly disadvantageous to the Xiao clan. If a clan war really broke out, the Xiao clan would definitely suffer great losses. Right now, they could only place all their focus on the promise of 10 years martial competition. When Du Gufeng saw that Xiao Chang did not say anything, he could already guess what he was thinking. He turned his gaze to the other two clan heads and said, "I do not wish to see such a thing happen again. You can compete, but it's best if you don't fight to the death." Tang Tian and the Zhang family head were in the wrong. The city lord was willing to give them a way out of this embarrassing situation, so they went with the flow and said some pleasantries. The trial is over. There is no need for everyone to worry about the matters here. Go back, Du Gufeng said finally. On the second day, the results of the trial spread throughout the entire Mo city. The Xiao clan obtained first place once again. It was unknown how the process of the trial was spread. The news of Xiao Chen taking out over 20 rank 3 demonic cores in front of the Zhang clan and Tang clan spread everywhere, becoming the topic of discussion in every big tea house. After Xiao Chen defeated Zhang He, he once again became the focus of everyone's discussion. Everyone believed that with Xiao Chen, the Xiao clan would not have to worry about the promise of 10 years that would take place a month later. Mo City, Xiao clan, after the trial ended, Xiao Chen and the other cultivators who were preparing for the promise of 10 years were strictly forbidden from going out by the first elder. At such a crucial moment, if a participant were to get injured, the promise of 10 years would have to cry. Although the Zhang clan and Tang clan guaranteed that they would not play any tricks, this guarantee did not make people feel at ease. At that time, as long as the dead could not tell the truth, it would be fine. In Xiao Chen's courtyard, Xiao Chen was not in a rush to cultivate. He was currently holding a small knife, carving something on the spiritual wood that he had obtained from the tree spirit. On the stone table, there were all sorts of small sculptures that Xiao Chen had carved. From birds and beasts to people, there was everything one could think of. However, the quality of the sculptures varied, and most of them were just a bunch of weird sculptures. A few days after returning from Gloomy Forest, Xiao Chen felt that he was on the verge of becoming a martial master. As long as the time was right, he would be able to break through immediately. Thus, he did not spend all his time cultivating. No matter how he cultivated, before the promise of 10 years, he was only an inferior grade martial master. This was not worth it. He might as well make use of this time to study the immortal arts and talismans in the Compendium of Cultivation. A few days after returning, he bought a large amount of wood and started to train his carving skills. After spending a week carving more than 1,000 sculptures on ordinary wood, Xiao Chen started to carve on the piece of spiritual wood. However, he only took a small section. Who? Xiao Chen gently placed this piece of sculpture that was the size of a finger in his hand. This was a swallow, the creature from his previous life. Although it looked similar, Xiao Chen felt that it was lacking some charm. "Second young master, are you carving again? You sure are free. I just saw Miss Yulan and Xiao Jian sparring in the dueling grounds. They are working hard," Bauer said as she walked over with a large bag on her back. When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled gently. He picked up one of the sculptures on the stone table and said to Bauer, "This is for you. Do you think it looks like it?" Bauer received it and took a look. She discovered that the sculpture was carved in her image. She blushed and felt joy in her heart. She said, "Second young master, you are really something. You actually managed to carve Bauer." After she said that, she placed the things she bought to the side. She picked up the sculpture and ran away shyly. Xiao Chen looked at Bauer's back and smiled faintly. Looking at the things she bought, he felt very grateful in his heart. In the past few days, Xiao Chen could not go out. The things he wanted to buy were all done by Bauer. Furthermore, his consumption was huge. To a girl, it was very tiring. Carrying the things Bauer bought, Xiaochen slowly walked towards his room. After he entered his room, the relaxed expression on Xiaochen's face disappeared. He held the swallow carved from the spiritual wood in his hand. He focused his mind and gently tapped it. The spiritual energy on the swallow suddenly became incomparably dense, giving off the glow of life. Flap. Flap. The swallow grew larger and was now the size of a normal bird. It flapped its wings in the air and actually came to life. A clear and melodious cry could be heard. It was very refreshing. Success! Xiaochen exclaimed in joy. This was a spell from the Compendium of Cultivation, the life bestowal spell. It could conjure a high-level creature out of thin air. However, Xiaochen's cultivation was too low. He had not reached the level of conjuring beings into soldiers. He needed to first carve out the creature he wanted to create. Furthermore, the material had to have spiritual energy. In the past few days, he had tried many times with ordinary wood carvings. However, he had not succeeded once. Today, he used the spiritual wood carving to complete this spell. Xiaochen extended his hand into the air and the swallow sensed Xiaochen's intentions. It flapped its wings and flew into his hand. Xiaochen smiled faintly and gently stroked the creature he created. Then, he placed his hand into the air and it circled around again. Xiaochen retracted his gaze and turned to the things Bauer bought. He took them out one by one and placed them on the table. A writing brush, a large bottle of spirit beast blood, and a stack of yellow paper were all taken out by Xiaochen. These yellow papers were not ordinary paper. They were made from the fur and bones of spirit beasts. They were very expensive. When Xiaochen found out that there was such ready-made spirit paper for sale in this world, he was excited for an entire day. These papers were naturally made to create talismans. However, the people of this world only saw their antiseptic properties. Using them to record important documents and books was simply overkill. Talismans were one of the most important offensive methods of immortal techniques. In the past, Xiaochen did not have time to study them because his cultivation was not high enough. On the eve of a great battle, Xiaochen was unexpectedly free. It would be a pity if he did not study them now. Xiaochen poured the spirit beast blood into the ink bottle. Then, he took out a rank 3 demonic core. After crushing it, he turned it into powder and placed it into the ink bottle. The bottle containing the spirit beast blood instantly boiled. Gray blood rose from the surface and the red blood turned into a rich purple. With the addition of the demonic core and spirit beast blood, Xiaochen saw that the spiritual qi in the blood had increased by several times. He felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Holding the writing brush in his hand, Xiaochen dipped it into the purple spiritual liquid. Then, he began to draw the talisman. With a thought, the surrounding spiritual qi began to slowly flow towards the tip of the brush. Following Xiaochen's actions, one talisman after another appeared on the yellow paper. Wherever the purple spiritual liquid passed, it would emit a faint glow. When Xiaochen completed the final stroke, the light on the yellow paper suddenly flared up. Rays of light followed the strange talisman on the yellow paper, forming a small array. Xiaochen put away the brush and quickly formed a hand seal with both hands. The light on the yellow paper converged. Following Xiaochen's hand seal, the paper quickly folded itself. Finally, it turned into a triangular shape and was held in Xiaochen's hand. Xiaochen breathed a sigh of relief. This talisman was finally completed in one go without any mistakes. Although this was only a basic offensive talisman, Xiaochen was already very satisfied that he was able to succeed on his first try. Puchi. Xiaochen waved the talisman in his hand and the triangular talisman quickly unfurled in the air. After that, it exploded, creating a palm-sized flame wave. The swallow that was happily flying in the air seemed to be startled. It fell to the ground with a pu-tong sound and turned back into a wooden sculpture. There was no spiritual chi on the spirit wood. When Xiao Chen saw this, he could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. Superior quality materials coupled with superior technique. However, because the grade of the talisman was too low, it was not even strong enough to kill a mosquito. What made Xiao Chen even more speechless was that the life bestowal spell's charm was easily broken by this negligible attack. I have to continue working hard. I have to make a higher grade talisman and a stronger wooden sculpture. Xiao Chen encouraged himself. Chapter 74. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The date of the promise of 10 years was getting closer and closer. Xiao Chen locked himself in his room. Studying talismans and the life bestowal spell, he never left his house, living a life that was almost completely isolated from the world. Xiao Chen followed the method in the compendium of cultivation and channeled his spiritual energy into the wooden sculpture in his hand. With a schwa sound, the wooden sculpture transformed into a woman emitting golden light in the air. The woman held a golden spear in her hand and lightly waved her wrist in the air. A stream of dragon chi gathered in the spear and 9 golden dragon shadows rose up behind her, waves of dragon might spreading out in all directions. Boom! Before the smile on Xiao Chen's face could fade, the woman suddenly shattered, turning into a pile of sawdust in the air, slowly drifting down. It still didn't work. Xiao Chen sighed slightly in his heart. Over the past half a month, his achievements in the field of talismans could be considered gratifying. However, he still couldn't officially succeed in the life bestowal spell. Carving some small animals and making them temporarily real was no longer a problem for Xiao Chen. However, he had never really succeeded in making real combat weapons. This girl was carved by him using Yu Ying's image. Yu Ying was the strongest girl he had ever seen. Furthermore, the martial technique she used, Xiao Chen's Battle Sage Origins changing character formula, had also captured a trace of it and was able to successfully merge it. However, after half a month of hard work, Xiao Chen always felt that a trace of the most important charm was missing. As a result, the combat weapons he carved would not last more than 3 seconds. Could it be that he could only succeed after reaching the martial master realm? Xiao Chen wondered in his heart. There was only half a meter of spiritual wood left on the table. Xiao Chen did not have many chances left. This kind of spiritual wood was very difficult to find. Xiao Chen asked Bao to go to Glittering Jewels Pavilion to inquire about it. Even in Chizi County's Glittering Jewels Pavilion, it was difficult to obtain a piece of spiritual wood in a year. Old spirit wood was even harder to find. Even if there was spirit wood, it wouldn't be Xiao Chen's turn to buy it. That was because this kind of spiritual wood was very popular, and almost as soon as it was put on the shelves, it would be bought by alchemists at a high price. Although Xiao Chen was anxious, he wasn't overly anxious. These things couldn't be rushed. The more anxious you were, the less likely you would be able to find that feeling. Back at the desk, Xiao Chen's somewhat gloomy mood finally improved a little. On the desk were all kinds of talismans that he had made in the past few days. The types of talismans in the compendium of cultivation were complex and varied. The various types of talismans dazzled the eyes, making it hard for the eyes to take in. For the sake of convenience, Xiao Chen categorized the talismans into 3 categories: offensive, defensive, and special. The offensive type of talisman mainly used spiritual energy of different attributes to inscribe the runes on the talisman paper. The more complex the talisman, the more attributes it had, the more powerful the attack. Defensive talismans and special talismans were basically the same as offensive talismans in theory, but their specific applications were different. Talismans were divided into 9 ranks, from low to high. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he could only inscribe rank 2 talismans. He could inscribe rank 3 talismans, but the failure rate was too high. Xiao Chen gave up after trying a few times. It consumed too many materials, and the gains did not make up for the losses. Second young master, the first elder invites you to the Great Hall. He says that an honored guest has arrived. Baoer's melodious voice came from outside the door. Xiao Chen opened the door and walked out. Feeling suspicious, he asked, "Honored guest? Baoer, do you know who the honored guest is?" Baoer smiled mischievously, "It is a great beauty, very beautiful. The first elder is very respectful to her. I think he calls her something like Miss Feng." "Miss Feng? Feng Feishue?" Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. "Is that woman wearing men's clothes?" Baoer felt it was strange, so she asked, "Second young master, how did you know?" "Young master, can't I foresee the future?" Xiao Chen smiled gently. "That's right," Xiao Chen thought to himself, "it must be Feng Feishue. How strange, why is she here at our Xiao clan? Furthermore, it is at this time. There is less than half a month left before the promise of 10 years ends. Is it a coincidence that she is here now?" After passing through a few gardens, Xiao Chen did not walk for long before he arrived at the Great Hall. What surprised Xiao Chen was that aside from Xiao Chong and Feng Feishue, Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan were here as well. "Young Master Xiao, it has been a long time." Feng Feishue was dressed in men's clothes. Her delicate eyebrows exuded a heroic spirit. She was still as elegant as before. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, "I did not expect to meet you here. Miss Feng is really resourceful, to be able to see me everywhere." When the three people at the side saw that Xiao Chen knew Feng Feishue, they were astonished. Xiao Chong asked, "Xiao Chen, you already knew Miss Feng?" Xiao Yulan and Xiao Jian were curious about Xiao Chong's question as well. They waited for Xiao Chen's reply. Xiao Chen found a chair and sat beside Xiao Yulan. He said, "I can't say that I know her, but I have met her a few times. Would First Elder please introduce us?" When Xiao Chong heard this, he smiled and said, "This is Miss Feng Feishue. Her clan runs a merchant association. It is the largest merchant association in the Great Qin Empire. Their business covers the entire continent. Even in the Great Jin dynasty, they are considered one of the top. Her ancestors and our Xiao clan can be considered to have some sort of relationship." When Xiao Chong said this, there was a trace of undetectable sadness in the depths of his eyes. Feng Feishue's sharp senses caught the trace of sadness in Xiao Chong's eyes. She smiled calmly, appearing calm and unruffled. "Uncle Xiao is too kind. I am just a businessman." Although she said it very modestly, it was equivalent to her accepting Xiao Chong's words. Xiao Chen and the other two were startled. The Tianwu continent was very big. For her clan to be able to spread their business across the continent, their strength was not to be underestimated. However, how could such a strong power have a relationship with the Xiao clan's ancestors? Even if they did, there was no need for them to pay a visit to the Xiao clan. Xiao Chong looked at the three of them and said, "Since the three of you are here, I will inform you of Miss Feng's intentions. After this promise of 10 years, no matter the result, Miss Feng will think of a way to recommend the three of you to the Heavenly Qin School." Heavenly Qin School. When Xiao Chen and the other two heard these words, a huge wave surged in their hearts, unable to calm them down for a long time. The Heavenly Qin School was one of the 5 great schools of the Tianwu continent. It was located in the Great Qin nation's capital. It had existed even before the Great Qin Empire. It was said that the founding emperor of the Great Qin Empire, Yingzheng, studied in the Heavenly Qin School when he was young. After the empire was established, he immediately made the Heavenly Qin School the national school. In the Tianwu continent, aside from the 3 Orthodox Holy Lands, which had a longer history than the Tianwu dynasty, there were other existences comparable to the Holy Lands. These powers had existed since the Tianwu dynasty. In the hearts of the people, they were not much different from the Holy Lands. For example, the 3 great sects of the Great Qin Empire, the Misty Sword Sect, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, and the Night Spirit Palace were such powers. However, the Heavenly Qin School was an existence that was in between the two. It was higher than those fake Holy Lands, but lower than the 3 Orthodox Holy Lands. There was another big difference between it and the sections. The school did not interfere in the struggles of any powers, it was just a school. Even when the royal court of the Great Qin Empire had a few internal conflicts, the strong seniors of the school did not interfere. Xiao Jian suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "With our talent, can we really enter the heavenly Qin school?" Feng Feishua smiled faintly, "You don't have to worry about this. The entrance exam of the school is not just a test of cultivation realm. The most important thing is actual combat. Furthermore, even if it is just a cultivation realm, the talent of the 3 of you in the Great Qin Empire is definitely not bad. The most important thing is that a few of the great clans have the right to recommend you. There is no need for you to worry." Xiao Jian was not stupid and quickly understood the meaning behind her words. He directly asked, "These quotas should be very precious, right? Do you have any requests for giving them to us? I don't believe that you would be so kind as to give them to us." When Feng Feishua heard this, she smiled gently and said, "First young master is really direct. I really do not have any requests. If you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle Xiao." The 3 of them turned their gazes to Xiao Chang, waiting to see how he would answer. No requests. This was unbelievable. Xiao Chang nodded, "There is no need to worry. If you want to go, just say it. If you do not want to go, Miss Feng will not force you." Xiao Jian thanks Miss Feng for her kind intentions. "I sincerely want to go. I have offended you with my earlier words. I want to know how big this world is and how many outstanding talents there are. If I were to stay in Mo City for the rest of my life, I would definitely regret it," Xiao Jian said sincerely with a trace of heroism in his words. Xiao Yulan looked at Xiao Chen, and her eyes flickered with hope. She said, "Cousin Xiao Chen, are you going?" "I will wait for father to come out of closed-door training first," Xiao Chen said, evading the responsibility. Although Xiao Chen yearned for the heavenly Qin school, he did not desire it as much as Xiao Jian did. How big was the world? How many outstanding talents there were? Could the heavenly Qin school really find the answer? A single leaf obscures one's eyes, and one cannot see MT Tai. The sky that you see might just be a leaf in the eyes of others. Xiao Chen had already made up his mind long ago. After the promise of 10 years, he would definitely leave the Xiao clan. However, after the matter with Ao Jiao, the lunar shadow saber did not hum for him. The place he wanted to go the most was still the heavenly saber pavilion. Thinking of Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen felt a sense of melancholy in his heart. It assaulted him once again, causing him to feel a sense of loss. When Xiao Jian heard Xiao Chen's words, he could not help but feel serious. He could not help but look at the first elder. Xiao Chang smiled faintly, "No problem. After the clan head comes out of closed-door training, he will respect your decision and will not stop you." When Xiao Yulan heard the meaning behind Xiao Chen's words, she could not help but feel disappointed. She said dejectedly, "Miss Feng, can I consider it for a period of time?" Seeing Xiao Yulan's expression, a strange light flashed in Feng Feishue's eyes. However, it disappeared in an instant. She smiled and said, "I will not be leaving for a month. You can consider it carefully." She turned her gaze to Xiao Chen and said, "Young Master Xiao, can I speak to you privately?" Xiao Chen looked at the first elder. When he saw him nod his head, he said, "Not a problem." The 2 of them walked out of the great hall. Xiao Yulan led the way in front. After they arrived at a secluded garden, they stopped. Then, she turned around and stared at Xiao Chen with a pair of eyes brimming with spiritual energy. Xiao Chen said somewhat unnaturally, "I wonder why Miss Feng is looking for me." Pu Ci. Feng Feishue did not reply to him. Suddenly, a folding fan appeared in her hand and she aimed it at Xiao Chen's face. The folding fan gave off a fiery red glow. Just as it was about to reach Xiao Chen, it opened up with a schwa sound. A fiery red lotus soared into the air, looking very alluring. Chapter 75. Facing Feng Feishue's sudden attack, although Xiao Chen was astonished, he did not panic. Feng Feishue's attack was very sharp, but he did not feel any killing chi. Rushing thunder chop. Facing the red fire lotus in front of him, Xiao Chen thought, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand. He instantly executed the rushing thunder chop. The black saber light was like rushing thunder as it chopped at the red lotus. Bang! The lotus scattered and turned into red sparks. Under the bright sun, they looked like dancing butterflies. Seeing Xiao Chen execute the rushing thunder chop, a light flashed in Feng Feishue's eyes. She casually waved her hand and the folding fan in her hand changed into a slender saber. Feng Feishue held the saber in her hand and moved her feet slightly. She took a stance and her aura suddenly changed. She became one with the saber, heaven and earth, only her, only the saber. Feng Feishue shouted, "Draw the saber." The saber light flashed like an aurora, it was very fast. In an instant, the saber light had already arrived in front of Xiao Chen. Regardless of speed, strength, or angle, this saber strike had reached the peak of a martial master. Xiao Chen's heart moved like lightning. When he saw Feng Feishue take that stance, he immediately thought of the sword strike Ao Jiao used when forging the spirit weapon. Although Feng Feishue had not reached that level of aura, she already had some of the charm of it. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless and quickly retreated. However, this saber strike was too fast. Even though Xiao Chen had retreated in advance, the saber light still brought about a saber wind. It still managed to blow off a lock of hair on Xiao Chen's forehead, leaving a small wound on his forehead. Faint blood flowed out. What a fast saber strike! Xiao Chen took a deep breath of cold air. However, he did not have the time to sigh at the situation in front of him. Feng Feishue's second saber strike had already arrived. Arc light chop. Feng Feishue waved her wrist gently, and the tip of the saber pointed downwards. From bottom to top, a green arc light appeared. This was a pure arc light created by the saber light. In the garden, wherever the arc of light passed, the flower buds would fly, and the petals would fall in profusion. The petals would dance without any wind. Feng Feishue's elegant and spirited temperament was currently set off by the countless fresh flowers. She was like a fairy from the heavens, pure and untainted, without a speck of dust. However, Xiao Chen could not enjoy this rare beauty. He still had to retreat. The angle of the arc of light from the saber had sealed off all his attack routes. He had no other choice but to retreat. Soaring heaven slash. Feng Feishue shouted and pushed off the ground with the tip of her foot. She turned into a flash of light, and the saber in her hand pierced towards Xiao Chen's face. She carried an indomitable aura as she soared into the sky. What a powerful aura, Xiao Chen exclaimed in his heart. This saber that soared into the sky was not fanciful at all. It was aimed directly at his face. Feng Feishue forced Xiao Chen to exchange moves with her. However, Xiao Chen had already retreated 2 steps. His aura had weakened significantly, and he had lost the initiative. Furthermore, this saber seemed to have reached the realm of being one with the saber. Xiao Chen could not find any openings. He did not know how to break it, or how to block this soaring saber. Retreat, he could only continue retreating. However, Feng Feishue had soared into the sky. If he were to leap back again, his body would automatically crash into the tip of the saber. Xiao Chen felt very sullen in his heart. He could only roll back in a sorry state, dodging this soaring saber. This was the most direct and effective method, even though he was in a sorry state. Rushing thunder chop. Feng Feishue, who had soared into the sky, turned around in midair. Her perfect body rose once again in midair, and a clap of thunder resounded behind her. She descended with the momentum of wind and thunder, surging over. At this moment, the half-squatting Xiao Chen did not have the time to get up. When he saw Feng Feishue's saber surging over with the might of wind and thunder, he was indescribably horrified. Is this the true rushing thunder chop? Xiao Chen thought in his heart. From the moment he drew his saber, his aura rose continuously, forcing the enemy to retreat again and again. However, his own aura rose higher and higher. When the enemy's aura fell to rock bottom, his own aura rose to the peak. Then, he executed this killing move. Rushing thunder surged in one breath. It was indeed unstoppable. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. He had no way to retreat from this saber. If he took another step back, he would immediately be chopped in half. He could only passively defend. When his aura was at its weakest, he would block the opponent's saber that had reached its peak. What a brilliant saber technique! Although the situation was dire, Xiao Chen could not help but praise in his heart. Pu ci. Xiao Chen stood up ferociously and swung his lunar shadow saber upwards. The electricity on the saber radiated in all directions, and the boundless might of the rank 6 demonic core was released without holding anything back. He only hoped to raise his aura in the shortest amount of time possible. Bang! Feng Feishue's saber, which carried the might of rushing thunder, hacked ruthlessly at Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber. A resplendent electric light suddenly split open between the two sabers. Pu Tong. The huge force from the saber was instantly transmitted to his arm, then to his feet. Xiao Chen stumbled and took 2 steps back. Rushing thunder second chain chop. After Feng Feishue landed, she shouted loudly and held her saber with both hands. She took a step forward and slashed horizontally at Xiao Chen. This saber connected the supreme aura of the previous saber. The aura that had already reached its peak rose once again, reaching a shocking level. Bang! Xiao Chen's hurried defense was not able to block this saber, and he was sent flying. His body flew backwards, and Xiao Chen did his best to flip in midair, barely managing to stabilize himself. The qi and blood in his body churned, and his internal organs seemed to be trembling. However, Xiao Chen knew that Feng Feishue did not use her full strength in this attack. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block it. Feng Feishue held her saber and stood upright. She said apologetically, "Young Master Xiao, I have offended you. The Heavenly Qin School has a complete record of this rushing thunder saber technique. As long as you decide to go to the Heavenly Qin School, there are many similar time-scattered martial techniques in the Heavenly Qin School. At that time, you will definitely benefit greatly." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. After fighting for so long, she was trying to persuade me to go to the Heavenly Qin School. Feng Feishue, you are really interesting. After hearing Feng Feishue's explanation, the anger in Xiao Chen's heart had already disappeared. Xiao Chen also knew that Feng Feishue had been holding back from the very first move. Furthermore, she did not reveal any killing intent from start to finish. It could only be said that her heart was sincere. This kind of direct method was very compatible with Xiao Chen's temper. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen could not go. Xiao Chen stood up, and after he stabilized himself, he suddenly drew his saber. It was the stance that Feng Feishue had used earlier. Feng Feishue's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. This attack was not much slower than her own. Feng Feishue tossed away the saber in her hand, and the folding fan reappeared in her hand. A fiery red lotus appeared under her feet, and with a gentle push, she appeared 10 meters away. The red lotus bloomed again where her feet landed. Young Master Xiao, after Feng Feishue stood up, she wanted to say something. However, Xiao Chen did not give her the opportunity. He instantly executed the lightning evasion and appeared in front of her. He used the arc light chop, and a long arc of light appeared in the air. Feng Feishue was different from Xiao Chen. She had practiced the rushing thunder saber technique for a period of time, and understood the essence of this saber technique. She knew that she could not retreat at this moment, or else she would keep retreating, and her aura would fall to rock bottom. She tilted her body slightly, and pointed her folding fan forward. Coincidentally, it collided with the lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand. Boom! However, the huge force that came from the saber shocked Feng Feishue. She had always thought that Xiao Chen was only a peak martial disciple, so she had controlled her essence to be at the inferior grade martial master realm. She was afraid that she would accidentally injure Xiao Chen. However, she did not expect that Xiao Chen's strength was far from what a peak martial disciple could compare to. Feng Feishue stepped on the red lotus and retreated a few steps. Rushing heaven chop. Xiao Chen did not wait for her to stabilize herself. He soared into the air, and the tip of his saber headed straight for Feng Feishue's face. This was the move that had once put Xiao Chen in a sorry state, and now it was being used on Feng Feishue. What made Xiao Chen slightly disappointed was that even though Feng Feishue retreated, she retreated much more freely than Xiao Chen. The lotus bloomed and flickered in the air, causing Feng Feishue to retreat 3 steps. Rushing thunder chop. Xiao Chen shouted angrily in the air, and a clap of thunder resounded behind him. It carried the might of wind and thunder as it surged forward. This was a move that Xiao Chen had used for a long time. This time, he used it in a different way. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the difference between the two. Resolve. Feng Feishue said softly in her heart. 2 fiery red lotus flowers appeared in her eyes. The folding fan in her hand, which was originally giving off a faint glow, became completely dull. It looked very ordinary, and its brilliance was completely withdrawn. She lightly waved her hand upwards, blocking Xiao Chen's saber that was descending from the sky. There was no startling sound, and there was no shockwave from the collision. She simply blocked Xiao Chen's lightning-fast saber in such a casual manner. This forcefully interrupted Xiao Chen's aura, which had risen to its peak. This was like a person who was about to reach climax, only to have a bucket of cold water poured over him. Xiao Chen landed on the ground, feeling incomparably depressed. He could no longer use the rushing thunder second chain chop. The feeling of being forcefully interrupted by someone was not a good one. The scarlet lotus in Feng Feishue's eyes disappeared and she smiled gently. How is it? You have experienced the might of the complete version of this martial technique. It is not something that an incomplete martial technique can compare to. There are many such martial techniques in the Heavenly Qin school. With the talent you displayed, your cultivation will definitely soar. Furthermore, this rushing thunder saber technique still has a rushing thunder third chain chop. Even I am unable to use it. After you go, you will be able to learn it immediately. Xiao Chen calmed himself down, and felt that it was quite funny. This Feng Feishue was like a wolf grandmother, enticing him non-stop. Based on his intuition, he was sure that Feng Feishue did not have any malicious intentions towards him. Unfortunately, although Feng Feishue's cultivation was very high, she was still unable to hear the sound of the saber. Xiao Chen walked to the side and picked up the saber that Feng Feishue had thrown to the side. Miss Feng, can you hear its sound? Feng Feishue was stunned for a moment, and did not know what to say. She said, you are talking about listening to the sword and communicating with it, right? I am unable to do that. The ability to resonate with a weapon had nothing to do with one's cultivation, it was completely dependent on one's comprehension. Many of the ancient seniors in the Heavenly Qin school were unable to comprehend this realm. Feng Feishue's main weapon was not the saber, so naturally, she would not be able to hear the sound of the saber. Xiao Chen cupped his hands and thanked her. I am truly grateful for Miss Feng's recommendation. However, Xiao Chen wishes to find a place where he can hear the sound of the saber. I already have someone in mind, so I can only decline Miss Feng's good intentions. After Xiao Chen spoke, he turned around and left. Feng Feishue looked at Xiao Chen's back and frowned. She was deep in thought. If he did not go to the imperial capital, it would be difficult. If he did, he would not be able to guarantee his safety. Chapter 76. Xiao Chen walked quickly to his courtyard. In the earlier battle, he had comprehended some things. The essence in his body flowed continuously, it seemed like he was about to advance. After he used the inferior grade spirit stone, his cultivation had already reached the peak of superior grade martial disciple. After that, in the trial of Gloomy Forest, his superior grade martial disciple realm became even more perfect. After he returned, he felt that he already had 1 foot in the martial master realm. All he needed was a fortuitous encounter and he would be able to break through immediately. In his room, Xiaochen sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. He sank his consciousness into the blue dragon martial spirit, which had increased to 8 white clouds after advancing to superior grade martial disciple, was currently glistening with a bright luster. It seemed like it was about to explode. I am really going to advance. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. Although he had guessed long ago that he would become a martial master before the promise of 10 years, he would only feel at ease when he actually entered the martial master realm. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in his body. Xiaochen's heart was like still water as he immersed himself in this wondrous state. The surrounding spiritual energy continuously poured into Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen's consciousness controlled the surging spiritual energy in his body. Under the circulation of the purple thunder divine incantation, it circulated through the meridians in his body for a small cycle before flowing into his dantian. The little azure dragon in his dantian opened its mouth and sucked in the spiritual qi. An extremely satisfied expression appeared on its tiny dragon face. After a while, it spat out a puff of pure primordial qi. Xiaochen controlled this essence and let it flow out slowly through his meridians. After that, it permeated his entire body, tempering his body. Aside from the time when he used the spirit stone to advance, this was something that Xiaochen had to do every time he advanced. Because his martial spirit had awakened late, most of the spiritual energy in his early years had been used to temper his body. This was an advantage that would be very useful in battles. Xiaochen did not want to give up on this advantage. As long as he worked hard, his body would be tempered to the point where it would be as tough as steel. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated continuously in his body. After 49 minor cycles, Xiaochen could feel the explosive excitement of his martial spirit becoming increasingly intense. Xiaochen took a deep breath and stopped circulating his minor heavenly cycle. Instead, he started circulating his major heavenly cycle, officially breaking through to martial master. Under Xiaochen's circulation, the spiritual energy in the room surged into his body like water. Xiaochen absorbed the spiritual energy for an entire hour before he began to circulate it. This spirit qi, which was stronger and thicker than ever, slowly moved through Xiaochen's meridians. Xiaochen pressed the acupoints on the meridians unhurriedly, advancing step by step. After another hour, the purple thunder divine incantation finally completed a cycle. This surging spiritual energy flowed towards the dantian like a surging river. The blue dragon martial spirit excitedly opened its mouth as if it was eating a delicacy. It continuously absorbed this large amount of spiritual qi. The white clouds around it became brighter and brighter, as if they were going to explode in the next moment. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, Xiaochen's martial spirit finally gave off an explosive sound. The 8 white clouds suddenly exploded, and the area around the martial spirit turned chaotic. However, Xiaochen did not feel any discomfort. Instead, it was as if he had reached his limit and was suddenly released. This feeling was something that Xiaochen had experienced when he advanced in the past. However, it was not as comfortable as it was now. All the pores on his body opened up, and black impurities flowed out from them. After half an hour, Xiaochen controlled his consciousness and slowly sunk it into the martial spirit. The originally chaotic martial spirit now became clear. When he reached the dantian, Xiaochen's consciousness seemed to have entered a whole new space. The white clouds from before had all disappeared, and there was only a pool of clear water where the martial spirit was. Even the tiny blue dragon had disappeared. What's going on? Where's the blue dragon martial spirit? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. Pu Tong. Suddenly, there was a splash in the pool of clear water. The cute head of the tiny blue dragon popped out of the water, and it flowed happily in the clear water. Xiao Chen's consciousness captured a splash of water and observed it carefully. After a while, Xiao Chen was overjoyed. This pool of clear water was actually Xiao Chen's new essence storage space. When he observed it earlier, the essence contained in that splash of water was actually a tenth of the previous white clouds. Xiao Chen thought to himself. This pool of clear water was about the size of 2 palms in this space. The amount of essence contained in a single splash of water was a tenth of the previous white clouds. With such a large pool of clear water, it was unknown how much spiritual energy it contained. In the future, no matter if he was refining medicine or fighting with others, he would not have to worry about running out of essence. Xiao Chen even had an urge to immediately go out and see if he had enough essence to execute the blue dragon goes to sea. If he could, then he would be unrivaled in the promise of 10 years. Once he executed a heaven-ranked martial technique, even a martial grand master at his peak would not be able to block it. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of purple light shot out from them. Xiao Chen did not know what this purple light was. Every time he advanced in cultivation, his eyes would appear with this kind of purple light. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen did not continue thinking about this problem. He looked at the disgusting black sticky substance all over his body and could not help but smile bitterly to himself. It looks like I will have to change my clothes every time I advance in cultivation. With this sticky substance on his body, Xiao Chen felt extremely uncomfortable. He quickly went to take a bath. After washing up and changing his clothes, Xiao Chen felt his entire body was refreshed. He was in high spirits and his eyes were brimming with energy. He felt like he had an inexhaustible amount of energy in his body. Second young master, where have you been? I have been looking for you for a long time. When Bao saw Xiao Chen outside the courtyard, she quickly ran over excitedly. Xiao Chen smiled, why are you looking for me? I just went to take a bath. When Bao heard this, she sized up Xiao Chen. Her eyes revealed an infatuated look. A blush appeared on her face as she said in a soft voice, second young master, you seem to have become more handsome. Could it be that after advancing to martial master, a person's temperament would change? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. However, there had never been a girl who praised his good looks in front of him before. Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly, you still have not told me why you are looking for me. Bao came to her senses and quickly said, before Miss Feng left, she told me to pass this book to you. She also told me to pass a message to you. In the future, if you change your mind, you can look for her anytime. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. This girl is really unwilling to give up. He took the book that Bao handed over and took a look. His expression changed slightly. This was actually the complete handwritten copy of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique. Feng Feishua actually gave such a precious thing to him. How long has Miss Feng been gone? Xiao Chen asked as he put away the book. Bao replied obediently, she has been gone for a long time. It should be almost 2 hours, right? Looks like I won't be able to catch up. Xiao Chen said with some regret. He did not like to receive favors from others for no reason. I will definitely return this favor in the future. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the handwritten copy of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique. After returning to his room, Xiao Chen placed the Rushing Thunder Saber technique manual into the universe ring. He did not look at it immediately. He had another important thing to do. Xiao Chen took out the half-meter-long spiritual wood and used a small knife to cut off a thumb-sized piece. Then, he started to carve it carefully. The life bestowal spell was an extremely strong spell. Although he had never succeeded before, Xiao Chen had never thought of giving up on it. Now that he had advanced to martial master, the thing that Xiao Chen wanted to do the most was to continue trying it out. In his mind, Xiao Chen recalled the battle between Yu Ying and Yi Chenzhou. He carefully carved out Yu Ying's appearance, stroke by stroke. Who? Not long after, Xiaochen finished carving. He gently blew off the wood dregs on the wooden sculpture and carefully observed it in his hands. The appearance of the girl on the wooden sculpture was almost exactly the same as in Xiaochen's memory. However, when Xiaochen looked at it, he felt that something was missing. The expression of the girl on the wooden sculpture was solemn. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Even though she was not angry, she exuded a majestic aura. Even though she was an inanimate object, she looked like a queen. Queen? Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. A certain chord in his mind seemed to have moved. He seemed to have caught onto something that he had not noticed before. That's right, queen. How could Yuing be a queen? Xiaochen suddenly said in pleasant surprise. He finally understood where he had been wrong all this while. His heart was too heavy on benefits. He only remembered how Yuing looked like when she was fighting. She was like a queen who ruled over the world. Thus, he carved Yuing with the appearance of a queen. However, Yuing was not a queen. In Xiaochen's mind, her awkward expression when her stomach growled appeared. He thought of her blushing face when she called him a perverted thief. This was a person with flesh and blood. The life bestowal spell. Since his cultivation realm was not high enough, he had to make up for it. He had to carve out a living Yuing. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve much with just the appearance. Xiaochen cut out another thumb-sized piece of spiritual wood. He moved the knife in his hand like it was flying. He completely merged Yu Ying's appearance when she was in battle and when she was injured. However, this kind of thing was easy to think of, but it was extremely difficult to do. Xiaochen continued to carve, and then he continued to deny it. When there was only a small section of the half-meter-long spiritual wood left, Xiaochen finally completed a work that he was satisfied with. The absolute beauty held a golden spear in her hand. On her stern and dignified face, there was a faint smile. She did not have that threatening boldness from before, but there was a hint of gentleness of a girl. Of course, these were not what Xiaochen was most satisfied with. What he was most satisfied with was that this absolute beauty only wore a red bra. I wonder if she would kill me on the spot when she sees this work. Xiaochen looked at the wooden sculpture in his hand and laughed mockingly. Maybe she herself did not know that this was her true self. Tossing aside all distracting thoughts, Xiaochen focused and decided to merge the dragon chi that Yuing gave him into it. If he failed again this time, then the dragon chi that could save his life at the crucial moment would be wasted. Chapter 77. With a thought, the blue dragon in Xiaochen's dantian slowly swam out of the water. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of golden dragon chi. The dragon chi followed the meridians and flowed out of his body, appearing in Xiaochen's right hand. This stream of dragon chi contained an extremely strong energy. It was the true dragon chi that had been passed down in the great Qin nation for thousands of years. Yuing was willing to give him one. Xiaochen was somewhat astonished. If this dragon chi was completely unleashed, even a martial saint would be severely injured. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could save Xiaochen's life. Who? Xiaochen carefully infused the dragon chi into the wooden sculpture. A golden halo appeared at the feet of the wooden sculpture. When the last strand of dragon chi entered the wooden sculpture, the entire wooden sculpture started to give off a resplendent golden glow. Xiaochen took a deep breath and with a thought, the clear water in his martial spirit started to churn. The dense essence slowly flowed to his right hand. He raised his hand and placed it on the forehead of the wooden sculpture. Hu Qi. A boundless amount of essence flowed into the wooden sculpture through his finger. His finger gave off a faint glow. The essence was continuously consumed, as though it was endless. After a while, the clear water was reduced by half. Xiaochen was astonished. This life bestowal spell actually consumed such a large amount of essence. No wonder he could not complete this spell before he became a martial master. With the purity and strength of the essence that a martial disciple possessed, it was impossible to complete this spell. Furthermore, his carving skills were not up to par. Naturally, he would fail every time. Schwa. When the essence in Xiao Chen's body was only left with a quarter, the wooden sculpture suddenly grew bigger. Yuing appeared in front of Xiao Chen, holding a spear in her hand and wearing only a bra. She gently waved the golden spear in her hand, and 9 golden dragon images appeared behind her. With a hong sound, the dragon images flew around in the air before they all merged into her spear. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. With a thought, Yuing turned into a beam of light and appeared in his hand, turning back into a wooden sculpture. Success! After countless attempts, he finally succeeded this time. In the future, even if he were to meet a martial saint expert, he would be able to face them calmly. Xiao Chen thought joyfully as he grasped the wooden sculpture tightly in his hand. There was less than half a month to the promise of 10 years. Undercurrents surged within Mo City. Within a secret room of the Tang clan in Mo City, the Tang clan's clan head, the Zhang clan's clan head, the mysterious blue-robed old man, and the 2 clans' worshippers. The master of the Zhang clan said anxiously, "Senior Leng, when can you give me the energy-gathering pill? You must know that for the great cause of your Leng clan, I have to give it to you. I've thrown caution to the wind, and now even my eldest son is crippled. You can't just ignore it." The blue-clothed martial saint smiled gently and said, "Old Zhang, there is no need to be anxious. There is no need for me to explain how precious the returning essence pill is. It can allow one to recondense a martial spirit. Yesterday, Jiaoying sent news that my clan had requested one from the Misty Sword sect. It should arrive tonight." The Zhang clan head revealed a joyful expression and said, "Thank you, Senior Leng. I can't thank you enough." The blue-clad man waved his hand and said, "Old Zhang, there is no need to be so polite. We still have to rely on your young master and the Tang clan's young master for the promise of 10 years. Helping you is helping ourselves." When Tang Tian, who was at the side, heard that the Zhang clan's clan head had obtained a restoration pellet, he felt dissatisfied and said, "Senior Leng, my eldest son died at such a young age. Why didn't you give me any compensation?" The expression on the blue-clothed man's face changed slightly. He said, "Old Tang, what you said is not right. Regarding the matter of the 6-tailed spirit fox, I did not let down your Tang clan. I did what I could. However, the one who killed your son is Xiao Chen. And as far as I know, your eldest son's talent is mediocre, and you usually don't take him to heart." Tang Tian's face turned black. The man in blue was right. He could not find any words to refute him. He snorted and did not say a word. When the blue-clothed man saw the situation, his expression relaxed. He smiled and said, "Old Tang, there is no need to be too anxious. After the promise of 10 years is over, we will obtain the 7-Horn Mountain Range and establish our Leng clan. At that time, the position of Supreme Elder will definitely be yours." When Tang Tian heard this, the expression on his face eased up. He said, "However, the 3 people from the Xiao clan are all very strong. Not to mention the terrifying Xiao Chen, there is still Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan, who are both martial masters. I'm afraid that even if Zhang He recovers his strength, he will not be able to defeat them." The blue-clothed man laughed coldly. "Is that Xiao Chen very strong? I don't think so. He was just lucky to kill an injured martial grand master. He is not even a martial master, how strong can he be? Furthermore, even if he is very strong, he needs to have the opportunity to participate in the competition in one piece. Otherwise, no matter how strong he is, it would be pointless." Tang Tian and the Zhang clan head looked at each other and said, "Could it be that Senior Leng is prepared to personally cripple that brat before the competition? However, doesn't the Xiao clan have a martial saint expert?" The blue-clothed man said indifferently, "In another 2 days, the clan head of my Leng clan will bring 3 martial saint elders to Mo City personally. This promise of 10 years was set by the city lord of Mo City. It is not good to break it openly, but it is still possible to play some tricks behind the scenes. As for that martial saint of the Shao clan, he is just an inferior grade martial saint. My clan head would be able to destroy him with a wave of his hand. The clan heads of the Zhang clan and Tang clan were all astonished. With this, including the blue-clothed man, the 5 martial saint experts of the Leng clan were all here. With such a strong strength, just these 5 people would be enough to sweep through the Shao clan. After the life bestowal spell succeeded, Shao Chen spent the rest of his time on consolidating his cultivation as an inferior grade martial master and inscribing talismans. As a martial master, his essence was much more abundant. Shao Chen attempted to inscribe rank 3 talismans a few more times. His success rate was much higher than before. As long as he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 3rd layer, he would be able to guarantee a 90% success rate. The days passed in such a boring manner. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Cousin Shao Chen, are you there? On this day, Shao Chen was in his room, inscribing a rank 3 dual-attributed offensive talisman. When he heard Xiao Yulan's voice, he quickly stopped what he was doing. The instant Shao Chen stopped, the spiritual energy on the talisman completely disappeared. A flame immediately appeared on the talisman paper, turning it into ashes. This was how inscribing talismans was. If one could not complete it in one go, then all the previous efforts would be wasted. Shao Chen felt it was a pity. This rank 3 ice fire talisman was just a little bit away from completion. If he was lucky, he would have succeeded. When he opened the door, Shao Chen was slightly astonished. Aside from Xiao Yulan, Xiao Jian, Xiao Ling Yi Lan, and the others who participated in the trial of Gloomy Forest were all present. What are you all doing? Why are you all here? Shao Chen said in surprise. Xiao Linger's face was full of smiles as she said, Elder brother Shao Chen, you still don't know? The first elder gave us a day off today, specially allowing us to go out for a day. All of us decided to go to Mo City for a walk, except for you. Shao Chen suddenly understood. The first elder's actions were not wrong. After all, they were a group of youths. If they were to be locked up in their rooms, they would get sick. However, a doubt arose in Shao Chen's heart. With so many people going out, what would happen if something happened? Xiao Linger knew what he was worried about. She pointed her lily-white hands in a direction and said, Look over there, there is that consecrated person protecting us. We will be fine. Shao Chen looked in the direction she pointed and discovered Lu Fenglin standing outside the courtyard, resting with his eyes closed. There were a few martial grand masters of the Shao clan following behind him. Shao Chen laughed involuntarily in his heart. The first elder was really willing to go all out. For the sake of this group of people, he had sent over half of the Shao clan's peak martial strength. In that case, let's go. Shao Chen did not hesitate and followed the group towards Mo City. Mo City was bustling with people, it was as bustling as it was in the past. Everyone followed the flow of people and wandered around the streets. Shao Chen suddenly discovered that regardless of which world he was in, the desire of girls to shop was always this strong. Among the 10 of them, aside from Xiao Jian and him, the other boys all had bags of various sizes hanging on them. Yi Lan was the most miserable. He was in charge of carrying the things that Xiao Linger bought. Every part of his body that could be used to hang something was covered. Let's go to the Cultivator Plaza to take a look. Yi Lan finally could not take it anymore and suggested, hoping to divert Xiao Linger's attention. Cultivator Plaza, Shao Chen had an idea. The promise of 10 years would be held in the Cultivator Plaza in 7 days. If he went there now to understand the situation, it would definitely be of some help when the duels officially started. Cousin Yulan, how about we go and take a look? The duels will be held in 7 days, it would be good to understand the venue. Xiao Yulan smiled faintly, we'll listen to cousin Shao Chen. Yilan and the rest of the guys looked at Xiao Yulan with incomparable gratitude. They all heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Only Xiao Ling was a little dissatisfied. She was still complaining that the things she bought were too few. When Yilan heard this, he felt like crying. The Cultivator Plaza was the center of Mo City. In the middle of the plaza stood a statue of 100 meters tall. When Yilan heard this, he felt like crying. Every city in the continent would have a Cultivator Plaza. In the plaza, there would be a tall statue. The person carved in the statue was basically the famous Emperor Wu of the continent. There were 16 arenas made of heavenly mountain stones surrounding the statue. One of the arenas was especially eye-catching. Its height and area were much larger than the surrounding arenas. These arenas were all managed by the city lord's residents. The Tianwu continent loved martial arts. Normally, this place would be filled with people. However, at this moment, it was a forbidden area, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Every year, Mo City would hold a large-scale martial competition at the Cultivator Plaza. The martial competition was personally organized by the city lord's residents, and there were generous prizes. Aside from this, one could also gain fame and be favored by the various large clans and the city lord's residents. That was the most bustling time of the year in Mo City. Furthermore, this year's martial competition coincided with the promise of 10 years between the 3 large clans of Mo City. One could imagine the bustling scene at that time. It would be a terrifying scene. Hence, the city lord's residents had sealed off the Cultivator Plaza half a month ago. They had started to carry out repairs and rehearsals for the martial competition, ensuring that there would not be any accidents. However, the ban on outsiders was not a problem for the Xiao clan. After they reported their identities, the people from the city lord's residence did not stop them. Everyone walked towards the statue of the Tianwu Emperor in the middle of the plaza. In front of the Tianwu Emperor from 10,000 years ago, the originally restless crowd started to calm down. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly felt 2 gazes filled with killing intent staring at him. He turned his head and saw that in the arena not far away, Tang Feng and Zhang He, who were originally sparring, had stopped and were looking at him coldly. Zhang He actually had a martial technique? Xiao Chen was sure that he did not see wrongly. The two of them had indeed exchanged blows earlier. Furthermore, Zhang He had even used a martial technique. What is going on? Xiao Chen's heart was filled with doubts. Just as he was thinking, Tang Feng and Zhang He jumped off the arena and walked towards him. Chapter 78. The crowd in front of the Tianwu Emperor's statue also noticed Tang Feng and Zhang He walking over, as well as the elders of the 2 clans behind them. As the promise of 10 years approached, the 3 clans put in a lot of effort to protect the participants. Under the bright sun, the people of the Xiao clan, the Zhang clan, and the Tang clan faced each other silently in front of the Tianwu Emperor's statue. Xiao Chen, it's been a long time, Zhang He said slowly as he walked forward. When Xiao Jian, who was in the crowd, saw Zhang He for the first time, flames of anger appeared in his eyes. His right hand clenched tightly into a fist, giving off a crisp sound. When he thought about what happened that day, his heart was tormented. At this moment, when he heard Zhang He's voice, he could no longer hold it in. Zhang He, do you dare to fight me? Zhang He smiled coldly. Who do you think you are? I am speaking to Xiao Chen, why are you interrupting? You are just trash. Do you really think that you are the strongest person in Mo City? When Xiao Jian heard this, he was startled. He said angrily, Zhang He, don't go overboard. Xiao Chen looked coldly at Zhang He. The lunar shadow saber suddenly appeared in his hand as he took a step forward. His aura suddenly rose to its peak. He was one with the saber, heaven and earth, only him, only the saber. Drawing the saber. A saber light flashed and Xiao Chen suddenly made his move. Zhang He was startled. He did not expect that Xiao Chen would make a move against him in front of everyone without saying a word. Zhang He quickly retreated. Unfortunately, this saber was too fast, and it was released suddenly. He executed the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique to its peak. However, a bright red wound appeared on his right arm, and blood immediately flowed out. The elders of the Zhang clan and Tang clan immediately rushed forward anxiously to protect him. However, when they saw Lu Fenglin standing quietly behind them, no one dared to take a step forward. The elders of the Shao clan also came forward. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Zhang He said angrily, "Shao Chen, you actually dare to injure me in front of everyone." Shao Chen sheathed his saber and smiled indifferently, "When it comes to barking, I always use my fists and not my mouth. Could it be that when a dog bites me, you want me to bite it back?" Shao Jian's words did not contain a single vulgar word, causing Zhang He to feel like his head was about to explode. Shao Jian immediately felt much better. "Brother Zhang, there's no need to lower yourself to their level. They won't last long," Tang Feng advised. Zhang He calmed himself down and thought about what his father had told him in the morning. He slowly calmed down and said to Shao Chen, "Shao Chen, I will make you pay sooner or later. I will return the humiliation I suffered that day several-fold." Shao Chen did not say anything. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in his body. Suddenly, his right hand pointed at Zhang He, who was in the crowd. A tiny strand of purple flame shot out. In order for Shao Chen to speed up his attack, he did not revolve this wisp of flame at his fingertips, so its power was not great. The flame brushed past Zhang He's head before dissipating into the air. It disappeared in an instant, as if it had never happened. Pooh! Within the crowd, a flame suddenly appeared on Zhang He's head. The hair that Zhang He had grown with great difficulty in the past month was set ablaze once again. Shao Chen did not infuse much essence into this flame. It left as quickly as it came. After 2 seconds, it was extinguished. However, Zhang He's head was charred. There was a black stench coming from it, and green smoke was emitting from it. The surrounding people all moved away, and the people of the Shao clan all laughed out loud. Even the Tang clan disciples that were with them covered their mouths and laughed secretly. "Shao Chen!" Zhang He cried out hoarsely. The emotions that he had just calmed down could no longer remain calm. Under the instructions of the elders, some of the Zhang clan disciples at the side pulled back the berserk Zhang He, not letting him rush out. Tang Feng held the ice fire bow in his hand and could not bear to watch any longer. He said to Shao Chen, "Shao Chen, don't go overboard. Don't you think you have gone overboard? Overboard? Overboard?" Shao Chen laughed coldly in his heart, pointing at my nose and threatening me in front of so many people. "You actually say I have gone overboard? In the eyes of these people, does the world revolve around them?" Shao Chen said coldly, "I already said it before. I will not lower myself to the level of a dog. When a dog barks, I always use my fists and not my mouth." Seeing the other party not daring to say anything, Shao Chen sighed in his heart. Indeed, everything in this world is built on strength. If the other party did not see Lu Fenglin here, he would probably be the one being humiliated. Shao Chen did not believe it. Because Zhang He had not seen him for a long time and missed him, he came over to greet him. Zhang He and Tang Feng were clearly relying on their numbers to come over and humiliate him. However, they did not expect that Lu Fenglin would be here. That was why they suffered such a huge loss. After a long time, the stench on Zhang He's head finally dissipated. He really did not want to stay here any longer. He brought the crowd and left. Before he left, he wanted to say something. However, when he thought of what happened earlier, he forced back the words he wanted to say. He only glared at Shao Chen fiercely. After this group of people caused such a ruckus, Xiao Yulan and the others were no longer in the mood to continue strolling around. Before they left, Shao Chen looked at the 100-meter-tall statue of the Tianwu Emperor behind him. Shao Chen was deep in thought. The supreme heavenly flame that could incinerate the entire continent, the one that used his own strength to establish a dynasty that lasted for 10,000 years, unifying the Tianwu continent. These were the legends of the Tianwu Emperor. Even though 10,000 years had passed and the Tianwu dynasty had already been destroyed, the people of the world could not forget the Tianwu Emperor. This was the prestige of the Tianwu Emperor. In his era, there were many outstanding people. However, they were all trampled under his feet, becoming stepping stones for him to become the Tianwu Emperor. In the end, they were all destroyed in the river of time. After 10,000 years, will I, Shao Chen, be like the Tianwu Emperor, standing here without dying, or will I become a stepping stone for others? Late at night, the full moon hung high in the sky, and the sky was filled with stars. Shao residence, Shao Chen's courtyard. After Shao Chen returned, he immediately continued to inscribe talismans. When night fell, Shao Chen took out the Rushing Thunder Saber technique manual and read it carefully. Ever since Shao Chen obtained this manual, he had not had the time to read it. After he read it, Shao Chen was quickly drawn into it. The Rushing Thunder Chop was originally a superior grade yellow ranked martial technique. However, when the first few moves of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique were used, its might would increase by several times, reaching the level of a superior grade profound ranked martial technique. Shao Chen inherited the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula from the Thunder King. As long as a martial technique was executed before him once, he would be able to execute it accurately. Although its might would be reduced, as long as he comprehended the essence, it was not impossible for it to surpass the original martial technique's might. Originally, Shao Chen had practiced the Rushing Thunder Chop for a period of time. After he saw Feng Feishue use it once, he immediately comprehended the essence of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique. Thus, he was able to use the changing character formula to execute it completely. Now that he had obtained the entire manual of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique, his comprehension of the essence within it could be said to have gone up another level. The final move of the Saber technique, the Rushing Thunder Third Chain Chop, was also comprehended in his heart. Pooh! In the silent night, a scream suddenly rang out. It was the scream of someone who had their mouth covered by someone's hand before they died. Although this sound was very soft, after Shao Chen became a martial master, his 5 senses had increased significantly. He was slightly startled. Could it be that the Zhang clan and Tang clan are here? Bang! 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 The sounds of fighting became louder and louder, and miserable cries could be heard continuously. Shao Chen quickly extended his spiritual sense, and in that instant, the entire Shao residence was within his sight. Through Shao Chen's spiritual sense, he could see 3 figures starting a massacre. The 3 of them were extremely fast, no one was a match for them. Shao Chen's elite guards were like paper in their hands. With just a light flick, they were torn to shreds. Martial Saints. These were actually 3 martial saint experts. Shao Chen was greatly shocked. How could there be 3 martial saint experts in Mo City? These 3 people covered their faces and did not linger in battle. Their speed was extremely fast, and they only attacked those who blocked their path. When Shao Chen saw the path they were taking, he suddenly realized that their targets were Shao Yulan, Shao Jian, and himself. These were the participants of the promise of 10 years. Indeed, it was the work of the Zhang clan and Tang clan. Looking at the Shao clan disciples who had died miserably, Shao Chen clenched his fist tightly. His heart was bleeding, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Where is Lu Fenglin? Shao Chen shifted his gaze in another direction and saw Lu Fenglin's figure. However, he was currently being held up by a blue-clothed man. He could not even protect himself, and it was difficult for him to free himself. Even further away, the first elder was leading a group of martial grand masters of the Shao clan. They were being held up by a strong martial saint. That person did not kill them. However, every time someone went over to help, he would immediately make a move to block them. There were actually 5 martial saint experts here. The situation was not good. Xiao Chen quickly left his room and rushed to Bao'er's room. "Young master, what's wrong?" Bao'er walked out of her room and heard the miserable cries of the people outside. She had a panicked expression on her face. Just as Xiao Chen was about to explain, a monstrous killing intent surged towards him. That earth-shattering aura caused people to feel pressure even before they got close. Xiao Chen pushed Bao'er back to her room and quickly said, "Quickly return to your room. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't come out. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't come out." Although Bao'er did not understand what was going on, she had never seen such an anxious expression on Xiao Chen's face before. She obediently ran back to her room. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the high wall of the courtyard. In his hand was a sword dripping with blood. He had a black veil covering his face, making it impossible to see his appearance. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes as he stared at Xiao Chen. Pu Ci. The sword in the black-clothed man's hand trembled and a 20-meter-long blue sword chi flew towards Xiao Chen. This was a true sword chi, the signature attack of a martial saint. It was not like the sword chi that Jianghu sent out using the holy sword martial spirit. The sword chi surged and quickly arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen knew that he would not be able to block it, so he quickly retreated. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen retreated, the sword chi had already swept past where he was standing. There was a loud sound and a deep pit appeared in the ground. Shockwaves spread out in all directions and dust flew everywhere. Before Xiao Chen landed on the ground, he was struck by the shockwave. His body flew backwards and crashed into the ground with a loud bang. The might of one sword, a martial saint expert is indeed strong, Xiao Chen, who was on the ground, thought to himself. The figure on the high wall suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above Xiao Chen's head. A 20-meter-long sword chi pulsed on his sword. This sword carried an undefeatable aura as it descended from the sky. At this moment, no matter how powerful a martial technique was, it would be useless. This was because there would not be a chance to execute it. Xiao Chen waved his hand and the wooden sculpture made of spiritual wood was tossed above his head. Chapter 79. Shua. With a shua sound, the wooden sculpture turned into a girl holding a golden spear. The spear trembled slightly, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Yuing let out a long roar, and the 9 dragon shadows behind her soared up. The dragon shadows and the supreme dragon might were infused into the long spear. The golden light was extremely bright, and the spear flew towards the black-clothed man's descending sword. Bang! The golden glow collided with the 2 long sword chi, giving off a loud sound. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions. After the black-clothed man landed, he hurriedly took 2 steps back. He looked at Yuing, who had suddenly appeared, with a cautious expression. He did not understand why a girl who was no weaker than a martial saint would appear beside Xiao Chen. "Who are you, and what is your relationship with the Xiao residents?" the black-clothed man asked. Yuing did not answer, nor could she answer. She raised the spear in her hand, and the 9 dragon images flew out again. The black-clothed man was forced to retaliate, and he started fighting with Yuing again. Seeing the 2 sides fighting, Xiao Chen did not know whether to advance or retreat. Although the life bestowal spell was strong, it could not be sustained for long. Against a martial saint expert, it would not be able to kill him. If he left now and left Bao'er here alone, it would be too dangerous. Chi! Suddenly, there were many white fireworks in the sky above Xiao Yulan's courtyard. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. He quickly extended his spiritual sense in that direction. In the middle of the courtyard, there were many Xiao clan disciples lying on the ground, all dead. Xiao Yulan lay in the middle with a pale complexion. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of her mouth, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. A black-clothed man behind her quickly left. "Cousin Yulan." Xiao Chen felt a pain in his heart. He wanted to execute the lightning evasion and rush over to take a look. Trying to run? Dream on. When the black-clothed man saw that Xiao Chun was about to leave, he quickly used his sword to deflect Yu Ying's attack. His figure flashed forward, and his sword was as fast as lightning, chopping towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun quickly cancelled the lightning evasion and retreated. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, "Bastard, don't force me." The black-clothed man smiled coldly, "You are just an insignificant martial master. What qualifications do you have to say such words in front of me?" After he finished speaking, he ignored Yu Ying, who was chasing after him. He raised his sword and charged towards Xiao Chun. The fireworks that just went up indicated that one of them had already succeeded. His heart was filled with urgency. He didn't want to delay any longer. Even if he had to suffer a blow, he had to severely injure Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun continued to fly backwards, and casually waved a third-grade talisman. The talisman opened up rapidly in the air, and then turned into a violent fireball that exploded in the air. With the talisman as the center, a huge flaming shockwave spread out in all directions. The air was instantly set ablaze, and the billowing heat waves swept out in all directions. Boom! A piercingly cold chi burst out from the black-clothed man's body, dispersing all the flames that came close to his body. In his heart, he did not think much of it. These seemingly mighty flames were not worth mentioning in his eyes. However, the talisman in the air did not disappear because of the flames. It continued to float in the air, giving off a sparkling light before exploding again. Who? An absolute cold chi spread out in all directions. The air seemed to be frozen, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped to -100 degrees Celsius. The cold chi was very oppressive, causing one's breathing to tremble. The black-clothed man paused for a moment. He was somewhat astonished, but he did not panic. He circulated the essence in his body, and the cold chi was instantly forced out of his body. Pu ci. The heat wave that had just dispersed suddenly surged in from all directions. The heat wave and cold chi collided in the air. The black-clothed man immediately felt that something was wrong. On his left was a boundless cold chi, and on his right was a surging heat wave. Boom! Ice and fire clashed, and the energy of the two opposing attributes reached a critical point before exploding ferociously. The energy that was stronger than any of the previous attributes exploded with the black-clothed man as the center. The black-clothed man was caught off guard, and he was blasted away. Although he was in a sorry state, he did not suffer any major injuries. Before he could stabilize himself, 9 golden dragon shadows were already flying towards him. These 9 dragons all contained the dragon chi that Xiao Chun sent over. They were not weak, and if he was struck by them, even a martial saint would suffer significant injuries. Martial technique, parting the clouds and gazing at the sun. The black-clothed man did not dare to be careless, and he quickly executed his profound ranked martial technique. The blade of his sword released a brilliant light, and it sliced through the boundless night sky. It was as though layers of dark clouds had been parted, and the blade of the sword was as dazzling as the sun. The two strong martial techniques clashed once again. The stone table in Xiao Chen's courtyard was immediately shattered into countless pieces by the shockwave. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to continue fighting. After he dodged the shockwave, he extended his spiritual sense once again. He discovered that Xiao Yulan's eyes, which were originally open, were already closed. Her complexion had become even paler. A few people ran over from the side, and they hurriedly lifted her up, rushing towards the Xiao clan's dispensary. Xiao Chen felt even more conflicted in his heart. He wanted to immediately send the blood-replenishing pill over, and he raised his leg to leave. "I told you not to leave." The black-clothed man shook off Yu Ying once again, and chased after Xiao Chen. Just now, there was another firework in the sky, another person had succeeded. According to the agreement, it was time for him to retreat. However, he had not even touched Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared angrily, "Bastard! I told you not to force me, didn't you hear me? Martial technique, wind from all directions." The black-clothed man shook the sword in his hand, and countless sword shadows appeared in all directions. A whirlwind rose from the ground, and a large amount of dust flew up from the ground. "Who?" The whirlwind blew to the feet of the black-clothed man, and in an instant, his body flew up. He roared angrily in the sky, and the sword shadows returned to their positions. The sword light on his sword instantly doubled in size. Heavenly lightning shield. With the help of the whirlwind, the black-clothed man's speed was incomparably fast. Xiao Chen could not dodge in time, and could only use the heavenly lightning shield to block. A golden lightning shield made of lightning instantly wrapped around Xiao Chen. Bang! The sword light struck the heavenly lightning shield, and gave off a dull sound. Tiny cracks appeared on the lightning evasion, and after a while, it completely broke. The huge force of the sword light immediately sent Xiao Chen flying, and a bloody wound appeared on his right shoulder. If not for Xiao Chen's heavenly lightning shield blocking it, this sword would have been sufficient to split Xiao Chen in half. Xiao Chen took out a blood-replenishing pill and placed it in his mouth. He smiled bitterly in his heart. In front of absolute power, no matter what tricks he had, they were useless. For example, he could immediately use wind from all directions, but before he could even fly up, he would be split in half. Only by using the blue dragon goes to see would he be able to injure this person. Otherwise, even if he was killed, he would not be able to injure him at all. In front of absolute power, he had to use a power that was even more absolute than his. With a thought, Yu Ying's body suddenly erupted with a golden light. 9 dragon images circled around her body continuously, and a dragon roar came from her mouth. The black-clothed man looked at Yu Ying coldly, but he did not pay much attention to her. After fighting for so long, he had already grasped Yu Ying's weakness. She was not nimble enough, and did not have the movement techniques and reactions of a martial saint. She only barely reached that level in terms of strength. Seeing Xiao Chen bleeding continuously from his right shoulder, the black-clothed man thought to himself indifferently, "I just need to add one more strike and I can leave." Boundless Azure Sea. Suddenly, a boundless sea appeared behind Yu Ying. A azure dragon broke out of the sea and let out a drawn-out roar. It circled around in the air for a while, and then charged at the black-clothed man. It is actually an earth-ranked martial technique. The black-clothed man was astonished. How did this girl know the martial technique of the Empire's royal clan? Bang! What a fast speed! This was the black-clothed man's last thought after he was struck by the azure dragon. There was a loud sound, and a 3-meter-long pit appeared on the ground. Countless cracks extended in all directions. Rumble. The cracks extended all the way to the high walls of the courtyard. The high walls immediately collapsed, and in the next moment, all the houses in the courtyard collapsed because their foundations were damaged. Xiao Chen used his arms to protect himself. He was forced back a few steps by the shockwave before he slowly stabilized himself. He looked towards Bao Er's room worriedly. He discovered that she was hiding under a beam. Her eyes were filled with worry and fear as she looked at Xiao Chen. As long as she is fine, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After Yu Ying used this move, she immediately turned into a golden light and flew into Xiao Chen's hands. She turned back into a wooden sculpture and landed in Xiao Chen's hands. Seeing that the wooden sculpture had lost a lot of its luster, Xiao Chen felt a heartache. This boundless azure sea could only be used twice before the wooden sculpture could no longer withstand it. In the deep pit, the black-clothed man slowly stood up. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. He did not expect that he would actually get injured in this mission. With a gentle leap, the black-clothed man landed on the ground once again. What surprised him was that within the range of his perception, the martial saint expert from earlier was no longer there. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to Xiao Chen, that person earlier should be some kind of secret treasure, right? Now that the secret treasure has disappeared, you actually did not leave. I am quite surprised. Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber that was on the ground in the distance flew back into his hands. The saber gave off an electric glow, and the energy of the rank 6 demonic core was released without holding back. The black-clothed man's eyes lit up, and he said indifferently, "This demonic weapon, I want it." Xiao Chen looked coldly at the black-clothed man who was slowly approaching him. The essence in his body followed the path of the dragon subduing / and circulated quickly. The blue dragon goes to sea, storing up power and waiting to strike. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was about to execute the blue dragon goes to sea, there was the sound of something breaking through the ground. A human figure broke through the layers of barriers and soared into the sky. Martial King? The two of them stopped what they were doing, but their expressions were different. Xiao Chen knew that he was saved. However, the black-clothed man quickly turned around and fled. He did not hesitate, and executed his movement technique to its limits. The human figure in the sky was the Xiao clan head, Xiao Xiong, who had been in closed-door training. He soared into the sky, and there were rumbling sounds around him. In an instant, he had arrived before the black-clothed man. Chapter 80. Bang! In the previous moment, Xiao Xiong was still flying in the air. In the next moment, he was behind the black-clothed man. When the black-clothed man heard the sound, he turned around and chopped with his sword. Xiao Xiong's figure suddenly appeared behind the black-clothed man. He sent out a palm strike and struck his back. Ka. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The black-clothed man took a deep breath in pain. When he turned around again, he only saw an afterimage. Xiao Xiong had appeared behind him once again and sent out another palm strike. Pu Chi. The black-clothed man cried out and vomited a mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 Xiao Xiong's figure continuously changed. His palms continuously landed on the black-clothed man's body. However, the black-clothed man could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and he had no way to resist. Hoo! The strong martial saint in the distance, who had been blocking Xiao Chang and the others, suddenly flew over and sent out a palm strike at Xiao Xiong. Xiao Xiong gave up on the black-clothed man and clashed with his palm strike. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and tiny ripples actually appeared in the surrounding air. The two of them each took a few steps back. After an instant, they started fighting again. Fists and legs flew back and forth, and the wind from their palms was like thunder. Their speed was incomparably fast. Xiao Chen, who was at the side, could not even see the figures of the two of them. He could only hear the unceasing sounds of explosions and the ripples in the air. Xiao Chen was secretly astonished. Even if a martial Grand Master were to come into contact with the ripples in the air, they would immediately be smashed into pieces. Xiao Chen turned his gaze to the incomparably weak black-clothed man. He rolled his eyes and revealed a sinister smile as he slowly walked over. "What are you trying to do?" The black-clothed man said in panic when he saw the sinister Xiao Chen walking towards him. He had just been severely injured by Xiao Xiong. With his current combat prowess, an inferior-grade martial disciple could easily kill him. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to speak nonsense with him. He raised his leg and kicked him to the ground. The black-clothed man groaned in pain and was about to say something. Xiao Chen stomped down hard. The black-clothed man cried out in pain and swallowed all the words he wanted to say. The incomparably strong martial saint was trampled by Xiao Chen, an inferior-grade martial master. The black-clothed man felt very sullen in his heart. "Xiao Chen, hurry up and let go of me, or else I will definitely kill you in the future," the black-clothed great deity said. Xiao Chen stepped hard on his face and sneered, "Do you think you still have a chance? I told you not to force me." Didn't you hear me? After that, Xiaochen fiercely stepped on his face a few more times. The veil on the face of the man in black was trampled down, revealing an old face. His face was covered in Xiaochen's footprints. Xiaochen had not thought of killing him like that. That would be letting him off too easily. He thought of the dead Xiao clan disciples and Xiao Yulan, whose fate was unknown. Xiaochen's heart burned with rage. His black eyes were filled with a cold gaze as he lifted the black-clothed man up. Pa! 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 Slap after slap. The originally pale face of the black-clothed man immediately turned red and swollen. After the slap, Xiaochen kicked him again. Holding the lunar shadow saber in his hand, Xiaochen rushed forward quickly. With a flash of his saber, he pierced towards the heart of the black-clothed man. Who? The two people fighting with Xiao Xiong suddenly separated. Their figures flashed and they sent a palm strike at Xiaochen. When Xiaochen heard the sound of the wind, he quickly dodged. That person did not continue to chase. He lifted the black-clothed man up and dashed forward with a few flashes. Just one more saber strike and he would have been able to finish off that person. Xiaochen looked at the direction the two people had left in dissatisfaction. Xiao Xiong did not chase after the two people. He looked at Xiaochen and said, "Come with me." This was the first time Xiaochen saw his father in this world. He was not used to it. However, he did not dare to disobey him and obediently followed him. "Second young master, are you all right?" Bao'er said worriedly as she looked at the wound on Xiaochen's shoulder from the rubble of the house. Xiaochen smiled faintly, "I'm fine. Follow me for now. This place is not very safe." The two of them followed Xiao Xiong forward. Not long after, they saw Xiao Chang leading a large group of cultivators over. When he saw Xiao Xiong, he immediately knelt down and said, "This old man is useless, causing the Xiao clan disciples to suffer heavy casualties. Clan head, please punish me. Clan head, please punish us." The large group of people behind all knelt down and said. Xiao Xiong frowned slightly. He stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot. Everyone felt a cool breeze blow, lifting their bodies up. "First elder, do a head count of the dead first. Do your best to save those who are still breathing. Medicinal herbs in the dispensary can be used freely, regardless of their rank." Xiao Xiong looked at Xiao Chang and continued, "This matter is not your fault. I am responsible as well. I will wait for you in the Great Hall." Xiao Clan, Great Hall. Xiao Xiong sat on a chair in the middle of the Great Hall. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I heard that you obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King?" Xiao Chen nodded his head in acknowledgement and handed the lunar shadow saber to Xiao Xiong. Xiao Xiong held the lunar shadow saber in his hands and observed it carefully for a long time. Then, he smiled warmly and said, "Who would have thought that your cultivation talent was so ordinary when you were young? Now that you have obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King, your future accomplishments might be the highest in the Xiao clan." Xiao Chen received the lunar shadow saber again. After muttering to himself for a while, he finally asked the question in his heart, "Father, since you have already advanced to Martial King, why did you not chase after those two people?" Xiao Xiong sighed, "You probably saw that I could fly in the air and thought that I had advanced to Martial King. My current cultivation realm is actually only peak Martial Saint. The Leng clan leader who fought with me at the end also knows that I only cultivate a wind attribute martial spirit. That's why I can fly in the air at the peak of Martial Venerable. However, my speed is much slower than a real Martial King." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. So there was such a reason. This explains everything. Just at this moment, Xiao Chang brought a few people over. He said respectfully to Xiao Xiong, "The number of casualties has been calculated. There are a total of 150 people, of which 90 died. Among the 90, there were 3 martial Grand Masters." The moment Xiao Chang said this, everyone present took in a deep breath of cold air. There was actually such a large number of deaths. Most of these people were the elite disciples of the Shao clan. Many of them were direct descendants of the Shao clan. Furthermore, there were martial Grand Masters who died. Those who reached the martial Grand Master realm could be considered the peak of combat power in Mo City. Even the Shao clan did not have many martial Grand Masters. Clan head, should we go and talk to City Lord Dogu? They are simply too much by doing this. This is a clan war. One of the elders of the Shao clan said angrily. Shao Chong said somewhat helplessly, the ones who did this are the people of the Lin clan. They have the Misty Sword sect as their backing. City Lord Dogu is unable to control them. Furthermore, they were all masked and did not leave behind any evidence. Shao Xiong opened his mouth and said, "How are Yulan and Shao Jian? Are their lives in danger?" Shao Chong's expression sank as he said, "Their martial spirits were severely injured. It looks like they will not be able to fight for the next half a month." When they heard this, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. There was still one more week before the promise of 10 years would begin. However, the two people who were already confirmed to be participants could not fight. The Lin clan's actions were too vicious. They directly crippled the Shao clan's participant. According to the rules, the participant could not be changed. This way, the Shao clan could only send out Shao Chen alone to fight. When Shao Chen heard this news, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At least his life was not in danger. "Father, I would like to leave for a while and visit cousin Yulan." Shao Xiong nodded his head. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and said, "Wait a moment." Shao Chen stopped and asked suspiciously, "Is there something else?" He did not know why, but he felt some fear towards this father in name. Shao Xiong walked in front of Shao Chen and said, "Don't move. Let me see your martial spirit." Martial spirit again. Shao Chen was startled. The first elder had checked his martial spirit several times. Now, Shao Xiong was checking his martial spirit again. Why was he doing this? After a while, Shao Chen felt a gentle essence enter Shao Chen's body. Shao Chen's heart sank. He repeated the same trick, using his spiritual sense to hide his martial spirit. Then, he used his spiritual sense to imitate a purple flame. After Shao Xiong saw it, his expression became much more gentle. He said, "A very pure purple flame martial spirit. I will give you a few fire-attributed martial techniques in the future." Shao Chen nodded his head in thanks. His back was drenched in cold sweat. The suspicions in his heart grew stronger. He must know something. Is he afraid of the blue dragon martial spirit in my body? Shao Clan, dispensary. After Shao Chen asked for the location of Shao Yulan's room, he hurried over. "Cousin Yulan, are you asleep?" "I am Shao Chen," Shao Chen said from outside the door. "Cousin Shao Chen, come in, I am not asleep," a weak voice came from inside the room. However, the voice was filled with joy. Shao Chen pushed the door open and entered. He saw Shao Yulan in her white pajamas, struggling to sit up. A faint smile hung on her pale face, but her frown revealed that she was in great pain. Shao Chen hurried over and took out a blood-replenishing pill. He handed it to Shao Yulan and said, "Cousin Yulan, don't move first. Quickly consume this blood-replenishing pill. Although it cannot heal the injuries to your martial spirit, it should be able to heal your internal injuries very quickly." Shao Yulan's face turned slightly red. She received the blood-replenishing pill and swallowed it without hesitation. She immediately felt a cooling sensation, and the pain in her body lessened significantly. "Thank you, cousin Shao Chen." Shao Chen smiled faintly, "There is no need to be so polite. Back then, you saved me once. Now, I am giving you a blood-replenishing pill. Compared to the debt of saving my life, this is nothing. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Cousin Yulan, rest well." Hearing this, Shao Yulan felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Was it just to repay a debt of gratitude? Seeing that Xiao Chen was about to leave, Xiao Yulan suddenly said, "Cousin Xiao Chen, wait for a moment." Xiao Chen stopped in his tracks and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yulan wanted to say something, but after holding it in for a long time, she did not know what to say. Her beautiful face turned red, and in the end, she had no choice but to say, "Cousin Xiao Chen, I can't sleep. Can you accompany me for a chat?" Xiao Chen was slightly stunned, but he immediately smiled, "Of course." Chapter 81. 1,000 meters above the Xiao clan, a cold wind blew. Xiao Chen executed the gravity spell as he stood in the air. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. He released his spiritual sense, and the night was no longer able to obstruct his vision. The entire outline of the Xiao residence appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. After coming out of Xiao Yulan's room, Xiao Chen saw many injured Xiao clan disciples in the dispensary. He could not calm his heart down. It was just 5 martial saint experts, yet the Xiao clan was unable to retaliate. Xiao Chen actually had the opportunity to prevent this tragedy from happening. In the Compendium of Cultivation, there were many records regarding formations. As long as he laid down a large formation, he would definitely be able to block 5 martial saint experts. However, the amount of energy required to lay down the formation was too great. Furthermore, he had always believed that with the Xiao clan's strength in Mo City, it would be impossible for them to suffer such a huge blow. Looking at it now, it seemed like his previous thoughts were too naive. The temptation of Seven Horn Mountain was much greater than he had imagined. Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and slowly descended to the ground. He landed on a high ground in the southwest of the Xiao residence. He sensed his surroundings and muttered, "This should be the Qian position." Qian represents the sky and Kuan represents the earth. After confirming the Qian position, it would be easier to find the other positions. After saying that, Xiao Chen took out a talisman paper, an ink brush, and a purple liquid mixed with spirit beast blood and demonic core from his universe ring. Then, he took out a short knife and gently sliced his right hand. Xiao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation in his heart, infusing the essence in his body into his blood. Immediately, the blood flowing out of his wound started to emit a faint glow. It slowly merged with the purple liquid, giving off a golden glow. The blood on his face slowly disappeared, turning incomparably pale. His red lips turned purple. Xiao Chen felt dizzy, but he clenched his teeth and persevered. This 9th heaven's thunder formation was not something that he could lay down with his current cultivation. If he wanted to forcefully lay it down, he would have to exhaust the essence of his body. When the purple liquid in the ink bottle turned completely golden, Xiao Chen stopped circulating the purple thunder divine incantation and stopped the bleeding from his wounds. Only then did his complexion look better. Holding the brush in his right hand, Xiao Chen dipped it into the golden liquid and began to draw quickly on the talisman paper with a solemn expression. Rays of golden light emitted from the talisman paper. When Xiao Chen finished the last stroke, the talisman paper immediately shone with golden light. Then, it quickly folded and fell into Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen held the talisman in his right hand and drew something on the ground with his left hand. A golden halo appeared on the ground, and a faint Qian character appeared in the halo. He held the talisman in his right hand and pointed it at the ground. He quickly waved it and it quickly sank into the golden halo. Boom! Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder in the sky. A bolt of lightning tore through the night sky. It followed some kind of guidance and entered the golden halo. The light scattered, and everything on the ground returned to normal. Nothing strange could be seen. However, in Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, the talisman dipped in Xiao Chen's essence blood was filled with the boundless power of heavenly lightning. As long as he willed it, he would be able to draw it out. Qian, Zhen, Li, Sun, Tian, Lei, Hua, Feng. Next, I have to find the position of Zhen. Zhen corresponds to lightning. I have to find a place with the densest lightning attribute. I also have to see if it corresponds to the position of the 8 trigrams. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Earlier, he had already found a suitable position for the 8 trigrams. Now, all he had to do was to find a place with the densest lightning attribute. 2 hours later, the 8 positions of Qian, Zhen, Li, Sun, Kuan, Dui, Can, and Zhen corresponded to Tian, Lei, Feng, Hua, Di, Zai, Water, and Shan. Xiao Chen inserted a talisman dipped in Xiao Chen's essence blood. Xiao Chen closed his eyes slightly. In his spiritual sense, a majestic formation appeared in the surroundings of the Xiao residence. There was a faint flicker of lightning in the sky. The entire 9th heaven's thunder formation was finally completed. Xiao Chen clasped his hands together and felt the vast and surging energy of heaven and earth. As long as he made a hand seal, even if a magnificent army entered, he was confident that he would be able to annihilate them all. When he opened his eyes, a strong sense of fatigue welled up in his mind. Xiao Chen felt dizzy and his legs trembled. After a while, he could no longer hold on and fainted on the ground with a pu-tong sound. Mo City, Tang Clan, inside a secret room, the Zhang clan head and the Tang clan head, as well as the 5 martial saint experts who had just returned from the Xiao clan. Clan head, don't wait for the promise of 10 years. After my injuries are healed, we will immediately exterminate the Xiao clan. That Xiao Chen is too hateful, the martial saint who was ruthlessly humiliated by Xiao Chen said angrily. The blue-clothed man said, Leng Ziyu, why don't you take a look? The Xiao clan head has already come out of seclusion. He is a martial king. Do you think you still have a chance? You are a dignified martial saint, yet you can't even deal with an inferior grade martial master. I really feel embarrassed for you. Leng Ziyu's face turned black as he said angrily, Lan Chaoyang, what do you mean by this? If you met a martial king expert, you would probably be dead by now. What do I mean? Lan Chaoyang snorted coldly, I'm talking about you. Not to mention that you were injured by someone, you are still randomly giving out orders. Alright, stop arguing. The Leng clan head, Leng Yunzheng, suddenly said. His voice did not contain any emotions and was not very loud. However, the 2 quarreling people did not dare to say anything else. Leng Yunzheng glared at Leng Chaoyang and said, Ziyu, don't speak nonsense in the future. Although Xiao Xiong is part of the reason for your failure, the responsibility is still yours. Chaoyang has already bought enough time for you. Leng Ziyu pouted his lips. He was not satisfied in his heart, but he did not rebut, I understand. This time, I did not grasp the situation well. Leng Zhengyun turned his gaze to Lan Chaoyang and said, Chaoyang, you contributed the most in the matter of 7-Horn Mountain. There is no doubt about that. However, don't bring your past personal grudges into this operation. Establishing a sect, this is a huge gamble of my Leng clan's several hundred years of foundation. I do not wish for anything to go wrong. If we fail in the end, you know what I will do. Lan Chaoyang lowered his head and said, I understand. I just could not control myself. I will take note in the future. When Leng Zhengyun saw the attitude of the 2, his expression warmed up. He said, most clans have developed to a certain stage. If they want to advance further, there are only 2 paths. Establishing a sect or establishing a noble clan. Leng Zhengyun sighed and continued, my Leng clan does not have a heavenly bloodline. The only path we can take is to establish a sect. If it were not for the fact that 7-Horn Mountain is the only place in Chizi County, I would not want to make a move on the Xiao clan. Leng Zhengyun's words were filled with envy for the heavenly bloodline. If there was a heavenly bloodline, he would not have to gamble the Leng clan's several hundred years of foundation to make a move on the Xiao clan. No one here could understand the danger involved. Although the Leng clan was no longer as powerful as it was in the past, it was not something that anyone could challenge. Tang Tian had been listening for a long time. At this moment, he found an opportunity and said worriedly, Senior Leng, has that Xiao Xiong come out of seclusion? Has his cultivation really reached the realm of martial king? The Zhang clan head, who was at the side, was also very concerned about this problem. These two clans had been fighting with the Xiao clan for a long time. Their understanding of Xiao Xiong was much clearer than others. When they heard that Xiao Xiong had reached the realm of martial king, they felt some lingering fear in their hearts. When Leng Zhengyun heard this, he smiled faintly. "Brother Tang, there is no need to worry too much. Xiao Xiong has indeed come out of seclusion. However, his cultivation is only at the peak of martial saint. It is only because he cultivates a wind-attributed martial spirit that he is able to fly. In another 3 days, the last martial saint elder of my Leng clan will bring 50 martial grand masters over as a foolproof plan. However, I still hope that we do not have to use this force. Your two clans can defeat the Xiao clan in the promise of 10 years. That way, we can save a lot of trouble." When the Zhang and Tang clan heads heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Tang Tian seemed to have thought of something and said, "I just heard that the Xiao clan's Xiao Chen was not injured. If that is the case, according to the rules of the competition, our two clans do not have much of an advantage. According to the rules of the promise of 10 years, the Xiao, Zhang, and Tang clans would each send 3 young disciples. On the day of the martial competition, one of the clans would issue a challenge to the Xiao clan. The winner of the battle would be decided on the second day. The final winner would obtain 7-Horn Mountain." Tang Tian said, "With Xiao Chen's strength, we might not be able to defeat him in a 1-on-3 battle. If we let him rest for a day, it would be hard to predict the result." The Zhang clan head, who was at the side, also nodded his head in agreement. When Leng Ziyun heard this, he could not help but feel uncomfortable. The responsibility for such a situation was basically on him. Leng Zhengyun's expression did not change as he said indifferently, "It is not a problem. When the time comes, I will think of something. Even if we lose, there is still a final move. I just hope that it will not come to that." The next day, in the Xiao clan's great hall, before the morning dew had dispersed, the few elders of the Xiao clan had already gathered in the great hall. The Xiao clan head, Xiao Xiong, sat in the middle of the great hall. He said to Xiao Chang, who was beside him, "First elder, what do you think of the current situation?" Xiao Chang nodded his head and said, "The current situation is already very clear. The Leng clan is working together with the Zhang and Tang clans to make a move against us. If there is no external help, there is no solution." The few people at the side also thought the same. If they did not rely on external help, not only would the Xiao clan lose 7-Horn Mountain, it would also be very difficult for them to survive. Xiao Chang continued, "Actually, Miss Feng is currently in Mo City. A few days ago, she came to the Xiao residence and asked about the clan head." When Xiao Xiong heard the 3 words Feng Feishue, the expression on his face instantly became incomparably frightening. He said in a deep voice, "What is she doing here? Did her aunt send her here to laugh at us?" Xiao Chang quickly explained what happened that day. After Xiao Xiong heard it, he said, "I will not interfere with their choice. However, it is impossible for me to seek help from the Feng clan. Send someone to call Xiao Chen over." Chapter 82. By the time Xiao Chen woke up, the sun was already high above his head. It was already noon. "I still pushed myself too hard. I will probably need to rest for 3 days before I can fully recover. The consumption of blood essence is too great." Xiao Chen got up and rubbed his temples as he walked towards the main entrance of the Xiao residence. When the 2 guards at the main entrance saw Xiao Chen appear, they immediately ran over and said joyfully, "Second young master, you are finally back. The clan head has been looking for you for the entire morning. Quickly head to the main hall." Xiao Chen was startled. For them to be looking for him for the entire morning, there must be something urgent. After thanking them, he quickly headed to the main hall. At this moment, the people in the main hall had already dispersed, leaving only Xiao Chang and Xiao Xiong. Xiao Chen rushed over and immediately said, "Sorry, I am late." Xiao Xiong glanced at Xiao Chen with some doubt in his eyes. "Why do you look so pale? What did you do last night? I heard that you were in Yulan's room and came out very late." Xiao Chang, who was beside him, looked at him in astonishment, clearly wanting an answer. Xiao Chen's current appearance was too similar to that of someone who had done something. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's previous reputation, it was hard for others to not associate him with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen blushed with shame in his heart and hurriedly explained, "First Elder, please don't misunderstand. Last night, after I finished chatting with Yulan, I went out. The reason why I look so pale is because something went wrong with my cultivation. Never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. The reason why I called you here today is to discuss the duels for the promise of 10 years, Xiao Xiong saw that Xiao Chen still wanted to explain, so he interrupted him. Seeing the First Elder's expression, Xiao Chen really wanted to tell him everything that happened yesterday in detail. However, since Xiao Xiong had already spoken, he did not dare to continue. Xiao Xiong continued, "You should be clear about the rules of the promise of 10 years. Right now, the candidates cannot be changed. Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan cannot go up, so you can only rely on yourself. If you feel pressured, I will not force you. I am not saying any polite words. Even if we lose the Seven-Horn Mountain Range, we can still take it back in the future. I hope that you will think carefully before answering. After all, you are my son." Xiao Xiong's words were filled with sincerity, without the slightest bit of hypocrisy. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "I won't give up. I will fight for it no matter what." He had made a decision in his heart. No matter what the result of the promise of 10 years was, he had to leave the Xiao clan. If he left the Xiao clan without doing anything, he would feel uneasy for the rest of his life. Xiao Xiong looked deeply at Xiao Chen and said slowly, "Come with me. First Elder, you should come with us as well. It is time to use the Xiao clan's hundreds of years of accumulation." Xiao Chang's heart trembled. He knew where Xiao Xiong was going. His expression also turned solemn. Xiao Chen followed behind the two and took a long turn. Behind many obstacles, there was actually a secret exit. There were some places that Xiao Chen had been to many times before, but he did not discover them. It turned out that there was a whole new world behind them. Finally, the two stopped in front of a basement. Xiao Chang and Xiao Xiong each took out a key and pieced them together. They opened the door to the basement and Xiao Chen followed them in. The basement was actually a treasure chamber. The Xiao clan had all the treasures that Seven-Horn Mountain had collected over the past hundreds of years. They were all here: spirit weapons, secret treasures, battle armor, medicinal pills, martial techniques, everything that one could think of was here. Xiao Chen was secretly astonished. He did not expect that the Xiao clan would have such a large treasure chamber underground. The spirit weapons were all profound ranked, with the highest being superior grade profound ranked. Many of the martial techniques were profound ranked as well. There were also many rank 4 and rank 5 medicinal pills. However, Xiao Chen had the lunar shadow saber that could become a heaven-ranked weapon, the wooden sculpture that was comparable to a superior grade secret treasure, and the Thunder King's martial technique inheritance. To the other members of the Xiao clan, every item here would cause them to go wild with joy. However, Xiao Chen did not have much interest in them. Xiao Xiong picked up a piece of battle armor and said, "As for the other items, you should not be lacking in martial techniques and spirit weapons. This profound ranked battle armor is made from the soft skin of a demonic beast's abdomen. In times of need, it can save your life." Xiao Chen received the battle armor and looked at it. This battle armor was very thin, only slightly thicker than normal clothing. It did not affect his movements at all. This is a good item, Xiao Chen thought joyfully. This kind of defensive battle armor was very hard to find on the market. It was something that Xiao Chen needed. "Alright, I guess you will not be interested in the other items." Xiao Xiong looked at Xiao Chen and paused for a while before saying, "Just pick a few more items as compensation." Xiao Chen found it hard to reject. He casually picked a few items and put on the battle armor before leaving the place. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. The martial competition of the promise of 10 years had finally begun. For the past 6 days, Xiao Chen had been researching the rushing thunder saber technique. His current martial techniques were mostly learned from the battle sage Origin's changing character formula. It was very difficult for him to comprehend its essence. Only this rushing thunder saber technique had a complete copy. Of course, he had to learn it in his final moments. This was especially so for the final move, the rushing thunder triple chain chop. Its might was close to that of an earth-ranked martial technique. The sky had just turned bright when Xiao Chen woke up in a hurry. The Xiao clan had already gathered at the entrance. When Xiao Xiong saw Xiao Chen arrive, he immediately led the group to the Cultivators Plaza. Mo City's annual martial competition had already begun 3 days ago. However, everyone knew that the true highlight of this martial competition was the promise of 10 years, the battle between the 3 great clans of Mo City. The plaza was filled with people. The people of the 3 great clans entered the plaza. On the platform of the plaza, there were pavilions specially built for the 3 great clans. They could overlook the entire Cultivators Plaza. The Xiao clan's people are here. Didn't they say that 2 of their participants were injured and could not participate? Why do they still dare to come? Look at how dark their faces are. It seems like the news of 2 of them being injured is true. However, they must come to try their luck. What do you know? If Xiao Chen is not injured, then the Xiao clan still has hope. Xiao Chen, no matter how strong he is, he will not be able to last for long. I think the Xiao clan will lose for sure. The various discussions in the crowd entered the ears of the Xiao clan's people. This caused their originally unsightly expressions to become even more unsightly. Brother Xiao, long time no see. You are finally out of closed-door training. Just as the crowd was about to ascend the pavilion, the clan heads of the Zhang clan and Tang clan walked over. Xiao Xiong smiled faintly, "That's right, long time no see." Tang Tian, the alliance between the Zhang clan and Lin clan was within my expectations. I did not expect you to jump out as well. Tang Tian smiled coldly, Seven-Horn Mountain cannot always be occupied by an outsider clan. The Zhang clan's clan head said, "Xiao Xiong, we are not here to chat with you. We want to discuss something with you. We have a suggestion. I wonder if you will consider it. Your Xiao clan and our 2 clans have 100 years of grudges. How about we settle it today? As long as Xiao Chen can defeat Tang Feng and Zhang He today, then the remaining 4 of us will not come out. It will be counted as your Xiao clan's victory." Xiao Xiong thought very quickly in his mind. The Zhang clan's clan head meant to only send 2 people to fight against Xiao Chen. However, the condition was that the 2 fights had to be completed today. The meaning of this was very clear. They wanted to use continuous battles to wear down Xiao Chen, not giving him a chance to rest. However, it would allow him to have 4 fewer fights. When Xiao Chen heard this suggestion, his eyes lit up. He could not help but feel joy in his heart. He did not have many martial techniques. If he fought too many times, it would be easy for his opponents to see through him. This suggestion was exactly what Xiao Chen wanted. Seeing Xiao Chen secretly nodding his head, Xiao Xiong said, "What a joke. Do you think I will agree? You got the Lin clan to injure my Xiao clan's contestants. Now you are making this condition. Do you think I, Xiao Xiong, am a fool?" Tang Tian smiled, "Xiao Xiong, do you think you still have a choice? This is the best suggestion for you. Reducing the 6 fights by 2, I don't think there is a need for you to reject it." The Zhang clan head said, "Brother Xiao, I have already sent someone to call the city lord over. Think about it." After a while, Du Gufeng arrived. When he saw Xiao Xiong, he hurriedly said, "Congratulations Brother Xiao for coming out. I heard that 2 of your Xiao clan's contestants were injured. Is this true?" Without waiting for Xiao Xiong to reply, Tang Tian told Dugu Feng his suggestion. After Dugu Feng heard it, he muttered, "The competition rules state that the contestants cannot be changed. Xiao Xiong, if you really have 2 contestants who cannot participate, why don't you accept this suggestion?" Finally, under Dugu Feng's suggestion, Xiao Xiong, reluctantly, accepted the suggestion. Xiao Chen, who was at the side, broke out in a cold sweat. This Xiao Xiong's acting was too realistic. He almost tricked him. In the Cultivator's Plaza, Dugu Feng stood on the tallest and largest arena. He said to the crowd below, "Today is the last day of the martial competition. I believe everyone is here for the promise of 10 years. Now, I will make an announcement. Because 2 of the Xiao clan's contestants are injured and cannot participate in the martial competition, the 3 clans have decided to change the rules. As long as the Xiao clan's Xiao Chun can consecutively defeat Zhang He and Tang Feng, the Xiao clan will win this martial competition. On the other hand, if the Xiao clan loses a match, they will lose the rights to Seven Horn Mountain. 2 of the Xiao clan's contestants really cannot participate in the martial competition. I did not expect this news to be true." Someone below said in astonishment. This rule seems to be beneficial to the Xiao clan. In reality, they are trying to use this tactic to defeat Xiao Chen. Looks like the Zhang and Tang clans have joined hands. That's right. I heard that the Xiao clan was attacked by an unknown expert some time ago. I suspect that it was done by these 2 clans. What kind of intelligence do you have? What are you suspecting? Without even thinking about it, it was definitely done by these 2 clans. Countless arguments and discussions entered Xiao Chen's ears. His heart was as calm as still water as he slowly made his way through the crowd towards the arena. The shadow of the Tianwu Emperor's statue at the back of the arena was cast on the arena, giving it a dignified and solemn air. In today's battle, I will definitely win. I will not become a stepping stone for others. After 10,000 years, I, Xiao Chen, will definitely be like the Tianwu Emperor, standing tall and unshakable, Xiao Chen muttered in his heart. With a resolute gaze, when he was about to approach the arena, Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and jumped firmly onto the arena. In a corner of the arena, Zhang He's gaze was cold, he had been waiting for a long time already. The first battle of the promise of 10 years officially began. Chapter 83. I heard that this Zhang He consumed a returning essence pill. Not only did the injuries to his martial spirit heal, but his strength also improved. I wonder if he will be able to defeat Xiao Chen this time. The last time they fought, they were evenly matched. If Zhang He's martial spirit is broken this time, I wonder if he can still be saved. You guys don't know that after the martial spirit is reformed, its might and strength will increase by many times. I really don't understand how the Zhang clan could even obtain the returning essence pill. Before the 2 of them started fighting, the sounds of discussion came from below. The referee walked forward and said to the 2 of them, "Bow." Xiao Chen and Zhang He bowed to each other. Duel, begin. Qi. Just as the referee spoke, Zhang He immediately executed the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique. The image of a heavenly rock appeared behind him, giving off a resounding cry. Zhang He soared into the air and hovered above the ground. He brandished the sword in his hand and 4 streams of sword qi whistled through the air, heading towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's gaze was calm, his eyes were like clear water. A gentle breeze blew past, causing his hair to flutter and his clothes to flutter. His fingers tapped the air 4 times. 4 streams of purple flames revolved around his fingertips and flew towards the sword qi. Boom! 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 The sword qi and the purple flames collided in the air, giving off 4 explosive sounds. At the same time, they dissipated in all directions. Zhang He casually waved his hand and sent out a few chi waves, blowing away the flames in front of him. The heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen found it hard to catch Zhang He's figure with his naked eyes. After all, Xiao Chen did not have any movement techniques that he could use. Chi! There was another loud cry. When Zhang He got close to Xiao Chen, he suddenly dodged to the side, leaving behind an afterimage in front of Xiao Chen. His real body had already arrived behind Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense completely. A cool breeze blew past, but his feet didn't move an inch. Suddenly, the lunar shadow saber in his hand lit up with electricity. With a flick of his wrist, he swung the lunar shadow saber behind him to block. Bang! This saber strike happened to catch the sword strike coming from Zhang He's back. It was extremely accurate. In the eyes of others, it was as if Xiao Chen had grown eyes at the back of his head. Zhang He was slightly astonished in his heart, but his body continued to remain in the air. Like a ghost, he once again changed his position and arrived at the left side of Xiao Chen. The lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand suddenly moved to his left hand. Without waiting for Zhang He to make a move, the saber lit up with a resplendent glow as he chopped at him. Xiao Chen's feet did not move at all. Zhang He was greatly alarmed. The earlier move could be seen as a coincidence. However, now that Xiao Chen had attacked first, it meant that Xiao Chen could indeed see his attack from behind. Zhang He opened his arms wide, like a huge bird spreading its wings. His body flew backwards in the air. With a somersault, he landed on the ground. The tip of his sword lightly tapped on the ground and his entire body leaped up once again. Who? He executed the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique to its limits. In the air, he was like a fast arrow, flying towards Xiao Chen. The sword in his hand surged with a sword light. Dang! 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 In an instant, the two of them exchanged a few moves. Even though Zhang He executed his movement technique to its limits, Xiao Chen did not move at all. He countered every move, not panicking at all. After Zhang He stabbed out with his sword once again, he flew backwards. Seeing that Xiao Chen's eyes were still closed, he felt helpless. The movement technique that he was so proud of was useless against Xiao Chen. In the previous fight, Xiao Chen was unable to keep up with his speed. He could only use the heavenly lightning shield to block passively. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen only needed to stand where he was and he was able to receive all of Zhang He's moves. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Zhang He roared angrily. It was a simple and unadorned move with a reserved light. He chopped down towards Xiao Chen. Since he could not use speed to suppress Xiao Chen, then he would use force to break through Xiao Chen's technique. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and a bright light flashed in them. He looked at Zhang He, who was descending from the sky, and smiled faintly. He pushed off with the tip of his feet and leaped into the air. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Bang! The saber light and the sword light clashed, creating a horrifying shockwave in the air. Zhang He flew back a few steps in the air. He looked at Xiao Chen, who had only paused for a moment, and was astonished. In terms of pure strength, he had actually lost to Xiao Chen. Chi! The heavenly rock behind him let out a loud cry once again. Zhang He's figure paused in the air, stopping his descent. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the air, and grinned, revealing a faint mocking smile. Even if your strength is much stronger than mine, you should not have fought me in the air. I have the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique. Let's see how you are going to stop your descent. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Zhang He shouted and used the martial technique he was proud of against the descending Xiao Chen. He wanted to defeat Xiao Chen in the air, not giving him a chance to land. Xiao Chen smiled faintly in his heart. A surge of energy came from the blue dragon martial spirit in his body. He brandished his saber and flipped it around. His body used the energy of the blue dragon martial spirit and suddenly rose up. Zhang He's martial technique instantly lost its target. When he looked up, he discovered that Xiao Chen was already above his head. His heart immediately tightened. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. The same disordered dance of 1,000 years clashed with Zhang He's disordered dance of 1,000 years. However, Xiao Chen had the advantage of the terrain. His disordered dance of 1,000 years from above completely suppressed Zhang He. In an instant, the figures of the two people in the air changed rapidly. Countless saber lights and sword chi flew around. The sound of dang dang rang out incessantly. In an instant, they had exchanged hundreds of moves. With the attacks from above, Zhang He will be at a disadvantage. I did not expect Xiao Chen to know a movement technique that allows him to raise his qi in the air. Indeed, I think this might be an opening that Xiao Chen purposely revealed. Otherwise, why would he suddenly fight him in the air? It is very possible. As the people below discussed, the people of the three great clans in the pavilion watched the battle anxiously. In the pavilion of the Shao clan, Xiao Yulan watched the two people in the air anxiously. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. However, after the two of them executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years, their figures became extremely fast. With Xiao Yulan's cultivation realm, she could not see them clearly. "Father, how is the situation?" Xiao Yulan asked the first elder, Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang smiled faintly, "It's fine. Xiao Chen currently has the upper hand." The people of the Zhang clan and Tang clan were currently in the same pavilion. The Zhang clan's clan head had an unsightly expression as he said, "To think that he fell for such a simple scheme. Zhang He is too eager for quick success." Tang Tian consoled him at the side, "He only lost the upper hand temporarily. It is not the time to decide the victor yet." Furthermore, this also exposed one of the advantages that Xiao Chen has. Tang Feng, who was at the side, held his ice fire bow and stared at the two people in the air. He smiled coldly, "With such an advantage, he will only be a live target in front of my ice fire bow." Bang! In an instant, the two people in the air exchanged over 1,200 moves. When they were done, Xiao Chen kicked Zhang He's body violently. Then, he used the force of his kick to soar into the air once again. Zhang He landed on the ground with a bang. Many parts of his clothes had been torn by the saber light, leaving behind bloody wounds. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was rising higher and higher in the air. His eyes were filled with astonishment. What is he trying to do? Zhang He quickly got up and cast aside the doubts in his heart. At this moment, his aura had already fallen to rock bottom. If he could not regain some of it, he would be completely suppressed. Heavenly rock spreading its wings, chasing the stars and overtaking the moon. The image of the heavenly rock behind him suddenly let out an incomparably sharp cry. The clothes on its body fluttered and fluttered in the wind. A sound wave spread out in all directions. The people who were closer to the arena felt their eardrums vibrate and they felt dizzy. Those with lower cultivations even vomited blood and fainted on the spot. This cry has already obtained a trace of the divine cry. I did not expect Zhang He's cultivation to improve so much after he was injured. Back then, that almighty person used the divine cry to cause blood to flow out of the 7 orifices of a person, shattering their internal organs and killing them. Although Zhang He has not reached such a level, it is not simple for him to be able to cause someone to faint, the people below discussed. After Zhang He used the chasing stars overtaking the moon movement technique, he was like a sharp arrow that left the bow. He rose from the ground and chased after Xiao Chen. He actually arrived in front of Xiao Chen in an instant. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He was secretly astonished at the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique. Zhang He was able to reach such a level with his current cultivation. One could only imagine how powerful that almighty person was back then. Without a choice, Xiao Chun could only withdraw the meteor burst that he was originally prepared to execute. If Jianghu had chased him at night and used the meteor burst, Xiao Chun was confident that he could end this duel in an instant. Xiao Chun dodged the sword chi that Jianghu sent out and quickly descended to the front. His movement technique was not as good as Jianghu's. If he fought with Jianghu in the air, he would not have any advantage if he did not have the terrain advantage. Seeing the statue of the Tianwu Emperor in front of him, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He soared into the air, dodging Jianghu's sword chi as he descended towards the statue. After a while, Xiao Chun stood on the sword in the hands of the Tianwu Emperor. After he stood firm, Xiao Chun finally had a chance to catch his breath. He turned around and shot out 4 grade 3 flame talismans at Jianghu, who was chasing him. Jianghu soared into the air and the image of a heavenly rock appeared in the air. It looked very solid. Jianghu stood on it and dodged to the left, dodging a talisman that was shot at him. Bang! Just when Jianghu thought that everything was fine, the talisman exploded in the air. A surging heat wave spread out in all directions with the talisman as the center. Boom! 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 There were another 3 explosions, and the other 3 talismans exploded one after another. The entire sky was covered in a thick flame, and a boundless heat wave spread out in all directions. It was like dark clouds covering the sky, covering the bright sun in the sky, forming a large flaming cloud. Seeing the thick flame covering the entire sky, the people below were all astonished. The Zhang clan head, who was in the pavilion, was so frightened that he was expressionless. He said in a trembling voice, "Is this a secret treasure? The Xiao clan actually has such a secret treasure." Tang Tian and his son, who were at the side, were also incomparably astonished. The thick flame covered the entire sky above the arena. Its might was incomparably vast, and even from a distance, they could feel the horrifying heat wave. Holy sword Haotian, sweeping through the 8 desolates. Just when everyone thought that Jianghu was in danger, a resplendent sword light suddenly burst out in the sky. It blew away the thick flame, and the sun shone down from above once again.